holds second interviews this week. Both Chargers defense coordinator Jesse Minter and former Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel canceled their interviews and withdrew from consideration. Speaking of McDaniel, a reason he's yet to be officially named the Chargers' new offensive coordinator is because he's still looking at head coaching jobs. Multiple reports this morning saying that McDaniel will interview today for the head coach opening with the Buffalo Bills. We all expect it, and it did this morning. Indiana's Fernando Mendoza officially declared for the NFL draft after winning the Heisman Trophy and leading the Hoosiers to their first ever national championship. Mendoza expected to be the top overall pick in the upcoming draft. Speaking of the college football playoffs, word is it will stay at 12 teams for the 2026 season. Cavaliers able to hang on, beat the Hornets on Wednesday as Donovan Mitchell had 24 points. However, he was just 8 of 20 from the floor. Teams are gunning for him, with Darius Garland being out because of an injury. Mitchell knows the opposing D is looking to slow him down.
They're going to try to wear me down. It's that time of year right before break, right? So just trying to find my spot to continue to go.
Cavs back to work tonight, going to entertain the Sacramento Kings. Cavs have won 3 of the last 4 games overall, but they have struggled lately at home. Cavs have dropped 3 of the last 4 at Rocket Arena. Meanwhile, after a 4-game winning streak, the Kings have lost 3 in a row. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
Okay, we're 17 days into this thing. You've interviewed Jim twice, okay? He's interviewed with another place. You're bringing in other ones. You're just going to settle on Jim, and then you're going to tell everybody he was your number one choice all along? Is that what you're going to do? Now, if I was Jim Schwartz, I wouldn't give a damn. Maybe I was the one the players wanted all along. Because I do believe that they really, really, really respect Jim. I think that he treats them sternly. I think they respond to that on defense. I think that he treats them with excitement. I think they respond to that on defense. I think that you have a lot of guys on that defense that he empowers them to lead themselves.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Kids, be careful driving today. Man, 1 second you're driving, and you're like, oh, it's just cold outside. The sun's out. You're feeling good.
It was beautiful driving in.
Yeah, it was nice. And then,
until,
boom, you hit downtown Cleveland. And I can't believe we even had this debate today about the word squalls back in the newsroom. I have lived that my entire life. Jeff, you have too. Where squalls persist. It is as much as just being a part of Cleveland as knowing that Lake Erie is to our north.
From 480 north, it was a whiteout. The roads were a mess. About 20 miles an hour, people wearing using their flashers. It was bad.
Yeah, I couldn't see. I mean, maybe visibility was 5 feet.
Yeah,
at one point on 77 coming on in today. So if you are out and about,
although it looks better now.
Yeah, just be careful because you just don't know what's coming up next. And
apparently, Cleveland didn't get the memo that the storm wasn't supposed to start until tomorrow night at about 7.
I don't know. Is this really a storm? This is like squalls. That's all it is right now.
Oh, it was a little joke on my part.
Oh, I missed that too. And apparently, we're running out of salt. Is that the word?
Who knows?
The word on the street is we're running out of salt.
I'll see you Tuesday, AB.
All right. Well, I don't know. What will we do on Monday then?
Well,
Best of Baskin and Phelps.
Dana lives close. Well,
he does?
We can't do that. We'd have to.
Why not?
We'd have to have one.
You would think in 14 years we could string together 4 hours of best of.
Yeah, you would think.
Just once.
You've heard the show.
I don't know how to say this.
I just did,
Good
Dan.
to have goals.
I just did, Dan.
Yeah, 14 years. You'd think we'd have 4 hours, right?
You wouldn't think.
You're at about 3.5.
Oh, come on, man. You put together these shows every day. You understand it.
Yeah, that's why he says no.
Jeff, can you start with your apologize?
Yeah, I need to apologize.
Jeff Phelps, I want to hear you say you're wrong.
No, I wasn't wrong. I was sent the wrong calendar.
Wrong.
I apparently was sent the Baltimore calendar by mistake. I thought I had the Cleveland calendar. I didn't look in the top left corner when it said calendar for Baltimore.
Oh, is that the one with
January 22nd?
Miss Syphilis with her with a staple in her navel?
Yesterday was Jesse Minter Day in Baltimore. And apparently I got the email from our Baltimore station, and the Baltimore station must have got our email by mistake. But it was Jesse Minter Day in Baltimore
I missed
yesterday,
that.
not in Cleveland.
I missed that.
You notice I'm not going out on a limb.
Yeah, you didn't wear anything
I'm not
today.
I'm not wearing my Towson State sweatshirt in honor of Grant Udinsky, who, by the way,
Does
still
anyone
has
even
another
know where
credit to
Towson
go
State? Isn't
before he gets
Towson
his
State near
degree.
Baltimore too?
Yeah.
Where is Towson State? It's
in-
Baltimore.
it's in
isn't it?
Maryland.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
What is this deal, man? So we got this guy from Maryland here today.
No, the guy he's from Pennsylvania.
Oh, another Bucks County guy?
Yeah, he went to the same high school as Mike Pettin.
Man, can't we find another high school?
We don't need one.
Doesn't Ignatius or Eds or
They'd have stuck with Pettin. That might have
Menor?
worked.
Give me a public school there too. We can't pull a coach from there.
Well, Coach Kyle's available.
How about Baltimore? Baltimore takes our
Hello,
team.
Coach.
They took what? Brian Billick. And now today we sit here, we find out why Jesse Minter didn't want to come here. What is it? What does Baltimore have other than us?
Can I make a comment about the Minter thing?
Yeah, go ahead. That's why you're here, Jeff.
It's a good idea.
Yeah.
He clearly chose the Ravens over the Browns.
Not shocked.
That said, completely understandable in his situation. He worked in Baltimore for 4 years. He knows them. They know him. That alone would be enough for him to take that job if he liked working for the Baltimore Ravens. That alone. And you don't even have to look at stability of the organization and the fact that he has Lamar Jackson at quarterback. Just the fact that he'd worked there for 4 years, and not that long ago. He'd only been gone for 5 years. So that alone, so I can't hold that against the Browns. Hey, I've got other opportunities out there, but Baltimore wants me, sold. I get that. That's nothing against the Browns. But it is a second coach who has turned down the second interview. And the other coach
But
who
if he
turned
knew
down
he
the
was
second
taking another
interview-
job, why? Who cares?
Well, yeah.
If he knew
that's
he
what
was
I
taking
just
it, I'm
said.
glad- yeah,
you
I'm
can't
glad he
hold that
did.
against the Browns.
Yeah,
But Andy, here's the point of that is this. There's no question I want the Ravens job over the Browns job. Okay, I think we all get that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, especially since he had been there before. Mike McDaniel just flat out chose not to interview a second time with the Browns because he's interviewing with the Bills today, according to reports. And he has a backup plan lined up, OC for the Chargers, just in case. But Mike McDaniel clearly said thank you, but no. And he had worked here before.
Yeah,
That's
the
okay,
McDaniel
too.
thing is.
That's okay, too.
I think the McDaniel thing compared to the Minter thing are two different
Without question.
things. Minter knew he had a chance to go back to a place where he had cut his teeth and had a great opportunity to do that. And I don't
Yeah.
blame him. And I
we
don't
get
feel
it.
slighted in the least that
We get
Minter decided to go back to Baltimore. But the McDaniel thing stings just a little.
Well, he just
because
said no.
he just said, I don't want to. I don't want to coach for you.
Right.
I don't know. Is that jilted?
No.
I mean, personally, I didn't care if they hired either one of these guys. I'm not going to lie. I want them to hire someone with some experience. Sorry, McDaniel has it, but
I like McDaniel. I think he's really smart. I think he's a smart guy. I think his offense is really good.
I just don't.
But he didn't want to be here, so that's
easy.
That's
You don't want to
okay.
be here. You don't want us. We don't want you.
There you go. And he's allowed to feel that way, Andy.
I'm concerned about us going into panic mode. Like, and fans seem to. It's again. I said it yesterday too that we're so used to it on trade deadline day that you really want one of our teams to do something. Whether it's, and it's more baseball, basketball, but when our teams don't do anything on trade deadline day, you're like, oh, why didn't we do anything? And then we get the obligatory. Well, sometimes doing nothing is just like making a trade. Or getting someone back from the IR is just like
Extras,
making a trade.
baby, here you go.
So you find yourself in the same position. I'm just wondering, do you think the Browns are watching this thing slip by? I don't. And they still have more guys to interview. We know they do. I don't. The Rooney Rule is interesting at best. I love the fact that it exists. I just don't understand the rules and constraints that you have against it. And if someone chooses not to interview with you once you made a formal request, is that
and he accepted?
yeah, should that go against the team? I don't.
As far as everybody knows on the record, the Browns haven't satisfied the Rooney Rule.
Right, on the record.
If that is the case, a situation might be awkward. If they invite a coach in for an interview. If that's the case, if they haven't satisfied it, it's awkward. Daryl was just, on the morning show here, and as he was walking down, he goes, maybe they interviewed a college coach, a minority candidate, and that would satisfy the Rooney Rule. Nobody has to publicize that.
Right.
It just needs to be filed with the NFL. So maybe they have and nobody knows, which is possible. If they haven't, Andy, and it becomes public that they're bringing in minority coaches for interviews, if I was one of those minority coaches, it might feel a little awkward. On the other hand, you could bring in a big part of the Rooney Rule was to give minority coaches, young coaches as well, an opportunity to go through the hiring process so that they're more prepared for it. Like Grant Udinski getting interviews. He doesn't satisfy the Rooney Rule, but this is a new thing for him, interviewing for head coaching jobs. And if he decides he doesn't want a job this time or he doesn't get hired, well, I would think he'd be better prepared down the road. And that's part of the Rooney Rule as well. So the Browns could bring in young minority coaches who might be a position coach and say, hey, we'd like to interview you for the head coaching job, but we also will be looking for coordinators if we don't hire you.
Well, we know for sure we're looking for an offensive coordinator.
Right, which exposes younger coaches to the whole hiring process. So until worst case scenario, it could be awkward. Maybe it's already been cleared up and taken care of. Who knows? I don't know that it hasn't been. We just know that publicly they haven't done that yet. They haven't satisfied the Rooney Rule. Does that make sense?
It absolutely makes sense. I also think that it could, especially knowing where you are here in Cleveland right now, knowing that you need an offensive coordinator. Let's just say you're an up-and-coming running back coach or wide receivers coach, and now you could be looking at
safeties coach.
Well,
if you hire Jim Schwartz, you're going to need a DC.
Yeah, I do think that worst case scenario, you're looking at trying to fulfill the coordinator positions. So I don't know. I hate to think that the process is slowed down, especially if you've been rejected, to take the interview. Like that should count. Hey, we requested and then were rejected. And by the way, I think there's reasons to reject too, not just because of the franchise, but because you're saying, wait, you're interviewing me. Why? Not because I'm qualified. It's kind of goofy, and it's not. It just seems. You're right. Awkward. Doesn't make a hill of beans, or a hill of sense, or whatever you want to call it.
I know what you mean.
So again, do you think, as we sat here yesterday too, I'm not worried. I'm really not. I didn't really think Minter was coming, and I didn't have Minter up there on my list. I still wonder what they're thinking.
You have a list? Nice.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I have a list. Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, I'm glad I could have one. I heard, Daryl's list this morning. I was like, okay, I get it. If they do decide to hire one of these young guys, Shieldhouse or Udinski, that they blow me away when they step up to the podium for the first time. Especially a guy who's 30. Like, I'm not age discrimination on this. I really, really, really hope that they hire someone that knows what they're doing, and that's really the end of it. I just don't trust handing the keys to a franchise.
That could be a guy of any age, though.
Yeah, I know. I'm not trying to belittle it. I'm concerned if they bring someone in that just doesn't see the entire picture.
Yeah, but you don't. It
know happens all the time.
I don't know that.
Yeah, that's why I want to be blown away when they show me.
Except I don't need rhetoric during a press conference. We're not going to know anything about this coach until they put a team on the field in the fall, whoever it is they hire. Seriously, rhetoric at a press conference doesn't mean much.
How did it do in Detroit? He fulfilled the expectation.
I was chatting with a buddy this morning, and I mentioned a couple of guys who got hired. We're going to go over this later. Just that the timing of the hires doesn't necessarily indicate whether the guy will be successful or not. And I mentioned Nick Sirianni was the last guy hired during his hiring cycle.
Right.
And my buddy said, "Do you remember his press conference?" And I said, "Actually, I don't." And he said he was atrocious. He was stumbling all over himself. He wasn't good. Didn't make any sense. Said it looked like he was scared out of his wits. Well, how'd that work out?
It worked out just fine, didn't it?
So I'm not worried about what the guy says. I want to see his team on the field.
Are you worried that the Browns are kind of watching this list get smaller and saying they may not be able to get the guy they want? I'm not panicking. I'm not there yet. I'll panic after the Super Bowl. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps.
Attention 92.3 The Fan listeners. Thank you. Over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Brian Anderson joining us in the 11 o'clock hour. Tim Mayo will join us in the noon hour. Jamel White, former Browns running back, will join us in the 1 o'clock hour. So we got a lot of stuff coming up.
Sugar booger.
All the super friends of the show. We're like the Justice League of America here, aren't we? Can we be DC for a moment, or are we more Marvel?
We could be what we need to be.
Is that it? Is that how
There's a job that needs to be taken care of. We're here for it.
It is cool sometimes when you go to Cincinnati. Have you ever been down there where is it the terminal station down there that was, it's the inspiration for the Justice League of America from the cartoons.
Really?
Oh, it looks just like it.
I'll be darned.
Yeah, we had like some there was like an Emmys there inside the hall. It was really cool. You're like, wow, I'm walking into the Justice League.
That is cool.
Actually they filmed, I want to say they filmed one of the Justice League movies, part of that down in Cincinnati, where it looks just like it.
I'll have to check that out. That's
really
amazing.
Cool. Yeah, it's really cool. Anyway, he's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. That was Dan Mennigan chiming in. In case you didn't know. I'm not in panic mode. I think that's the big story. I think for most Browns fans, are you panicking?
With the Browns?
Yeah, with the Browns, yeah. In life, yeah, I'm always in
life
panic.
most of the time.
True. I'm glad you brought that up because I was worried about it. But the Mike McDaniel thing irritates me, but it's not the end of the world. It's just like, he didn't want us, we don't want him. See you later. Peace out.
What would you be? Are you irritated at him? Are you taking that personally, or is it a reflection on where the organization is in his mind? Remember, he's the guy who wrote the exit, the exit papers for Kyle Shanahan. So,
but then we went back and asked for him to be a part of it again.
Yes, they did.
So I guess you got to know what happens when you put your hand in the fire, right? You're probably going to get burned.
Nice.
Thank you. It's Analogy Friday here on Baskin and Phelps.
A little bit of background info, if you would like. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN, the Browns, as we've laid out, Browns are hosting Jags OC Grant Udinski today. Interest in Udinski is real. The expectation as of now is Cleveland goes into next week with the search and definitely wants to speak with Rams assistant Nate Scheelhaus. But Udinski has a chance to impress in person. That's from Jeremy Fowler of ESPN.
Jeff, just give me your thoughts on Udinski, because we haven't gone down that road yet, and I don't know enough. I don't know enough about him. I don't.
Well,
I'm not going to sit here and lie.
How could you?
Well, I mean, you go back and look at the numbers that he's
the guy who lived in his car for a week when he went to be a graduate assistant at Baylor, and then the OC took him in and gave him a room to stay in, and then when Matt Rule left Baylor, he ends up going with Matt Rule to the Carolina Panthers. He gets a lot of credit the last 2 years for really helping Sam Darnold in Minnesota last year. And they were, 14-3? And then he goes to Jacksonville, and Trevor Lawrence has the best season of his career. Now, is that because of Grant Udinski, the offensive coordinator, or is that because of Liam Cohen, the former offensive coordinator, now head coach? All I know is that the last 2 years, his teams have won 27 regular season games, I believe it is. And the two quarterbacks he worked with, who both looked like guys who weren't going to reach their potential, reached their potential when he was working with them. He's really intriguing, Andy. I've read some things where it says the way his mind thinks, and it was Trevor Lawrence who actually said it. I mean, you can see it churning in that he's way past all the rest of us. And he has to dumb it down to explain it to the rest of us.
Huh. I mean, it would be an amazing story. A guy was, living in his car in a Walmart parking lot at one point.
Walmart's really nice. They allow that.
Yeah,
you can park your RV at a Walmart.
It is really nice of them.
Yeah.
Then they don't kick you out?
No.
Do you have an RV in one?
No, they let you do that. They want you there.
Sure, probably because you're going to come in and shop.
Darn right.
Why wouldn't you? Again, I don't think we know enough about him, but yet, so did he get the day today, Jeff? I mean, you gave Minter the day yesterday. You're not going to give him, does this day belong to him?
I got burned by it yesterday, Andy.
Oh, so now you're not going to go back down that road?
No, and I also don't have a what is it, Central Buck High School or whatever it is.
Well, Davidson, he was at Davidson for a while.
Yeah, I don't have one of those.
I wonder if he can shoot a three-pointer.
I don't have a Towson State.
Or a Davidson? Either one. He was at either one of those places. Again, I just, over the last 24 hours, I heard panic in people's voices, and I'm like, you know what? We need to probably chill on this. Speaking of Davidson, let's go down to North Carolina. Jeff is there. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking a call.
What's going on, man?
Forgive me. Lifelong Browns fan here. A lot of things I got to get off my chest. I'm extremely depressed right now. I need some therapy from you, too.
Oh, no worries. It's Therapy Friday.
Help me out. I just think Haslam's always been the problem. He's made every wrong decision. It's not like that can change. That's probably why I need the therapy. Fired one of our best assets in Kevin Stefanski. Like him or not, the rest of the league loves him. I mean, you get your quarterback traded week 4 and strapped with a 3rd and 5th round draft pick, and then get blamed for not playing very well on offense. That's a tough bit right there. And I think a lot of people might think Kevin would be, really good here for us next year, given the list we have. I think a lot of people, how we look at the Jets, just total dumpster fire.
Yeah, that's how they look at us too. So that's okay.
Yeah, I know, but it's hard for fans to understand that, right? And so you look at the win-loss record, you just start, firing people to fix it when I think the fix was already in the building. And that's just the hard part for me in this moment, is that we let go of a really good football coach in hopes of who. And it looks like we have no plan. I mean, even the guy McDaniel, the kid cancels us because he wants to be the Chargers OC, but he's like, nah, I still look at the Bills. It's just, those are the kind of things that give you the depressed moments. And if you two wouldn't help me get out of that trash can this morning, I'd appreciate it.
No worries. We live in the trash can. It's me, Jeff, and Oscar. We just chill in here. How do they fix it, Jeff? What do you want them to do?
Well, again, you can't get rid of Haslam. I didn't want them to fire Stefanski, but we are in this moment. So, best available, and us three guys aren't sitting in the room to know how good this Udinski kid is. Or
Amen.
If Jim Schwartz. So you just got to go back to, is Haslam going to make the right call? And, so far, I've just not been real impressed from the owner down.
I think history
really
makes us all
about,
skeptical, Jeff. That's what the thing is. That's where we're
No doubt. But the other thing that gets me is Andrew Berry in his press conference. He used the word partner a lot. The next coach we bring in is going to be a partner. So that guy clearly has Jimmy's ear. He's clearly got the power struggle won. And I think because of that, Schwartz ain't got a chance, and we'll probably see a young kid.
Outstanding. Thank you, Jeff.
I think Jeff touches on something that's interesting there. If Schwartz were to get the job, would he have an equal seat at the table, the Haslam table, or would he be under Berry? And we still don't know the structure. Would that coach report to the owner, or would Berry become the guy that they report to? And you would think, Andy, if a young coordinator type came in, Andrew Berry would certainly be calling all the shots until the young coordinator proved himself. And the minute that would happen, that guy would have the upper hand. Dan and I have said this from the beginning of the search. Ideally, you would love to find the next great young coach and have that guy be your coach for a long period of time. Ideally, I think that's even better than hiring somebody with experience. But this situation just feels like one where a guy with experience could come in and just kind of calm things down and hit reset a little bit.
Although Kevin tried to calm things down. I mean, Kevin was about as calm as they come.
And Andy, that's why I don't rule out one of these young guys. I honestly don't think we can be closed-minded about it. The thing screams to me, boy, an experienced coach would be really good here. But I'd still prefer to find the hot young coordinator who ends up being really, really good. I'd Love our Kyle Shanahan. Love to find our.
We had him.
Love to find our Mike Tomlin. Love to find our Sean McVay.
Our Mike Vrabel.
Well, he was an experienced coach. We all know the deal. He wasn't going to take this job.
Kevin's in Cuyahoga Falls. Hi, Kev.
I don't think.
Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
Hey, trying to figure it out. Not panicking, though. Keep reminding myself, don't panic.
Hey, if we hire Coach Jim on Victory Mondays, can I say that Schwartz was with us?
Nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think that's the first time we've heard that one. Yeah.
We're all going to wear gym shorts.
Yeah,
Wow.
for everybody under 40, that's that's an old movie. Anyway, hey, I've been
be with you.
Thank you. Yes. Hey, as you guys know, I've been pretty critical of the Browns front office all the way back to probably the worst due diligence ever with the Massage Watson situation. And, I've done plenty of due diligence jobs in my career, and the Browns was a fumble at best. And now our coaching hire, I think they've bungled that too from a management perspective. Basically, tip the cap to the Giants and the Falcons, who got the regulatory side done right away. They met the Rooney Rule.
How about the Bills, too?
Exactly. How have we not done it already? That is a mismanagement of epic proportions. You should have had guys lined up day one, fine, day two, whatever. The point is, within a couple days, you've met the regulatory requirements of the Rooney Rule. So when your guy comes, and he comes to the building, Berea, whatever, you don't need second interviews. You say, this is my guy, and you pull the trigger that day, just like the other teams have already done. The Bills have already met it. When they find their guy, they're going to pull the trigger and announce it immediately. The Giants did it. The Falcons did it, but we haven't. That is just epic mismanagement. And I tell my staff,
they haven't as far as we know, by the way, right. Kev. Let's just
okay.
As far as we know, they haven't met the Rooney Rule.
That's what I'm saying, right? So far, we've been told they haven't, and I'll just tell you, from me as a business guy, when my clients have things like this, the number one item on the punch list is everything that's required by whatever agency we're helping them with financials, taxes, whatever. That gets done first, number one. Then the other stuff could come after that. And the fact that the Browns haven't met the Rooney Rule is just epic mismanagement, and I can't be more critical of them from that perspective. And look at the organizations have already pulled the trigger. They did it the right way. The Giants have done it right. The Falcons have done it right. And it looks like the Bills have already done it right, and we haven't. So,
according to NFL.com, the Bills haven't met the Rooney Rule requirement yet.
Oh, okay.
But they're chatting with Mike McDaniel today. They're scheduled to talk to former Browns running back coach Anthony Lynn, former Charger head coach, and the Dolphins defensive coordinator Anthony Weaver.
So your premise is right.
They're meeting it awfully quickly, and we're not.
Yeah,
so, exactly. There you go.
Hey, Kev, we got to roll here.
Be the worry, guys. Yeah, keep up good work, fellas.
All right, thank you, Kevin. Have a good weekend. Let's roll on with this a little bit, too. I just give me your gut feeling on what the Browns are doing right now. And it's the panic part that I think some fans are feeling right now. I don't know that you need to feel that yet. Talk more about that when we come back. Plus, Brian Anderson joins us coming up in the 11 o'clock hour. 216-474-0092.
When there's news that affects the Cleveland sports fan, Daryl Ryder is on top of every headline. Listen to his report.
Listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. I guess maybe part of the situation with the Browns and trying to hire a head coach and figure out the rest of the coaching staff is your confidence level. And I don't know what...
That's huge.
Yeah,
You're right.
I don't know
You're
why
right.
you would have confidence in the front office right now. I just don't. Especially because it doesn't seem like they had a clear-cut plan going into this when they decided they wanted to let Kevin Stefanski go. The water gets murkier because other teams wanted Stefanski. It's not like...
Quickly.
Yeah, it's not like they were like, oh, I don't want to touch that Kevin Stefanski. No, they wanted him. And multiple teams wanted him. So, are you going to upgrade when you gave away something that was coveted by other teams? That's why it looks as murky as it does now. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah. Yeah. I do think it's fair.
I mean, if they were a complete failure and the guy they fired wasn't coaching again, you might be like, okay, I get it. I understand it. But I think it just toys with you when you think about the confidence level you have for the front office. Because, I mean, all we have right now kind of is the defense. You got to rebuild the offensive line. No idea what's going on. No idea what's going on at quarterback.
You have tight ends and running backs. That's all you have on the offense.
Which, by the way, Kevin had most of the time he was here and did pretty well with those two positions.
When he had an offensive line.
Yeah.
And competent quarterback play.
Let me take a phone call then. And you had a good point. I want to hear it about having patience. And history will tell you maybe you should. Mike is in Stowe. Hey, Mike.
Hey, good morning, guys. How we doing?
Morning. Good.
So this is totally an indictment on ownership. This really is. It's put it right out there to let everybody in the whole world that didn't already know that our Cleveland Browns are a complete dumpster fire. And the fact that they got rid of Kevin, and Jeff, we've been on there, we'll beat that dead horse, and kept Mr. Barry around. And, maybe there was a reason behind that, right? Maybe he's the smarter guy in the room. But to see how they've handled the search and, not handling it properly, and now we know the candidates are dropping out. It's totally an indictment on ownership because everybody on the NFL knows that not only from a roster standpoint that we are a long way away from being competitive, offensive line, quarterback, wide receivers, I could go on. Our defense, yes, great, but our best players are pretty much at their prime and about to start declining. So we better do something there. Is that going to happen quick enough? Probably not. And a lot of people see this. When they see what Andrew Barry, how he's handled it, how he's hit 1 out of 6 drafts, and then when they see the owner allowing this to happen, and we go all the way back to the Baker thing, and we won't say whether it was right or wrong, but the owner should have been the more mature guy in the room. We had an immature general manager. We had an immature head coach at the time. They both were on their first jobs. He should have been smarter. This guy's ran corporations his whole adult life. So why is he not able to hire the right person or understand at least whether he's a football guy or not? These are not basically good decisions. I can see how everybody else is reacting to us. This is a huge mistake. So this is us being, exposed to everybody now. And, it's gotten to the point where it's such a mess. We have so much we have to do. And now we can't even fix it because we didn't have a plan going in. We should have fired Barry, and we can't fire our owner. We're not getting any better for a long time. I hate to say it, but it's about the owner. It's just an indictment on the owner. He has to know who to fire, who to keep around. He doesn't. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. You're not changing the owner, so you're right. Let's not change it. So how do you fix this without changing the owner? I don't.
You can't change the owner. They just have to get it right. I mean,
it's not like they don't. It's not like the Haslam's don't wake up. They wake up in the morning like, oh, we want to be bad. They want to win. I mean, I know they want to win.
Like this sounds trite at this time when we're sitting here waiting for a head coaching hire. 32 guys There are a lot of football coaches who would probably be competent NFL head coaches. I mean that. That's not to downplay it. I've always thought football is the most overcoached sport going. Doesn't mean you don't need good coaching, but I just think it's incredibly overcoached. So many coaches and everything else. There got to be 32 guys that can figure out how to be a good NFL head coach if you have the proper talent on your team. You have good talent, you can coach it up. And so I'd improve the roster, hire a guy who knows something about football, and go. But to me, it starts with the roster, and you can find a guy who can coach. A coach can mess it up, but find a guy who can coach a better roster and go win games.
Aaron's in Bedford. Hi, Aaron.
Hey, good morning, Andy and Jeff.
Good morning. How are you, Aaron? How are you?
All right. Well, the coaching search to me is going the way it's going to go. I'm not surprised about people talking about Haslam, Berry, in terms of how they may not have got it right, and Haslam interference, and Berry should be fired. One of my biggest things is this. We don't know exactly why Berry stayed until everybody say the draft and all like that. Berry could have been the guy telling Haslam all along, don't do this, don't do that. He might have listened to DePodesta. He might have listened to Kevin, whatever the case may be, because if you remember, DePodesta had Kevin on his list to be the coach beforehand.
Correct.
Right.
So my thinking is this. This is what I think, and this is what I believe should have happened. All Kevin's assistants got fired, right, beforehand.
No. They're still under contract, Aaron.
Before these guys came in, a lot of his assistants got fired. Running backs coach.
More than a few of them did. Special teams coach.
Joe Woods, and then you go back to the point of Kevin giving up the play calling.
Mike
How many
Prefer.
times? Yeah. How many times Kevin give up the play calling?
Twice.
So that says it right there. They wasn't satisfied with his play calling. Then who was the last domino was going to fall? It was going to be Kevin. I would have demoted Berry. That's what I would have did. Now, if he didn't want the job, then he would have been fired. Either take a demotion or I fire you. As far as Haslam goes, like you said, we can't get rid of the owner, but we got to get a communicator, a guy who can communicate on not just practice, but on game day to have these guys in position. And that's the biggest thing I think we need, a guy who can in-game decisions. And I'll just say this about Kevin, and I'll leave it at that.
All right, thank you.
I go back to that.
Sure.
4-for-1 against Atlanta, and he passes the ball 4 straight times, and Jacoby Brissett throws the ball out of bounds. Run the ball. We had one of the best running backs in the league.
Sometimes you just try to wonder, and you're just. I'm not trying to be down on this whole thing because I want to be upbeat about what they're going to do, and you got Udinski in today. I don't know. I could be totally blown away, and I hope that if they do hire this guy, that he's the person they want, and that he can do something. But again, there's a little bit of like magical dust you got to put on this thing, right?
Magical dust.
I mean, you're talking about a guy with no experience as a head coach, a guy 30 years old, barely been around as long as Google.
At some point, Andy, everybody who was hired to be a head coach in the NFL was hired with no head coaching experience.
Yeah, I understand.
Everybody got their first gig.
I don't know. You could have been a college coach or a high school coach or something.
Everybody was never an NFL head coach. Everybody who's ever been hired.
Okay, so do me a favor.
Was hired to be a first-time NFL head coach.
Build the perfect head coach for this team then for me, will you please? What do they need?
I love when we play Mary Poppins.
What do they need?
They need somebody. They need somebody who can coach the game. It's not this dang difficult. Just find somebody who can coach.
It is, Jeff. We can't find one.
Yes, you can.
No, I mean since '99. Who have we found?
You just had one and you fired him.
Okay, that means we haven't found one.
You had one. It worked out pretty well.
Okay, well you can't do anything with that now. You got to turn the page.
And I'm not defending Kevin. It's this. They found a guy before. First 4 years, they went to the playoffs twice, won 11 games twice, 2 times NFL Coach of the Year. Okay, you can't say that was a bad hire. So they figured it out. Whether it was Paul DePodesta or Andrew Berry or the Haslams, whoever did the hiring figured it out. And Kevin was in before Andrew Berry, so it wasn't him, right? Isn't that the deal?
Kevin was in before Andrew Berry.
I think so.
I thought Berry was here for. That is correct.
Yeah. Stefanski first, then Berry.
Yeah.
Okay.
So DePodesta, the Haslams, they figured it out. They got a guy who was a good coach for a while. And then the roster went to Kapui, and so did his record. And the GM who put the roster together is still here, and the coach is in Atlanta, where they didn't hold the last 2 years against him, nor did anybody else who wanted to hire him. And that's okay. That's fine. Again, my thought, I'd have brought Kevin and Andrew back. I'd have brought them both back. They didn't do that. They split them up. That's fine. Just, you got to go find another coach. It's not that difficult. Now,
are they making it more difficult then?
I don't think they're doing anything. They're still looking for a coach. I truly don't think we can draw any conclusions as to where this thing is right now. I mean, who got hired that you think, oh, they missed out on him? Who's been hired
Harbaugh.
who you really think, oh, they missed out?
Harbaugh.
End of story. Did they miss out on Stefanski? Nope, because they got rid of him.
Right.
Did they miss out on Jeff Hafley going to Miami? Don't think so. Jeff was here, but I don't think he was on their list.
Yeah, never really brought him in for a second interview either.
Did they miss out on Robert Saleh?
Never brought him in for a second interview.
Exactly. Who, by the way, qualifies as a Rooney Rule candidate, given his background. And they were going to bring in Jesse Minter.
He went to a place he was comfortable with.
Well, and as I said yesterday, you got Jim Schwartz. You got a defensive coordinator right here. You got Mike McDermott out there. Why would you hire Jesse Minter over those two guys? Now, maybe you think he's a better candidate, but did any of us really think Jesse Minter was the guy?
I would have hired him. I would have talked to him and hired him.
I know you would have, and I would have too.
Right.
But I can't sit here and say they've missed out on anybody.
No, none of us can say that yet.
Except John Harbaugh.
Yeah.
That's the only guy that it's like, everybody else is like, well, okay, somebody else hired you. Now, I think they might have missed out on Mike McDaniel.
I don't know. I'm not that heartbroken. Maybe it's just me. I'm not heartbroken.
I like him. I like him.
I don't know. I'm still good with Jim Schwartz, though. So, I'd be happy if they just, when this thing's all said and done,
Andy,
and Schwartz becomes the head coach, I'm down with it. I'm good.
If they hire Udinski, none of us knew anything drastic about that guy. If they hire Shieldhouse, we didn't know anything drastic about him. Fine, bring him in. Let's go.
We'll all talk ourselves into all these guys.
Well, that is true. And Dan, maybe he becomes that hot coordinator.
We'll all talk ourselves.
We don't know. We don't know.
Yeah. 216-474-0092. Brian Anderson joins us in the next hour, Baskin and Phelps. Tim May at high noon.
This
and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
First or last, what's the best place to be when there are multiple teams looking for a head coach? We're going to talk about that in a second. He is Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Brian Anderson scheduled to join us this hour. Tim May at noon. Jamel White at 1 o'clock. Jeff, is it better to be first or last? What do you think?
If you're not first, you are last, Andy.
No, or second. Or third, even. And in this race, what? Ninth.
It was a Talladega Nights reference.
I know, Jeff. Thanks.
Okay. Just wanted to double check with you.
Thank you. I was concerned. I was very worried about it.
Though you want your team to seemingly have everything lined up and be ready to go and know exactly who they want and blah, 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 blah. I just thought, let me do a little checking here. And what's happened in some of the last coaching cycles, another buzz thing that's going around the NFL now, this coaching cycle.
As far as us? Or
no, the league.
The league, okay.
The league. And who got hired and when. And my friends with AI, I have friends there. My friends with AI helped with this.
Oh, good. You're
so
tight
if
with them,
it's inaccurate, and it's not because I've tried to double check as much of it as I can.
Blame the robot.
Blame the robot. Oh, I get music for this? Okay.
Then it was a list.
All right. Well,
it's following rules.
Let's go back to when the Browns hired Stefanski. Okay. And there, according to my friends at AI, there were 5 coaches hired at that time in that coaching cycle. The first one was hired was Ron Rivera. Okay. Matt Rule was the second guy hired there from Carolina. And then the Cowboys hired Mike McCarthy, and Kevin was the 4th hire of that cycle. And then Joe Judge was the last, apparently. And, was Kevin the best hire out of that bunch? Yeah, it was either Kevin or Mike McCarthy, and they were the 3rd and 4th guys hired. Okay, that was interesting. In the 2021 head coach cycle,
okay,
the first coach off the board, first guy hired, first team to fill, the Jacksonville Jaguars hired a gentleman named Urban Meyer.
How'd that work out?
They jumped in because they wanted to get him. He was the first guy hired.
That was a bad move.
Well, it was. Followed by Robert Saleh, Arthur Smith, Brandon Staley, local guy. Dan Campbell was the 5th guy hired during that coaching cycle. The 6th guy was David Culley. And bringing up the rear, because they were talking to so many people and maybe didn't know what they were doing, Philadelphia Eagles hired Nick Sirianni. So the last guy hired during that coaching cycle has so far been the best of the bunch. And I say this only because I would love to sit here and think, well, you got to hire quick. And I even said that. If you have your candidate, you better jump in and get him before somebody else does. I don't know that the Browns have their candidate. They're looking.
Why didn't you say Sirianni was a local guy? Mountain Union didn't count? I'm just curious.
Well, he went to college here. Does that make you a local guy?
Oh, yeah.
If you flew over Cleveland, are you a local guy?
No, there's a difference. So if you took a class somewhere in the...
Brandon Staley grew up here.
Yeah, but Sirianni went to Mountain Union. That's good.
Okay. All right, well, local guy, Nick Sirianni.
There you go.
And Sirianni was the offensive coordinator, unsung offensive coordinator of the Indianapolis Colts. And the thinking behind his hiring, you guys can get ready to puke. Get the puke buckets ready. According to a story I read from ESPN, doing a little checking in on the history, their head coach at the time was Frank Reich, who was the quarterback's coach, offensive coordinator for the Eagles when Carson Wentz was really going well, and they liked Carson Wentz, and Carson liked Frank Reich, and they couldn't hire Frank, and they brought in Nick Sirianni because they thought he could be the guy to get Carson Wentz back on track. Yikes. Anyhow, he was the last guy hired, and he's got a Super Bowl, and he's arguably the best guy of the bunch, right?
Okay.
2022.
So what the trend you're showing me here is you don't necessarily want to be first.
No, the trend is it doesn't really matter. This goes back to what we said earlier. Just find a guy who can coach. And there are a lot of guys who can coach. You just got to find one.
But it doesn't. But what I am hearing, and you're laying it out, that there is no pressure to be the first one to hire someone.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. This one was interesting. 2022 coaching cycle. Okay.
Okay.
Last guy hired was Dennis Allen by the Saints. Didn't really go well. Second to last guy was Lovie Smith, who got another chance with the Texans. I liked Lovie. I thought he was pretty good with the Bears, but that didn't work. The next...
Does Ohio State count for him as a local guy? No.
They hired 9 guys during this coaching cycle. The 7th guy hired during the cycle was Kevin O'Connell, who looks like a real deal in Minnesota, doesn't he? So, and some of these are based on playoffs and other things. But that's part of it, and that might be what the Browns are dealing with now, like with Nate Shieldhouse. You know, that might be. The first coach off the board in the 2022 hiring cycle, Nathaniel Hackett. I don't mean to laugh.
You laugh at that one.
It didn't go well for him. So I'm just saying here. And he was followed by Matt Eberflus, Brian Daboll. It didn't really work out too well for Brian in New York. Josh McDaniels, it didn't work in Vegas. Doug Peterson went to Jacksonville. That didn't work. Mike McDaniel then went to Miami. That kind of worked. And then Kevin O'Connell. And that's really worked pretty well.
Yeah. Again, the back end.
So just don't hold the fact that the Browns haven't hired anybody yet completely against them, because it still could work out real well.
All right. So you're saying all is calm.
Am I Kevin Bacon? I wouldn't say it's all calm, but you know.
Dave is in Fort Worth, Texas. Hi, Dave.
Hello, David.
How you doing?
What's up,
you
man?
Know, I watch Moneyball, and it sort of relates to the situation that is with the Browns here, because I don't think it's a coach, and I don't think we're going to get a good coach in there. And here's why: Andrew Berry. You know, I remember we had Flacco, we had Pickett, then we had 2 rookies that neither one of them are probably going to be the franchise quarterback. But I remember Brad Pitt in that movie saying, when he let all these people go and everything, you know, and he was at odds with the coach, and he told the coach, he goes, I can do this all day long. So what does he do? Gets rid of Flacco, gets rid of Pickett, leaves Stefanski. And I'm not a huge Stefanski fan, but the thing is, he leaves them with nothing. And he's still there. You know, yeah, I don't think – and then you got 2 coaches that aren't even going to take a second interview, because the first one was they sort of read between the lines. Andrew Berry's going to be running the team. And if you don't do his whatever he wants done, then guess what? Bottom line is this: I can't believe the state of Ohio is giving $600 million to an owner who's putting this product on the field. Just can't believe it.
So you know that money gets paid back, just so you know, and it's the money is being. I mean, bringing the dome up in this conversation has absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Oh,
Absolutely
I agree.
nothing.
I agree with that.
mean, I understand your frustration, but
yeah,
I understood everything until you got to that point. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, I threw that in at the end there. You know, just an afterthought. But
gotcha.
The whole thing is,
how do you like Jerry World? That's what they want to build here.
Yeah. Do you like Jerry World?
I want to build Jerry World.
I think the seats up in the upper levels are horrible.
Hey, you know what? Well, they are, but I'll tell you what. I got the privilege to sit at the 50-yard line 3 rows back last year, and you ain't going to see a better game than that.
There you go. Just don't sit in that upper deck because you feel like you're falling out of the sky. That's the problem down there. Dave, thank you. We appreciate you. Enjoy the cold weather you guys are about to get from us. We're giving it to you.
I think it's already there.
Is it already there?
Probably.
Thanks, man.
And I thank you for that.
All right. Thank you, Dave.
And their weather's coming here.
Yes.
Started in Arizona.
Oh, I thought it was coming in from – I thought I was watching a model that said it was coming this way.
No, I think it's moving up.
Arctic blast? Isn't that what they're calling this thing?
Well, it might be Arctic, but it's coming up from the south.
Toilet paper, beer, and bourbon. You better stock up.
Yep. Got to have it.
Did you start stocking? Grocery stores were bad last night, by the way. Tried to hop into a grocery store the last couple of days?
One of the members of the family went out and did a little shopping yesterday.
How'd that go?
Apparently fine.
Okay. I was told after the shopping experience yesterday that things are off the shelves already. People are preparing.
Well, it's supposed to be better by Monday or Tuesday, but it's going to be cold.
Any chance it's a big nothing burger? How many times have we had that last couple times?
This is no big nothing burger. This is a big, we're going to dump snow all over you.
We're getting all kinds of snow. Yep. It's coming. All right.
So you better have your provisions ready to go.
And by the way, isn't McDaniel interviewing today in Buffalo where the weather's horrible today?
Yeah, if he goes to Buffalo today, Buffalo's weather's usually bad.
Yeah.
But it's not hitting until tomorrow night at 7. That's what everybody says. How they missed whatever it is we drove through today, I don't know.
Toilet paper, beer, and bourbon. You better stock up.
Maybe they'd already stocked up before they did the forecast and had the beer and the bourbon.
It was a squall, Jeff. That's what we ran into today.
Yeah,
a squall.
It was terrible.
I hear you.
20 degrees on an interstate, or 20 miles per hour. 13 degrees.
Did you get to work on time?
Here I am.
Of course.
Yeah.
It's just a little hindrance in your life. That's all it was.
Yeah.
Wasn't even that much.
Not arguing with you about it.
Okay, well, I'm concerned.
Okay, thanks.
I'm worried that you're worried about things that you can't control.
Not worried about it.
Like the weather.
We had to deal with it.
Are we going to end up shutting everything down on Monday because of this stuff?
Is anyone expecting that? Getting shut down?
I don't know. I mean, we're not supposed to get a boatload of ice or anything like that, and that usually does it more than the snow does.
And I don't ever remember having a day off from school when I was a kid, not to sound old, because of cold.
Go.
Snow,
when
yes.
I was a kid.
Snow, yes. Cold, no.
We wrapped a scarf around our neck and we went to school. And we liked it.
Yeah, we put tinfoil on our feet to keep the warmth in. But you better make sure you use the right side of the tinfoil, the side that keeps the heat in.
Maybe the Browns should do their interviews, like just fly to Tallahassee.
Do the Kevin Durant thing like he did in the Hamptons, except pick yours in I don't know, Bermuda.
It's really not a bad idea. Let's be honest.
Everybody flies into Bora Bora and we talk to them there.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad idea. I would do off-site interviews. Can we get in trouble for
they're
that?
allowed, are they?
Well, if the weather's bad,
satisfy these properly.
Hey, if we can move games to Detroit because of bad snow, why couldn't they move interviews to somewhere to
Got
warm
me,
weather?
pal. Got me.
You don't do interviews at the winter meetings? Isn't that why they have the winter meetings?
I'm just sitting here. I'm just doing a radio show.
I would die laughing if they were like, yeah, you're going to interview with us. We're in Bora Bora. We're in one of those huts that's over off the ocean. It's 82. It's sunny. Come on down.
Rhino is in Broadview Heights. Ryan.
Hi. So I 100% agree with you guys and what you said that, we didn't miss out on those other candidates that have gotten hired everywhere else. But it's the fact of how they've been rejected now by a couple of these other candidates. Mike McDaniel, as an example, rejecting the Browns flat out before even taking another interview. It just shows the dysfunction that the Browns currently are in. They are, the Watson contract, a GM that has had maybe one good draft. No one wants to come here. And now you're just stuck with the bottom of the barrel candidates, which is great. Maybe you'll find offensive coordinator dude, maybe not.
Ryan, let me argue with you on this. You're not stuck with bottom of the barrel candidates. The 4 guys other than Harbaugh who got hired might not have even been on your list. They didn't interview 3 of them. They fired one of those. They did want to talk to Jesse Minter. So
you're right. But it's now, who else have you been rejected by?
You've been rejected. You've been clearly rejected by Mike McDaniel. Stop. Okay. You've been clearly rejected by Mike McDaniel. There were circumstances with Jesse Minter. He flat out picked the Baltimore job over the Browns job. That's a fact. But given his history with Baltimore, we understand that.
Okay.
And why wouldn't you take Baltimore over Cleveland when Cleveland's quarterback is unknown and Baltimore has Lamar Jackson?
Exactly the point, though.
No,
every other job
we
is
said that
better
earlier.
than the Browns.
Right. We said that earlier today. They're not looking at bottom of the barrel candidates. They're looking at the same candidates that the Steelers, Bills, Raiders, and Cardinals are looking at. There are guys out there. They're going to find somebody. Then we keep our fingers crossed.
And that's the point, though, is you're always with your fingers crossed. With
but the Falcons are with Stefanski.
And the bottom of the barrel job.
Hey, move on, Andy. The Falcons are with Stefanski. They have their fingers crossed. Dolphins hope Jeff Hafley can be good. Titans hope Robert Saleh is better in Tennessee than he was in New York. The only guy that's been hired who I think, without a doubt, will do a really nice job is John Harbaugh. That's a no-brainer hire. Every other hire is like, well, okay, we hope, which is the way it works almost every time in the NFL. Almost every time in the NFL. So, if you want to trash the organization because they're sitting here and they're one of 5 teams still looking for a coach, go ahead. But you have no idea who they're going to hire or how that guy's going to be. And if you think you do, you don't. This is going to take time.
Brian Anderson up next. Hey, FanDuel is turning on playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. He is Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Getting ready for a winter weather wallop, which is coming up this week. That's what I'm going to call it. You know, the Weather Channel has got to name everything.
Yeah, I think
it's a winter weather wallop.
Somebody found alliteration.
Thank you.
I want to see you on the screen showing which way the jet stream's blowing.
That's how we roll, man.
Just don't be the jackwagon standing outside.
You know, you guys make fun of me because I like to talk about the weather all the time, but
No, we don't.
although Dan doesn't, you do.
No,
Because Dan cares. Dan cares about people. Jeff, I don't think you care about people.
I love when you start the sports talk show talking about weather for 5 minutes.
Because,
really
you know,
good.
weather does affect somebody out.
Really brings our listeners right into the show.
Some of the people who are involved in sports do play outside. Last time I checked. Now, the Browns won't be a worry about that once they move into the dome.
They play inside right now.
Yeah, we have one team currently playing, yes. But you still have to get there if you're a fan. Therefore, the weather affects sports. Why do I have to convince you on this every time we talked about it?
Fine by me. I don't care.
Well, no, you get aggravated, though. I felt your aggravation.
Andy,
in
there
the
are things
beginning of the
worth
show.
getting aggravated about. You talking about the weather isn't one of them.
All right, well, that makes me feel better.
Yeah.
That you've now erased 14 years of anxiety that I've had.
Good.
For every time I came out and said, man, what a good morning. What is beautiful outside, 72, and let's talk about some sports. Now I feel better about that.
Great.
I'm glad I paid for all those psychiatrists.
So are they.
Yeah. So we got big games coming up this weekend. We got the championship games.
Yeah, Bubba.
You know, are you pumped?
You know why I'm pumped? Because none of us are going anywhere because of the weather.
Well, that's true. You're going to be locked in. Thank you. About 5 words
Honestly,
I'd like to drop right now that would get me fired.
I did see, I think it was on Pro Football Talk. They talked about how the NFL is expecting unbelievable ratings for the conference championship games because everybody's going to be locked in their homes.
It's true.
It's like 2/3 of the 2/3 of the population in the country are going to be affected by the bad weather.
Although
and they expect them to be watching conference championship games.
Although, if you're sitting in the league office, you're absolutely praying for New England Rams, right? People are going to watch the Super Bowl anyway but when we talk about big markets, you've got Boston and Los Angeles.
Super Bowl doesn't matter.
I know it doesn't matter because does it get who's watching Denver, Seattle? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, everybody. Because it's the Super Bowl.
It's the Super Bowl.
I know what I'm saying. If you took away the football teams and took away, like if I told you Denver was playing Seattle in something other than the Super Bowl,
but
no
it's
one's
not
watching.
Other than the Super Bowl.
If you pay attention to the NFL, you're watching, which 50 million people do.
I get it.
It's 2 against 1 here, Andy. Move on.
I don't care. No,
I don't know the point you're trying to make.
Yeah,
my point is that if this was like, I don't know, Rockies Mariners, no one would care.
Oh,
but it's
okay.
not.
Okay. Now
that's what I'm saying.
The NFL's a different
Thank you,
beast.
Dan, for having clarity and not wanting to squish everything I'm talking about.
The NFL's a different beast.
I know, Jeff. I'm saying that. I understand.
Okay.
But if you had a game to pick, you would probably, your preference at the network would be New England Rams.
Except people in Los Angeles don't know they have a football team. 2 of them.
I'll also add
Is it market 2? It is. It's still market 2.
I'll also add in the other part of it. It is the NFL, so they could. Andy, we 100% could go get the, some team from
Green Bay,
from Green Bay.
It would be utterly meaningless, and it's still going to pull the biggest number of the year, and it's not going to be close. I think that for the Super Bowl, I think you can flush market size.
Green Bay, Jacksonville.
I agree.
Let's go, baby.
I'm not disagreeing with what you guys are saying.
Okay.
Are we on the same page?
No, but go ahead.
Oh, Dan, are we on the same page?
Yes, but I don't totally know which page we're on. I get what you're saying of like, hey, if this was baseball or if this was basketball, I don't know if anybody would give a flying fadoodle.
Yes.
But
good catch.
It's not. It's not about that.
Okay. I was gonna. What was I gonna do? Avalanche and Kraken. Anyone care? No. So my point here is, but talkie because no one cares when you talk about that. All right. So let's do. You want to do a little rapid fire here?
Sure. If that's
right. Yes, that would make me happy right now.
Sure.
We can. No more weather.
I am gonna smack you. You're about to get smacked.
It is on camera.
That is true.
Log on to
Why
the
don't we
YouTube
make it?
page.
Can we make it a pay-per-view event?
We can't reach each other.
We'll put it behind the paywall.
If I'm going to spend the weekend in the Slammer, I may as well, enjoy.
You don't have to deal with the
Might as well
weather.
make some. That's true, and you get a couple hot, warm meals.
3 hots and a cot.
Probably watch a little TV while you're in there too, right? They have TVs in there, don't they?
All right, gents. Well, it's conference championship weekend. This is typically when you get some really, really good football games. And we've got one that going in, I got a good feeling we're going to get. And we've got another one that is 50-50. I'm not sure. The Bo Nix injury is just a bummer in this one. And the fact that we've got Jarrett Stidham that's going to start for the Denver Broncos this week, going up against a New England Patriots team with Drake May, who is throwing decently enough, though the Broncos defense is one of the best in football.
They are awesome. I love watching that Denver defense. I mean, they're really, really good. They're fun to watch.
They are good.
I mean, every time you turn, I was kind of peeked in on the game last week, and I was like, all they do is force turnovers. Turnover after turnover after turnover. Man, they are so good at it.
Well, I think they're going to have to do that against New England. I think the Broncos' offense is challenged even with Bo Nix. A challenge doesn't mean bad. I just don't think it's the best offense of the Final Four. In fact, I would think the other 3 are all better. And I think the defense is going to have to come up big for Denver to beat New England in that game. New England's going to do some things. I like Drake May. I like the way they run the ball. And their receivers have been more than competent. And New England's defense is underrated. So they're going to go up against their old buddy Jarrett Stidham. And I think they'll do a fine job. Obviously, I'm leaning New England in that game.
He's the first quarterback since Roger Staubach in 1972 to make his first start of a season in a conference championship game.
Roger.
Wow.
Pride of Cincinnati.
Think about that.
So an interesting stat that came down as well regarding this game and then all of them, and it might be one of those things that we put down on the lessons learned from the Final Four conversation if we have decided to ever have that again. The Broncos got the most pressure in the NFL from their starting defensive tackles. Second on that list, the Seattle Seahawks. Third on that list, the LA Rams. Fourth on that list,
say it,
the New England Patriots.
Oh,
wow.
That might be something worth circling.
Come on, Mason Graham.
I thought that was really interesting.
Here
that might be
comes
something
Mike
worth
Hall.
circling. Of course, you throw those kind of things out, and everybody goes, well, yeah, they're good quarterbacks too. Duh. And it's like, yeah, but you're looking for other things too that maybe you can learn with what you have. You horse's rear end.
You guys want some breaking news real quick?
Give it to us, yeah.
Matt Crowley.
According to Adam Schefter, some coaching search news. Former Colts quarterback, current St. Michael Catholic High School coach Phillip Rivers is interviewing today for the head coaching job of the Buffalo Bills.
What?
I was stunned when I saw that.
Grandpa?
Yeah, Grandpa.
Peepaw? We're bringing in Peepaw?
Grandpa Phillip, yep.
Wow. Okay.
Is he the head coach at the high school?
I believe so, yeah.
Oh, so he's got head coaching experience.
Yes, he does.
Come on, kids. We're moving from the sunny south to Buffalo.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
Again, this goes back to...
I don't know, man. It's not like in the NBA, I think you can go from player to coach much easier than you could in the NFL.
And these guys have been doing this their whole lives. Phillip Rivers knows how to
play. He knows how to play.
How to figure out the game.
There's more to it than just figuring. I mean, you're a personnel manager too. It's not like you still have to be able to manage the guys on your team,
well,
right?
You already said earlier in the show the guy had head coaching experience if it was college or high school.
Well, that's true.
Well, he's got it in high school.
There's big difference between having a conversation about, running the right route in an NFL game against guys that can run 4.4 and guys that are trying to figure out how to not only make sure they remember
in your helmets.
Well, I'm just saying,
that messes things up. Guys.
Bring your lunch to school, study for your econ test, and then also worry about puberty at the same time. I don't think he's worried about those things if you're going to the NFL.
All right.
Maybe you take that off your plate.
So here's a half-baked idea.
Okay.
Hang with me because I'm working my way through this. I don't know if what I'm about to say I totally believe.
Is Tim Couch our next head coach?
But I'm just having a thought. What if you bring in Phillip Rivers as the quote-unquote head coach? You basically have him be nothing more than the PR firm, right? Have him give pep talks, have him help out a little bit on the offensive side.
I think you can do that in baseball.
Highly qualified offensive coordinators and defensive coordinators, and let it run from there with Phillip Rivers doing nothing more than giving pep talks, helping out a little bit on the offense, and dealing with the media.
They wouldn't bring Phillip Rivers in for that. They would bring him in to be the head coach and quasi-offensive coordinator. You would bring him in because of Josh Allen.
Right.
I don't think that works in football. I do think that works in baseball, though, because so much of the day is dedicated for a baseball manager to be doing media stuff.
Well, and you're essentially a psychologist more than anything when it comes to being a baseball manager.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, you're essentially that. Like, you're just trying to make sure everybody's heads are right. I mean, you're not really going in and going, I've been noticing your elbow is flying open.
By the way, if general managers are telling you who to put where in the lineup, and UNIVAC is making the calls throughout the game, seriously, I mean, that's why I think it works in baseball. And it probably is working like that in baseball right under your nose. Do you agree or disagree with that, Dan?
I think you guys... I think there are some organizations that operate the way that you are saying. I think there are other organizations that operate with a manager having a little bit more say.
I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying it happens. I think it happens more often than you think.
I think there are polite recommendations, but
you've got general managers playing Stratomat.
I think you have polite recommendations that come in on a good chunk of them, and some of them are followed more than others.
Huh.
I don't think it's as plain as black and white as, Hal from... A Space Odyssey is spitting out, and then you're trying to do something different. It's going, I can't let you do that, Dave. I can't let you play that righty there, Dave. Like, I don't think it's that. I think there is some say.
Is there another former quarterback that's near retirement or just retired that the Browns should be looking at? Is there a 216-474-0092?
Why are you doing that? Because you're just going to get a bunch of people screaming about Peyton Manning.
Of course you are.
That's it. You're just going to get a bunch of people going, hey, should I hire Peyton Manning?
You mean the Browns president of football operations?
Hire Peyton Manning.
Let's come back. I want to talk about the NFC matchup because we didn't talk about that at all. We'll do that. Tim May is going to join us at high noon. Jamel White, 1 o'clock. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
that means don't Jim Mr. Phelps. That means I'm done.
Now let's all get drunk and play ping pong.
Hold on, gotta sit down here. Hey, headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, more of Andy and Jeff here on 92.3 The Fan. La, la, la.
You can check out the Fan off-season special every Tuesday night, 7 to 9. Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, Daryl Ryder, the Magnificent Three, recapping all of the latest Browns news and the moves ahead of this offseason and free agency, the draft. We have so much stuff coming up, it's ridiculous. You can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan. You can stream us on the Odyssey app and watch every episode live on YouTube. It's the Fan off-season special every Tuesday night, 7 to 9, right here on 92.3 The Fan.
It's Baskin and Phelps. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. All right, and we'll get back into the conference previews here in just a few moments. I got to tell you, so I've got a buddy of mine.
Nice.
That I talk to all the time. He's always like throwing ideas. And he's like, hey, but, we talk about this, we talk about that. And the last couple days, he's just been all over me about one of the Browns' minority owners. And why doesn't he have a say in this? And what's going on with him? And I'm like, what do you think this has to do with anything? And so, first of all, when I say to you, Browns minority owner, you think of who, right? I don't even think most people realize it.
I think of Robert Grease.
That's who you think, okay?
Back in the day.
You're going back to old school. Dan?
Is that with Charles Woodson?
Charles Woodson, yeah. We don't talk about it ever. And I don't know that it really... it's a non-controlling stake he has in the team, right? Like, was it 10%?
This feels like Usher is the owner of the Cavs.
That's exactly what I said.
It's true. Yeah,
it is, right?
Yeah, this feels like Usher owning the Cavs or Myles Garrett owning the Cavs.
This is not Tom Brady with the Raiders.
No,
it's not the same thing.
No, and so, but the conversation.
But guess what? Might not be a bad idea.
Why wouldn't you have Woodson? Why would you not have him in on the conversations to try to find an owner? To try to find
maybe they do
a coach. I don't know. Yeah,
maybe they do.
I've heard worse ideas.
I know, and it's like,
do we know who actually is on the committee that's looking?
The only
you can ownership.
I'm assuming,
and who else?
That's all we know.
That's all
right?
we know.
He didn't divulge that either. Remember, he was asked the question, "Who's on this committee?"
Yeah, we don't know. Remember, they've been, according to reports, have brought in a couple of. Like Chris Greer I saw Chris Greer's name from Miami, the former general manager of the Dolphins, and Tom Telesco, the former general manager of the Chargers and the Raiders for a year, who went to John Carroll.
Right.
Whether they're involved, who knows? We've not been told.
Not that it matters or not, but would it ease your mind if someone told you Charles Woodson was in these meetings?
No, it wouldn't ease my mind at all. He might be a contributor, but he wouldn't have final say.
Yeah, I don't think
I'd pick his brain, wouldn't you, Andy?
You'd be a fool not to.
You know who else I'd be picking his brain? Nick Saban. He's part owner of your brother's hockey team. Means you got his number. Hey, Nick, what do you think?
Well, how do you know he's got his number?
I would think he could get his number. Hey, Nick,
I would think
what do
so
you think?
too.
You know what? He does have his number. You know why?
Why?
Because he advertises on Verbo for that house. So you can call. It's a rule right here. No showers longer than 5 minutes. It's a rule.
Oh, you're saying if you wanted to rent the house,
you could get a hold of Nick. He's trying to rent his house.
No, that's true.
As long as you don't mind sitting in the hot tub with him.
And the showers have to be super short, right?
I just said that.
Yeah,
5 minutes. It's a rule.
Anyway, I
check-in times 3, Andy.
I've had this conversation.
It's 2:55.
Are you done?
I know.
Are you done?
He is so good in that commercial. It's unbelievable. Can you imagine the director of that commercial? Hey, Nick, I want you to be a complete jerk. Got it. He was great.
It's a little trick I learned from Bill back in my days working in Cleveland.
Great.
Taught me how to do this. It was very cool.
He's great in that thing.
So, again, the conversation and the argument is just about, okay, Charles Woodson's in the ownership group. Great. I don't know what you would expect or what he could do, but you are right. You would want to, just kind of
I would bet the Haslams,
I would want to know what he thinks.
I would bet Jimmy has had, and Andrew Berry has had a conversation with Charles. Hey, Charles, what do you think? Why wouldn't you?
I agree. Why wouldn't you? But maybe because you think you're in charge and you're going to make the hire and you don't need anyone to tell you. Especially a guy that, has no power other than the fact that he gets cash on, makes money off the team. Right?
Well, when he sells.
If you own, you still get money. Like, owners make money while they have the team.
Well, they get salaries probably.
Yeah. I don't know if it's salary, if it's like a dividend.
I don't know.
Something like that. I don't know. I'm just thinking. All right, Dan, you ready to talk about the NFC?
I sure hope so.
We should quick end with what we think is going to happen in the AFC game between the Patriots and the Broncos. What are we thinking on that one?
Where do you go, Mike Vrabel?
Yeah,
you'll enjoy the Super Bowl.
Congratulations, Patriots. They even need to play the game.
Yes, they do.
I think the Broncos' defense is going to make a difference in this game, but when it's all said and done, the Patriots return to the Super Bowl.
Without Tom Brady or Bill Belichick, who'd have thunk it?
I'm kind of happy for Braves, I'll be honest.
Braves.
I like him.
He speaks highly of you.
Maybe he does.
I could see a world where the Broncos win this one.
No.
But as somebody who is rooting for the best possible game that I can get, give me the Patriots. Give me the Patriots. Okay. But again, I cannot state this enough. If the Broncos win this game, I would not be shocked.
This could look a lot like a Browns win where the defense does everything.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It would just have to be gross.
The Broncos are not a very inspiring football team. They're just good. That's fine. Good for them.
That defense is legit, though.
Yes, without question.
All right, to the NFC side of things, we get what we all wanted, probably what will be the best game of the playoffs. Hopefully, cross your fingers and pray. Seahawks-Rams 3. Both games have been awesome to this point. Both times that these teams have faced each other. Rams got one, Seahawks got the other one. We get the rubber match for the NFC Championship of who goes to the Super Bowl. Gentlemen, what are we thinking on this one? Like, what are you looking at? Give me something that's caught your eye for what's going to be possibly, when it's all said and done, the best game of the playoffs.
I picked the Los Angeles Rams to go to the Super Bowl and win this before the playoffs started. And so I'm not going to change there. Seattle's done a really nice job. Sam Darnold is very effective in what it is they try to do. Clint Kubiak's put together a really nice offense there. Charbonnet's out, if I'm not mistaken. He's out for the rest of the season with injury. So you have Kenneth Walker as the sole running back. That's pretty good. You lose one guy, you still have the other. So I think that's okay. You're gonna miss Charbonnet. Your man Jackson Smith and Jigba, top-notch wide receiver. Although he wasn't barely used in the last game, so there's a weapon. And Sam Darnold has been very efficient. Sam Darnold has been terrific 2 years in a row. And wouldn't it be a phenomenal story if he gets to the Super Bowl after all that he took early in his career?
Yes,
it'd be phenomenal.
I have a gut feeling about the Rams in this one, but I'm sticking with Seattle. I've stuck with them the whole way through. Like I said them right out of the gate, and it's just such a tough place to play in Seattle. But I found this stat interesting, that the Rams and the Seahawks. Okay, so the Rams were first, and the Seahawks were eighth. Two of the NFL's least penalized teams during the regular season. So I think you're going to see a really clean game, or you're going to see a game where the referees don't throw their flags. But, and I got this from ESPN, referee Clay Martin's regular season crew threw the 9th most flags per game. So something's going to have to budge on that. And I would think the referees would throw less flags during a playoff game. Although, how many games are we going to have decided by a pass interference call at the end? I hope that does not come down to that. I do not want the referees to decide either one of these games on a late call.
I like both of their offenses, but their defenses are top notch, and I think whichever defense plays well, plays the best, is probably the team that's going to win this game. I think one defense will neutralize the other team's offense. I don't know which one that's going to be. I'll take the Rams, but that Seattle defense is tough.
Mm-hmm. This game's coming down to a mistake.
It's going to be awesome.
Don't you think this could be This could be a great game.
I'm so ready for this game.
It should be a great game.
I'm looking forward to it.
This is one of those, like, let the snow pile up on the driveway. I'll worry about it on Monday. Like, we're not leaving the couch for this game.
You have halftime.
This game is going to be fantastic. Two of the most innovative defenses on the other side as well, with Mike Macdonald and what he's been able to do. The way that they use all those different guys all over the place, the pass rush, Leonard Williams somewhere right there in the middle, the Rams doing similar ideas. It's just awesome. I really, really hope that we don't end up in a situation where they short-circuit Sam Darnold, and then this turns into a blowout. I want this thing to go back and forth because I think Matthew Stafford right now, with the way he's playing, you can put that guy anywhere against anything, and he can make some noise.
I know one ever wants to say this because we all get hyped up for the Super Bowl, but I can't remember. Most championship Sundays are so much better football-wise in the Super Bowl every year. I like Championship Sunday more than I do the Super Bowl, unless the Browns were in it. I think Championship Sunday always provides at least one of the games is always competitive, like really good.
Last week is my favorite of all of the playoff weeks. Because I like having a large slate of games, and usually they're pretty good. Most of the time you get the divisional weekend and you get some really good games, but championship weekend is awesome. They always tell you that championship weekend is where you want to be and the Super Bowl is overrated.
Yeah.
People who go to those things, they go, the real fans are at championship weekend and the Super Bowl
I think that's part of the gist for me too.
Meh. Yeah. I'm there as well.
I like the conference championship games. I like the whole thing. The playoffs are great. I can't wait until the offseason begins. That's going to be fun.
Didn't you miss the memo? That happened after the last game of the season.
The NFL has done a great job of becoming a 12, 11-month-a-year sport.
All right, gents, who do we like in this one?
I'll take the Rams.
I will take the Rams as well.
I said it before the playoffs started, so I'll stick with it.
The same way.
I like the Rams, but I'm staying with the Seahawks. And home field advantage is going to make a difference in this game. That place is super tough to play in.
Oh, God, yeah.
I don't know what the Dome is going to do for us, but, man, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I look at that stadium, and I'm like, what is this thing? And then you see the advantage that they have at home.
It's the way it's built.
Yeah.
They built it like a soccer stadium where everybody's on top and the sound echoes down onto the field. So a lot of people think that it's some kind of like a cheat code or something like that and get really grumpy that the Seahawks have that thing. Whatever, I can't remember what it's called anymore. It's changed names too many times. But that's how that thing is built and the idea that's there. And so I'm with you. It's such a hard place to play. I think the Rams get it, though. I think we get Rams-Pats, and it's going to be an awesome game.
It's going Seattle.
Awesome.
I'm going Seattle.
Are you?
That would also be a really good game, though. I would not be crying over that one.
The Patriots and the Broncos game could be really good, too. I can't wait to see Jarrett Stidham. I wish him luck.
That feels like it's going to be a defense fest.
Yeah, I think so, too.
All right, so you have Patriots-Rams in the Super Bowl.
I'll take Pats-Rams.
And then you will, too. Who would you take in the Super Bowl then today? Pats-Rams. Pending injury, obviously.
If that happens, Rams.
You?
I'm with Mr. Phelps.
I would take the Rams in that game, too, although I
Seahawks-Pats, who would you take?
Seattle. I would take Seattle.
Yeah, I think I'd take Seattle, too.
It's about being able to score.
I think either NFC team's going to win this thing.
Kind of feels that way. Tim May, our super friend, is going to join us next. 12 teams. College football sticking to what they're doing. What does he think? Talk about that next. 216-474-0092, Baskin and Phelps.
The only place for Browns news on your way into work. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. He is Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Jamel White, former Browns running back, is going to join us at 1 o'clock. We'll talk playoffs with him and what's going on with the Browns. But right now, we are going to go to the hotline. That's right, the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline, and we are going to bring in a super friend of the show. Of course, you know and love him from the Tim May podcast with Clay Hall. And, of course, Mr. Handsome himself, Tim May. Hi, Timmy.
What's going on, fellas? I'd like to throw my hat in the ring for the Browns head coaching job.
You're in.
Do you have any experience?
They need somebody.
I don't think experience matters, although I am 71, soon to be 72. I've watched a lot of football in my time. I know when to call timeouts. I know who to draft in the draft. My lifelong motto is when in doubt, air it out. So I got those things going for me.
You sound overqualified.
Yeah.
Yes, I am quite qualified.
No, overqualified. Overqualified.
Seriously, what does it take, really, when you think about it? As long as you have a GM in place, which I guess the Browns still have a GM in place as we speak.
They do.
Yeah. Well, all I got to do is just motivate, agitate, and motivate. And I think I'd be pretty good at that.
Congratulations.
Hire some coordinators and go.
Yeah. Who are you going to hire for as your coordinators?
Somebody who believes in my philosophy of when in doubt, air it out. That would be the first parameter. Probably, I don't know, though. Todd Monken, I like him a lot, but he wants to be the head coach, doesn't he? So,
yeah.
I don't know. A lot of people want to be in charge, but not a lot of people want to mop the aisles. That's what I found out. I'm in a Sam's Club in Jacksonville, North Carolina right now as we speak, getting ready for the big ice storm. I'm house sitting my daughter's house down here. Her and her significant other, who's a captain in the Marine Corps, are in San Clemente, California right now, getting ready for some kind of big hoedown. So I guess what that proves also on my resume is I can travel if I need to.
Oh, you're good.
Nice job.
You're good for at least eight road games a year. Good.
Hey, I just may not be able to get back after that storm dumps about 4,000 pounds of ice on West Virginia.
Are people freaking out there or no?
Oh no, not here, no. Because if anything, we'll get a smattering of ice here. But see, I drove down here, which means I use the West Virginia Turnpike, which it looks like when God gets ready to flush all the ice and snow out of this storm, the toilet bowl is going to be the West Virginia Turnpike. It does look like.
Excellent picture you painted for us. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yes.
Thank you.
It makes you great. Hey, let me ask you this. They decided again they're going to go back to 12 teams next year for the college football playoff. Your thoughts on that?
Well, they're going to stick with 12 teams, which what you meant to say.
Yes. Thank you for correcting me.
You know what? My as I've said on the show countless times, my favorite number was 8 when they went from 4. It should have been 8. The fact they're going to 12, I think that what 12 really does is it creates, as I was telling Bo Bishop today on another show down in Columbus, it creates quite a bit of inventory for you guys on talk shows to talk about. So what's wrong with that, right?
There you go.
And,
that's the way to do it, Tim.
I mean, inventory, as I'm looking around the racks here at Sam's Club in Jacksonville, North Carolina, inventory is key. So having it in stock. So bottom line is what they need to address I see where they're also going to address the choosing, the aspect of it, because either one conference or another was butthurt this year. Should not have been the Southeastern Conference. Alabama should have never been in the tournament, but it was, and it beat a team that was should have been in the tournament, Oklahoma, for getting gobsmacked by eventual national champion Indiana. But the bottom line is, I still say there's no more than 8 teams that are worthy or capable of winning the national championship. And as I said all along, my debate over whether Notre Dame should have been in had nothing to do with Alabama, had nothing to do with Miami. It had everything to do with Alabama. So, everybody's still posturing. We were told this time a year ago that the SEC and the Big Ten were going to put their incredibly huge noggins together and really figure things out. And they've done exactly the opposite of that. They've taken their noggins to opposing corners and are letting this thing kind of play out, whatever you want to call it. But I like 12. 16 would probably be the best number because then you have no buys.
Just easy.
But 16 puts in jeopardy, of course, in immediate jeopardy, the conference championship games, which ought to be in immediate jeopardy, I guess.
The way it's set up now, I agree with you on
How
that.
How about the notion of just starting things earlier, playing through this, and having the whole season over by January 1st? I like that, especially with the portal thing.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but I mean, to be honest with you, I didn't mind. I didn't mind the national championship game being on January 19th. I mean, that didn't bother me one way or the other. But this idea that you need to fit everything in. See, January 1. What is January 1? That's been the traditional endpoint for college football way back in the day when the four major bowls did their thing way back when I was growing up, and from then on until really spring football or early September, you had no college football. They're just grasping at a January 1 date for the heck of it. Number two, it makes sense only because school starts in early January, most places, but only 2 teams play for the national championship, not 12. And so to come up with that as the finite endpoint, well, what else are you going to have on that day? Are you going to have other bowl games being played? I mean, are you going to do with every other bowl game except for the college football playoff? No, nobody's going to do that. There's a great market out there. Ohio University got a hell of a win this past year, and wherever that bowl game was they were in Frisco, Texas. And, so you're not going to be doing away with the bowl games, but what you're doing is you're really hammering the big-time bowl games. But I could go along with January 1, but, I mean, do we really want football games being played the 1st of August? I'm talking about in the Ohio State, Texas was played on August the 29th or 28th this past year.
Yeah.
They lucked out because it wasn't hot that day. It was like mild. But then the next week against Grambling is about 100 degrees. So, do you really want to I don't know. There's all kinds of ways to look at it. I'm for sticking with something for a while. That's what I'm for. So if they're sticking with 12 for third straight year, wow. That's progress right there when you think about it, fellas.
Do they need to keep the transfer portal into consideration here on what they do in the future, though?
Well, here's the thing. Here's the pinch. And the pinch is, when would you put the transfer portal in? That's the pinch. Would it be in February when everybody's in school? Not that seems to really matter that much, but they only use that as a convenient argument when it helps one side or the other. Would it be after spring football? That means you've just practiced with all these guys, and now some of them are leaving, and you're bringing some new guys in when you could have had them in the reason in the spring. The reason they have it when it is right now is because you can get your roster together. At least most of these schools know what their roster is going to look like in August now, by the end of this transfer portal period when people can sign. So that's the main thing, is getting these rosters together, having your coaching staffs together, et cetera, and knowing what you're going into the next year with. So, but there is no ideal time in the college football calendar, let me put it more succinctly, the college calendar to determine when is the best time for a transfer portal. I think having this one makes sense, except for maybe the four teams that were left in the playoff after January 1. Having this date makes sense. So you've inconvenienced 4 teams, but the other 127 are probably A-okay with it. But my solution to this is you don't have spring football. You have the equivalent of OTAs through the late winter and spring, and then you let them convene preseason camp in late July and add another week and a half to a preseason camp and go from there instead of having spring football.
Tim, did Indiana winning a national championship and doing it without an abundance of 4- and 5-star players and instead with maybe older guys who had shown they could actually play college football at another school, does that change the way any of the big blue bloods do business?
Yeah, it's already changed it. I mean, look at Ohio State's signed, 16, 18 guys out of the portal. The large majority were, I'd say the majority were 3-stars coming out of high school. See, there's a way to look at football players. What were they coming out of high school, and what are they 3 years later?
Yeah,
that's what Indiana has tapped into. That's what Ohio State. James Laurinaitis was a 3-star coming out of Minnesota when Ohio State signed him. He ends up winning the Butkus Award, and just now this past week was elected to the College Football Hall of Fame. Look at A.J. Hawk. He was a 3-star coming out of Centerville, and he's one of the great linebackers to ever play the game, much less play the game at Ohio State. So that's just a tag that people put on you. Now, that's done with some study, et cetera, but what are you going to be 3 years from now after you've signed at Ohio State or Alabama, if in fact you're still there, right? But players, we're talking about taking players when they're 17 and 18 who haven't even finished growing yet. And 2-3 years later, they're pretty much where they're going to be. They're also where they're going to be as a football player. So I think everybody's caught on to that. Ohio State's already made its roster about a year older in average age than it was at the end of the season. That everybody's following in that footstep. And if you really look back on it, the last 3 national champions, all from the Big Ten, by the way, Paul Feinbaum finally realized that and apologized for being, sort of like, I was going to use a bad word there. I texted him and congratulated him on being like Custer. He stood up and took the arrows, but then he's going to still be standing. Custer, of course, did not survive. But the bottom line is, you look at the age of the rosters for first Michigan and then Ohio State last year when he had all those guys come back, like Jack Sawyer, JT Tuimoloau, and brought in a 5th-year quarterback in Will Howard who got things done. And you look at the maturity of that roster from the standpoint of grown-ass men, as the word that Urban Meyer popularized when he was at Ohio State. And then you look at this year's roster, and it was one of the younger rosters in college football. And maybe in the end they paid for that, but really came down to a couple, 3 plays here or there, or they would have probably still been playing for the national championship. But the bottom line is the template is out there. An older, more mature roster of guys who have learned to say yes sir and no sir, because that will get them places. Meaning, now they've been through the school of hard knocks and are used to being corrected and not throwing a tantrum about it, like maybe some young players do today because they're so ballyhooed coming in. But when you get a bunch of mature guys who are in it basically for the same thing, they want to win a national championship, and nothing else matters that much. You got something going for you, and that's the template that everybody's going to emulate. That definitely Indiana has driven home the past 2 years, not just this year, but last year.
Tim, how many Buckeyes think are going to the first round?
I haven't even counted them up yet.
You want me to throw names at you? Throw
me some names.
Arvell Reese.
I think he'll go first round for sure.
Easy. Caleb Downs?
Yes.
Carnell Tate?
Yes.
Sonny Styles?
Yes.
Caden McDonald? Tackle?
Yes, he should, because he's a rare dude. Dude, you guys know this. Y'all cover pro football. That's the rarest find in football. Forget about quarterback, is having an A-gap dude, the likes of a Caden McDonald. And even if he's a bust, you still got to take a chance on him, because big guys who can move and make plays are much more rare than big-time quarterbacks.
Sure. Max Clare. How about Max Clare? Tight end. Maybe.
I like Max Clare.
I do too.
He looks more like maybe a late second or third round dude. just based on, looking at things over the last several years. Davis Nick-Benosin, I think, is an interesting guy because, he has all the tools you want at that corner. He's a little handsy, as we well know, but, he can mirror. He can mirror almost anybody. You know what I mean by mirror? Like Denzel Ward, the ability to just basically whatever the receiver's doing, he can do too, and then make a break on the ball. So I would think Davis Nick-Benosin is going to be more valuable than some people think maybe at this point in the draft analysis process.
And then let me throw this one at you. At what point do you think guys say to themselves, all right, I can make this much more if I come back, and rather than being, I don't, if you're projected third or fourth rounder, I'm just trying to think, where would you want to, like, what is the threshold, do you think, for a guy to want to stay in college for another year rather than try to, put in for the draft?
I think if I feel like I'm going to go in the top 4 rounds, but really top 3, but top 4 rounds, you got to look at the NFL. Because number one, it gets you a head start in terms of getting that third or fourth year, depending on when you're drafted, and getting that next contract. And then, if that's what you want to do in your life is play pro football, and you feel like you're physically and emotionally, mentally ready for that, of truly being on your own in terms of the next guy walking in the door isn't your buddy. He's trying to take your job of dealing with that aspect of things. Then I think fourth round or lower is where you definitely want to look at it. But now, if you're, like we just talked about a while ago, about if you're a seasoned college football player who is good, maybe not great, but really good, you have a future of at least another year in college football where you could be making anywhere from $1 million to $1.5 million. If you're a big time defensive lineman or offensive tackle or something in that ilk, forget about the quarterbacks. That's a different realm, but you can make very good coin. But what you do is you put yourself in jeopardy again in terms of physically getting hurt. And then, like I said, you put yourself behind the 8 ball of at least another year of servitude before you get that second contract in the National Football League, which we all know is where you really get paid.
Very true, Tim. Tim, thank you. Have a good weekend. Excellent job taking care of your family there, and please stay warm.
Hey, I just walked by a mirror display, and while I was talking then, I had a very serious look on my face, and that's not my usual countenance. So I'm going to shop until I drop here in Sam's Club.
Tim, see you later.
See you, buddy.
Thank you.
See you, fellas.
All right. He is Tim May. Tim May podcast with Clay Hall, long time. Beat writer for the Columbus Dispatch and covers the Buckeyes like nobody else. Talk a little bit more about that. Jamel White joins us at 1 o'clock right here. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Olympics, and the Super Bowl. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Jeff, sun's back out. What's the deal, man? I don't get it.
Good.
So confused by this weather.
Good. Not your confusion.
Man, have you seen a squall come down Prospect here?
All I know is that
boy, that's something we haven't
hazard
heard.
lights on going 20 miles an hour.
We haven't heard that since the 70s, have we? Squall coming down Prospect? Never mind.
Lost me.
Prospect used to be known for something else.
Yes, but I didn't think they were called squalls.
I don't know. I just thought that sounded interesting. Thanks for playing, Jeff. Tim May just joined us from the Tim May podcast with Clay Hall. We talked a little college football with him. Brian Anderson was supposed to join us, but today he is
He's still digesting that porterhouse that he made last week, Dano.
Oh, wow. What was he? Was he on last
It was
week?
the size of a football. It was unbelievable.
He sent us a picture of a steak next to a football.
Next to a football.
Hmm.
Damn thing was impressive.
Was he making it on the grill, or what was he?
He was going to rub on it, and then he was going to grill it because, of course, he's down in Tampa where you can do such things.
Yeah. So he is enjoying the good weather as we sit up here and freeze.
We all have to bundle up like Randy from A Christmas Story to go outside and do such nonsense.
True. So we'll get BA on at some point here because I know people love hearing from him. Right? I think they love him.
I hope they love us, Andy.
No, but they love Brian way more than they love us, Jeff.
Well,
don't kid yourself.
I don't blame them.
Don't kid yourself at all. Jeff, I have not once heard you say this is Grant Udinski Day.
Yeah, well, I got burned yesterday.
Do you really feel that bad?
That I got burned?
Yeah.
No. I just kind of figured I'd play along.
Oh, okay.
Add a little, lightheartedness to the show.
Let me know when that shows up. I want to say,
what's with you today? You're not Captain Happy. Come on, man.
No, I mean, but
you're looking for a coach. You got a bright young genius in town interviewing for the job.
All right,
he's from Central Bucks High School.
Is he selling the Browns or the Browns
he's Sean
selling
McVay.
Him? Is he?
He is Sean McVay. He's our Sean McVay. I don't know.
Browns fans, what if they came out at the end of the day, even though we know they're probably not going to do this because it sounds like they haven't fulfilled the Rooney Rule yet. What if they came out at the end of the day and there was white smoke blowing out of the towers in Berea and that they had decided this guy, they're not going to let him out of the building and that they're going to make him the next head coach today? Would you be down with that?
Great. Why not? If you're Grant Udinski, you might not want to go to Buffalo.
A third of the fans would be thrilled. A third of the fans would wait and see. And a third of the fans would think it's the worst hire ever because they've never heard of the guy and the Browns are incompetent.
Exactly right. If you're Udinski and you're scheduled to go to Buffalo on Sunday, by the way, I'd still go.
They think the Browns are incompetent.
But all of a sudden, hey, there's Mike McDaniel there. There's Phillip Rivers. Phillip Rivers played as long as I've been alive. They got guys all lined up. He'd still go. Might still get the job.
Is he interviewing the Browns or the Browns interviewing him?
I would think it's both.
I mean, it sounds like he's going to have options. I just don't.
If I'm a young offensive coach, I'm interviewing the Browns, which is what Dan and I did. One day, when was that? Monday? Yeah, it was Monday.
What'd you do?
It's been a joy with you all week.
We interviewed the Browns. Guys in for the second interview. What are you asking? If I'm anybody on the offensive,
what didn't you ask in the first interview?
If I'm anybody, I think the first interview is you're getting interviewed, and I think the second interview is just as much. I'm interviewing you.
Yeah, so I forget which insider it was. It was somebody who knows the league. It might have been a former coach.
Okay.
I don't remember. But nonetheless, they said that the first interview is typically the get-to-know-you interview. Kind of get a vibe for someone, all of that kind of stuff.
Like, go get something to eat. Don't talk about any football. Don't draw up any plays.
Most of the time, it's via Zoom. So you're not really getting something to eat or anything along those lines.
You don't get
interview.
Any physical vibes, like body language stuff?
Yeah. They said that it's mostly like get to know you, general football philosophy, that kind of stuff. The second interview then is the one where you're sitting down and going, all right, this is my roster. What are you thinking? How do you want to go about this? What do you believe this team can do? That's usually interview number 2. So that's what these guys are sitting
Do you have to be careful in that interview, though? Because you're talking to the guy that put the names on that roster. What happens if you say this roster is
a mess?
Yeah, that I need to pick it up and get it off the tree lawn.
There's two ways that this could go.
Oh, sorry. If a coach comes in and tells you, you know what, I love your offensive roster. I think your offensive line is really good. I love the wide receivers. And, man, you got a couple of Pro Bowlers at quarterback. If I'm Jimmy Haslam, I'm saying, there's the door. You can leave now.
Yeah. That's like calling me thin and handsome. We can't have that.
Handsome. You're not thin.
Calling me
Do you think they want to hear that, though? Or do you think Jimmy knows exactly what they have?
If they want to hear it, they're kidding themselves.
Yeah, you're going to continue to wander into no man's land.
But if you're Andrew Barry, and I'm just saying this, you want to make sure you have control of what's going on.
Andrew knows better. He already said, we're going to load up on offense in this offseason.
Okay.
He knows.
Well, then you would spit that right back at him during an interview, wouldn't you?
No, I'd show him the door.
If I came up to you and said, hey, look, I see what your issues are here. There are some challenges.
And I think I'm the man to help you get through it.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what you want to hear.
That's different than, hey, I think Jerry Jeudy's a number one wide receiver. We can make this work. That's like, there's the door.
I'll tell you what, boy. I think Dylan Gabriel's got Pro Bowl written all over him.
Yeah, we may have to drug test you, then show you the door.
By the way, Fearless Leader just sent us a text.
Yeah.
He said he's hearing all the Bills interviews are in Florida. Again, beautiful move by the Buffalo Bills.
Mm-hmm. I'm telling you guys.
It's beautiful here in Buffalo. This is Buffalo. You didn't realize? We're not in Florida. This is Buffalo in the wintertime.
We should be doing this in Bora Bora.
And Udinsky's talking to them in Florida, too.
Yeah.
Yeah?
There's no way Phillip Rivers was going to go north, right? Sorry, I'm here in Alabama. I'm good.
Man, where is Fearless Leader getting his info? Good stuff.
He has sources. He's Fearless Leader.
He's Fearless Leader.
I'm telling you, the Browns should be doing the same thing. I would be interviewing these guys somewhere warm.
Doesn't matter. Udinsky's from here. He's from the north. He knows.
Hang on, let me check. I don't see here on his resume.
North. My guess is
people in Maine don't think he lives north.
My guess is, Andy, it snows in Doylestown, Pennsylvania.
If this is our biggest flaw, then we need to find a better flaw.
Where they're interviewing the guys?
No, of he's not from here. He's from Doylestown, Pennsylvania. Whatever. I don't give a crap
Man,
where
he doesn't
the guy's
get us.
from.
He doesn't understand us. Wasn't that the problem with Stefanski? Philly fan, Eagles.
I never.
You're
heard
walking
that.
right down the same road.
He could
never
be
heard that
from
brought up.
Jupiter. If he wins football games, who cares?
I never heard that brought up.
I agree. I was joking, Jeff. I never once heard it either. He gets us, right? He like us, not like us. You don't get that reference either. Thanks. 216-474-0092. Is it Grant Udinsky Day? Is it? If they
he's
walked
interviewing.
out, yeah. I mean, would you be mad if or would you be happy? Would you be sad? Would you say, "Oh man, look at the forethought the Browns have"? If they walk out at the end of the day and say, "We're hiring the offensive coordinator from the Jacksonville Jaguars," and yes, we know he's only 30. I think there are people that would say, "Oh, look at this! They just hired somebody who might be a puppet for Andrew Barry."
Okay, I don't think so.
I don't know.
If they
That's just
hire
it.
Andy, they're going to hire somebody, and whoever they hire is going to have huge question marks around them. Huge. You hire Jim Schwartz. Well, 13 years since you were a head coach, and it didn't go real well. Did you learn anything?
I don't know. I mean, he did a nice job turning the team around. They just didn't let him.
Couldn't do anything with it.
Well, and then there was no payoff on it at the end. But he did do a good job. He did a great job here with our defense, but yet he's got two of the best defensive players in the National Football League and the best overall, and a rookie who was named the best rookie on defense. So he's got talent to work with.
Thanks for backing me up. Questions about Jim Schwartz if he's the head coach?
I didn't have any questions.
Questions about Mike McDaniel if he would have taken this job. Certainly questions about the young guys. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if we hear by Monday the Browns are interviewing 2 or 3 or 4 more candidates for the job, and one of those guys gets the gig. And you know what? You could say, boy, did they mess that up. Maybe not. Not if they end up with a good guy. That's all that matters.
216-474-0092. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Jamel White, 1 o'clock.
Nick Wilson here for Ram.
On the Odyssey app, for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Take the Fan with you wherever you go. You can listen to us on the Odyssey, the iHeartRadio, or the TuneIn apps.
That was a quick one. Nice job there.
Thanks.
I don't know if you saw this, but on social media right now, we're doing which head coach would lead to the most excitement from Browns fans entering the next season. You can go online and check this out. Excuse me, you can go on the X and check it out. Which head coach would lead the most excitement from the Browns fans entering next season? You got Grant Udinski. I keep saying that. Nate Scheelhaas. How many times have I butchered his name today or said it in different
17
ways? Have I butchered it every time? I don't know why. I look at it, it's weird. Jim Schwartz or Deion Sanders? Which would lead the most excitement from Browns fans entering next season? You got 17 hours and 54 minutes to vote. They've already had 1,200 votes. I'm going to say... Who should I vote for here? I'm just so I can see the results.
Jim Schwartz.
Wow, this is actually interesting. Which head coach would lead the most excitement from the Browns fans entering next season? Who do you think was number one in this poll?
Grant Udinski.
Yes.
Yeah. You know why?
Because you already read this?
No, because they're with Dan and me.
Really?
You can find your Sean McVay. Let's go, man. But, you got to hire the guy and then let him do the job and see what you get.
I'm absolutely blown away by this. I would have thought Deion Sanders would win this going away. Jim Schwartz is second at 19%. Deion is at 16%. Nate Scheelhaas is 8%.
I wonder wait until that Rams passing game kicks a little Seahawk butt over the weekend.
Wow.
All of a sudden, we're going to go to the airport and pick up Nate.
Somebody said the fact that Deion's
put him on toboggans and pull him to Berea.
Somebody said the fact that Deion's on the list is absurd.
Yeah, well, you know what? Why'd Fearless Leader put him on the list?
Because 16% of the people voted for him?
No, because he wanted to get responses like, the fact that he's on there is absurd.
Are you calling out our boss?
No, I'm saying well done. Well done, Fearless Leader.
Dan, would you believe that 57%, again, it's only 1,200 votes, and you still have 17 hours to vote? 57% said Grant Udinski.
Yeah, because there's the 3-minute clip floating around social media where he talks about football and sounds really smart.
People want their own guy, Andy. We're in a division where Mike Tomlin lasted 19 years, and Mike was a barely coordinator in Minnesota when he got hired by the Steelers, and he was in his younger 30s.
And that's not meant to be an insult to people. It's just when you don't know something about someone, you do as much research as you can to find stuff out about them, and what you find out about them is typically the positives. There's very few pieces that are out there that says Grant Udinski doesn't know his rear end from a hole in the ground, and here's the 18 reasons why. Last year, Sam Darnold. This year, Trevor Lawrence. Two biggest quarterback busts in a lot of people's minds over the last 10 years. Guess what? He had them going.
I'm reading some of the replies to this. Kyle said on Twitter, X, what is the fascination with Udinski? The dude would be the youngest HC ever. At least when McVay was hired, he had played on offense in college, was a positional coach, and had called plays before. Udinski's done none of that. Only the Browns would consider him a top candidate.
Not necessarily true. Interviewing in Buffalo, they have a quarterback who seems to be pretty good.
I don't know. Buffalo's also...
Andy, they're going to hire somebody, and then after they hire that guy, we're all going to keep our fingers crossed and hope he does well. There's nothing more you can do.
That's true. It's not like we knew who Kevin was before he got here, right?
No.
We knew he was successful.
You want to hire somebody who have a really good idea what's going to happen with that guy, go call Mike McCarthy. Go call Sean McDermott. You don't want to call those guys? Well, keep your fingers crossed. And I include Jim Schwartz into that.
57%, though. Like that to me is, I mean, you talk about just, saying.
It's a landslide in the presidential election.
Well, considering the next is what, now I say 19 for Jim Schwartz?
Whatever it was.
Yeah, I'm kind of like, wow. I guess you'd be down with it. right? I guess you'd be good with it.
Everybody in Doylestown, Pennsylvania voted. That's why.
Maybe they just hopped online. They follow CLE Talking Heads, although this one's at 92.3 The Fan. Well, I'm truly like blown away by that. I would think that the fans would be excited about it. Would be excited if they brought Sanders in for an interview, if he wanted to.
If Udinski gets the job here, will the Doylestown, Pennsylvania native live in Doylestown, Ohio? Just to make it simple. Move along.
Yeah, no kidding. Move along. It's funny. Padone on the morning show said that, again, this is from Fearless Leader, Deion, he brought up Deion this morning and said that that's the guy they should talk to, Rooney Rule, and why wouldn't you talk to him? That's I agree. I don't know that
You agree?
No, I don't. I don't need someone's dad in the locker room. Sorry. I know he's one of the best football players I've ever seen. I loved watching him play.
Incredible football player.
Amazingly entertaining. I mean,
so far an okay college football coach.
Yeah, I just, and it has nothing to do with it.
That's not an insult. So far he's been okay.
I'd be more apt to interview him if Shedeur wasn't here.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
But should we be talking about him? Should the Browns be talking about him?
No.
I don't think they should either. I just don't think he's, and again, the health issues would be an issue. I mean, it's not, you wish him good health, but you also wonder the physical demands of being a head coach in the NFL. I mean, he's got physical demands of being a head coach in, big-time college football too. But to think about Deion being on the list here simply because his son is on the team it just doesn't make any sense at all.
Agreed.
So how does this end, Jeff? How does this all
Andy,
end?
They're going to interview candidates.
And don't give me a smart, smarty pants answer.
What's there to be smarty pants about?
I could feel you going, well, they're going to interview coaches and they're going to hire someone at the end.
And they're going to hire someone, and we're all going to hope he's good. I mean, think about it. Is there one guy out there who you think, yes, let's hire him? Yeah, Sean McDermott. And I haven't heard his name associated with the Browns or any other gig yet. You go hire Sean McDermott, I don't care who he brings in as defensive coordinator. I don't care if Jim Schwartz wants to stick around or not. I am not hiring my head coach based on Jim Schwartz, unless the head coach is Jim Schwartz. And if it is, great, let's go. I think Jim could do a fine job second time around. Probably be a better head coach this time than he was in Detroit, and he turned that around in 3 years and then couldn't finish it off. But this is not like, splitting the atom. Interview these guys, figure out which one you like, and hire them, and then let's go. And then Andrew Berry, please have another good draft. Because by God, you need one.
What do you think is going on with McDermott, though? Do you think he wants to sit out? Do you think he's just kind of sitting back and trying to figure out what's going on here? Do you think that...
No idea.
I mean, he got trashed by ownership earlier in the week.
Yes, he did. Boy, his stock has done nothing but raise since then. It's the same deal as here, Andy. Sean McDermott, Sean had the resume anyway, but he gets canned.
Resume, yeah.
He gets canned, and ownership and the general manager end up looking bad. Kevin Stefanski gets canned here. I wouldn't say ownership and the general manager have looked bad because of it. I will say Kevin didn't get scarred at all by the last 2 years when it came to the hiring process.
None. Except for maybe the Giants job.
If John Harbaugh hadn't taken that job, Kevin Stefanski would be the head coach of the Giants today.
I agree with you. I just, with McDermott, you have to kind of wonder where he's going to end up. But, the other part of the way that we're talking about this job, too, and we were talking about it with baseball, where a baseball manager just, a lot of their job is talking to the media, and a lot of that job has been kind of chiseled away by analytics, will tell you who to bat when, where, high, and whatever. I don't. If you're a head coach in the NFL and you're not calling offensive plays and you're not calling defensive plays, what are you really doing? Are you just a motivator, aren't you?
You're the head coach. You're running the game.
Welcome to Mike McCarthy at the end of Dallas.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Running the game. Andy,
But you're running.
That's what it used to be.
Yeah, but you're not. If your offensive coordinator is calling the plays, you're not running the offense. And if your defensive coordinator is calling the plays, you're not really running the defense. You're kind of sitting back going, should we go for two? I don't know. I'm not trying to belittle a position, but I kind of feel like
in the toilet.
Yeah, I feel like we're talking about this job like NBA sometimes, where great players become coaches in the NBA, maybe with very little experience. And how often are they drawing up a play, or are they using an assistant coach to draw up the play to kind of execute what they're thinking?
Andy, Fearless Leader doesn't host a show here, does he?
No.
Does he do any 2020 updates?
Nope.
Does he run this operation?
Yes.
There you go. That's what a head coach in the NFL does. He hires morons like us to do this stuff.
Do you see where I'm going?
And he sits back and runs the show.
But we're making it sound like anybody can come in here and do this job.
No, you've got to be a guy with a good football background, good people skills. You got to be smart. Got to know how to handle people, situations. Got to know the game.
But if the Bills are now running, they're now interviewing Philip Rivers today. Does that make you think that anybody that's played the game could just go out there and be a head coach?
Hey, Andy, would you hire Bernie Kosar to be a head coach?
Truthfully, no.
Before Bernie's health issues.
And I'm friends with him, and before I wouldn't have either.
Before Bernie's health issues and everything, because he has other things on his mind. You wouldn't have hired Bernie to be a head coach?
Nope, 1,000%.
You don't think he's smart enough to be a head coach?
He would be my general manager with a blink of an eye.
He didn't want to do it. He wanted to be your head coach. Would you hire him?
I'd rather have him be my general manager.
He doesn't want that. He wants to be a head coach. Would you have hired Bernie to be the head coach of the Browns? Don't tell me no, because I know the answer would be yes.
You would?
No, you would.
Would you?
Yeah. There have been times here where I would have hired Bernie in a heartbeat to be the head coach. They hired Doug Peterson to be a head coach. Doug won a Super Bowl.
He would have been a better head coach than a lot of other head coaches. I just think he would be one of the best general managers of all time.
I couldn't agree with you more. But for the sake of my little argument, I told you he didn't want that job.
Yeah. Maybe we should have Bernie call in.
And there are former quarterbacks who have been head coaches and successful ones in the NFL. And that's my point.
Dan,
Philip Rivers could go be a great head coach somewhere. You never know until you give him the chance.
Can anybody be a head coach in the NFL? Because that's the way it sounds right now, the way you guys are talking.
No, that's not the way we're talking. That's the way you are telling us we're talking.
No,
and we're not.
That's what I'm interpreting with what you're saying. Yes.
No, because I think
you're not listening very well then.
The thing with being an NFL head coach is there are so many different elements about this that don't involve you sitting in a room with, a dark room with the tape running and X's and O's. And if it was all said and done, these guys would boil down, would be loving it, every last bit of being in that dark room, writing out X's and O's on a tape, teaching that stuff and going from there. The thing with being a head coach is that you have to deal with the owner, you got to deal with the training staff, you got to deal with the nutritionist, you got to deal with
the general
transportation,
manager.
You got to deal with the general manager, you got to deal with all of these little things that are in between there that make this gig different. And so if you are a play calling head coach, some of that stuff goes to the wayside and someone else has to take care of that for you. And so I think that is actually what helps out some of these play calling head coaches, is that they can delegate this stuff to other people and then can sit back in the dark room with the X's and O's and teach these things. And I think that's why you see those guys want to do that more and more instead of the CEO head coach style.
Yeah, I just don't know that head coaches are getting the time to teach. And is that why they're here? Or do you hire a head coach to teach? That's what assistant
coaches are for.
I agree. I think that's what assistant coaches are for too. But sometimes you got to listen to the head coach if they do want to teach. And
he's the head coach.
I don't know. I'm more confused now about this job opening than I've ever been before. Jamel White joins us next right here at Baskin and Phelps 92.3 The Fan.
in the NBA coming into tonight. Former Browns running back Jameel White joins Baskin and Phelps next. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's Sports Desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code ORDER, O-R-D-E-R, ORDER, at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock. You'll have your chance to win a 4-pack of combo meals from Mr. Hero. You can download Mr. Hero's mobile app, get a regular BOGO offer, buy one, get one, just for signing up. Receive monthly coupon offers. You can order online and then earn points while you enjoy your favorite menu items. Download today in the Google Play Store or Apple Store. And again, that's ORDER, O-R-D-E-R, at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock.
All right, let's turn to a dear friend of the show, a man that played football for your Cleveland Browns, a running back, a guy that played, where else he played? Baltimore, Tampa, he was all over the place. And Indianapolis there for a little bit, too.
Played some baseball, too.
He played some baseball. I played everything. And, again, he is a dear friend of the show, also a current head coach in track here locally. He is on the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. You know him, and you love him here in a few seconds. He is Jameel White, and he'll be joining us here in
you don't
just
love
a
him
couple
all the
seconds.
time?
I do when he's on the phone line. I can tell you that.
I love him all the time.
I
Doesn't
do,
have
too.
to be on the phone.
He's a good man. We talk way too often. Offline. Probably talk to him more offline than I talk to you, just so you know that.
Well, poor Jameel.
I feel bad for him, too. He'll be joining us here in a second. So, I do want to get the player's perspective on what happens during a coaching change and what is the ultimate that you need out of a head coach. What are you looking for? What is a head coach today compared to maybe what a head coach was years ago? Do you think the job has changed, Jeff?
Everything evolves a little bit, Andy. I'm sure it's changed from back in the day. You have more players, you have more media, you have more people you probably have to answer to. Front offices are bigger. Ownership might be more involved than it's been in the past with certain teams anyway. And yeah, everything evolves and changes.
I kind of just
less football and more CEO, maybe.
Less football, more CEO. I also think that analytics has changed the game for coaches too.
Sure.
While you think about
that's evolving.
Yeah, but I don't know that is it in a good way or a bad way for coaches.
Is it more information?
Yes, that would be good.
Information is a good thing.
But how you use that information changes everything.
Yeah, when you don't take the points.
Mr. Go for two.
No, Mr. Kick the field goal. You're in a championship game. Put points on the board.
I'm trying to think of the differences of being a head coach back in the day compared to being a head coach now. And, I mean, the longevity is still about the same, isn't it? You don't win, you don't coach. That doesn't change, does it?
No, that really doesn't change.
So I'm interested to see what happens in Pittsburgh, too. Knowing that, what have they had, 3 coaches? And I'm trying to think how many coaches they've had in my lifetime. Maybe, what was Noel's first year?
1969.
So they've had 4 coaches, at least 4 coaches in my lifetime. And I wonder, when that magic runs out in Pittsburgh. Because they seem to find winners. The last 3 have been very, very good. And there aren't teams like that. You just had the longest tenured coach in the NFL. You just let him go.
That is correct.
I wonder if he wants to coach now.
Not now.
Deep down? You don't think when training camp starts, when OTAs start, when the draft rolls around?
I would think after 19 years of putting up with all of that nonsense and having a lot of money in the bank, it'd be great fun to kick back for at least a year and say, boy, this is how you guys do this, huh? Nice.
To do TV or to do
whatever
anything?
it is he wants to do. This is little Cubby. This is how you run your lemonade stand? That's awesome. Thanks. Great experience for me. See you later. Whatever he wants to do. If I was him, it's whatever's in his heart. If he doesn't want to coach, go take a year.
Do you think the teams would steer away, though, knowing that they'd have to give up a draft pick for him?
No. Andy, what's a draft pick? An unproven player. That's what a draft.
I think it depends on the round that you're giving up to.
Yeah, it's still an unproven player.
I would love it if he wanted to be our head coach. Wouldn't it be great if they tomorrow, Mike Tomlin came out and said he's the new head coach of the Cleveland Browns? Could you imagine what that would do? I think people would be pumped here.
Without question.
I'd be pumped.
You never know. Who knows what the Browns are doing behind the scenes, away from the public eye, who they've talked to, who they haven't on phone calls or whatever. Honestly, we don't know the answer to that. They're not going to tell you.
Yeah, I wish that he would be a viable candidate for us. I also wish, we don't know what McDermott is. We keep saying, who would you rather have? Who would you rather do this? Where does it matter who the head coach is? Does it matter? Does it matter? I think it would matter if you got a guy like Tomlin, if you got a guy like McDermott. I think it matters if you want to bring Schwartz and give Schwartz that second chance. I'd be happy to be a part of that. I don't know. I'm just still leaning towards a guy with experience. No offense, and I know that 58% of the fans out there want to see the guy they're interviewing today take that gig. All right, now let's turn to Jamel White, former Browns running back. Hey, Jamel, how are you?
I'm good, man. How's everything?
We are good. We are good. Fighting through a little bit of a congestion thing here, but otherwise, life is good.
Well, you don't even sound like it. That's a lie. You do sound like it. You sound like a mess right now. But that's okay.
I'm trying to figure out who I hate more right now, you or Jeff. It's a toss-up. You guys are...
You and me, Jamel.
You're 50-50 on it. Two of my closest friends.
That's not true. It's Jeff for sure. You know.
Wait a minute.
Killing me. How important is a head coach in the NFL?
Man. Let's see.
Has it changed?
I think a head coach, this is my theory on the head coach in the NFL, man. If you want players to play for you, they got to be playing for somebody that they actually like. They got to play for somebody that they will actually go out there and they care if they win a game or not win a game. And it shouldn't always just be about their contract and all that other stuff, man. So if you could get a coach that can keep your locker room together, know that they could come to you when something's not right, or they can express themselves to you, man, that's an important thing. For me as a player, at least. That's how it was for any good team that I've ever played for. They've always talked highly of the coach. So,
give me the coaches that you like. Give me your best. I think you're going to say Bruce Arians, but give me the coach that had the biggest impact on you and why, and is that a quality the Browns should be looking for?
You already know what it is for me. B.A. did it for me. Bruce Arians, he had a big effect on my career in general, man, because he seen something to me that, other people didn't see at first. And then, he got in my corner and he was just telling people like, hey man, this dude was undrafted. He was from a small Division II school, but he's going to go out there and give you everything. And, it showed. Because when he came and talked to me, I took it serious. When he asked me to do stuff on the side, I took it serious. And he didn't just have that effect on me. He had that effect on our whole offense. And when I played, we would put up 30 points a game just because Bruce just knew what it was. He knew every player. He knew everything that you brought to the table, and he knew mismatches. And he even had that effect on even defensive players during practices, man. He would talk to them. He would tell them what we were about to do during practice. He'd, give us a good look and do this and do that. So just for me, he was a big impact on me, man. And everybody liked playing for him. And even when he left here and he went and did all his other little stints, and then he ended up in, I think it was Tampa. They ended up winning the Super Bowl, man. So you think about that. The guy's he's just a stand-up dude.
And he wanted to be the head coach of the Browns, and they didn't hire him.
Hey, man, I talk about that a lot because I brought it up to him at one point. I think we were our little alumni board. We had a little discussion about it with some of the people way back, and I brought him up. I was like, dude, Bruce was, people would play for him. And that's the thing with some of the teams that are these higher caliber teams, like if you look at Andy Reid, I'm sure those guys like playing for him. You know what I mean? They got to, because when they step out there, they're about that business, and you want to be that way for your head coach.
Did you play for a head coach who didn't call plays?
Did I play? Yeah, I did play for a head coach. I did. When I was in...
Explain exactly the difference and what that guy might do differently than a guy who's calling either offensive or defensive plays.
Well, if it's an offensive guy, like, let's just say a head coach, he's a manager of all the coaches, right? Instead of just being so invested in the play calling. So he's sitting up there just understanding the things that are going on. Like when I was here and what was it? Butch Davis, he didn't know what was going on half the time, but he knew that those offensive coordinators are going to come to him and say, "Hey, listen, let's do X, Y, and Z." And it had to fit it. You know what I mean? Like, if you're a head coach and you have the final say of everything that's going on, and you're the offensive coordinator as well, I mean, who's going to overturn what you're saying? Like, who's going to question the call? You know what I mean? So I think that has a big effect on things.
Do you think guys like playing for Kevin here?
Oh, I do. Listen, here's the thing. Every time, any interview, I don't care what interview it was, Kevin did not throw nobody under the bus. Can you name a time this man threw any player under the bus?
Nobody. No. Not front office, nobody. He never threw anybody under the bus.
Nobody. He took complete responsibility for everything. He was accountable for everything. Now, here's the crazy part. He didn't catch not one ball. He didn't rush not one pass. He didn't try and get not one interception. But I can tell you this, he knew who messed up. And it's easy to put that on somebody else. If you're a player and you have everyday life, because even though, you know, fans sit back and they just see what you do on Sundays, you're a person too. Man, if somebody's in my corner that's going to take accountability for my actions and not throw me under the bus, man, I'm sticking with him. And I think that's what makes a good head coach, man. But I could bet you money behind closed doors, he probably went up to him like, "Hey, man, you messing up. Get it together." You know what I mean? So
yeah,
I think that's a good quality to have, man, out of a head coach, because that man he didn't throw nobody under the bus. And here's the other thing. He got a head coaching job real quick, didn't he?
Sure did. And interviews with just about everybody who had an opening.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you think about it, man, there's a quality about him that other people know about. And I'm sure that players talk about him to other players. You know what I mean? Because that's what we did. I mean, people with free agents, when they come here, man, how is it playing here? Man, you don't want to be here. I'm not saying that's what we did, but I'm just saying in general. Like, players tell other players, like, when they come visit, there's players in the facility, and they're like, man, how is it here? Do they take care of your body? Do they do how's the coach, blah, blah, blah. A player can stop you from getting a good player. You know what I mean? And that's just how it is sometimes. But I'm going to tell you, man, I don't know nothing about him outside of everything that, you know, that I see on TV when it comes down to certain things. But I'm going to tell you right now, man, a coach that don't get on TV and knock you down and keep it behind closed doors and tell you, that's how BA was. He didn't knock people down in front of other people, but behind closed doors, he'll come talk to you and tell you what it is.
Grant Udinski is interviewing for the job today. There you go, Andy. He's just turned 30 years old. Jamil, how does that play in a locker room, and what does a 30, 32, 35-year-old young guy have to do to prove his worth to a bunch of players? Because, you know, it's easy for ownership to hire him. That guy's then got to win over the team, doesn't he? Is it tougher for a young guy like that?
You know what? Like, I've never been a coach like that, but I would imagine so, because you got guys that you about to walk in the room with that's older than you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So those guys are going to look at it like that. But the thing is, he has to get that respect instantly from those players because this is the guy who's going to run your team. Now, everybody look at the quarterback and they're like, okay, he's the field general. Well, your coach is supposed to be the general. Whatever's the highest of over that quarterback, that's what he has to be. Now, the idea is they have to be able to follow him. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying there's been a ton of young coaches. You know, think about the Rams. When he started, he was young, but then they go to a Super Bowl. You know what I mean? So you look at things like that. I think a guy that's 30, that doesn't mean that he doesn't understand football or he doesn't know what to do. But for him, he's an offensive coordinator. So is he going to be in the same position as Kevin was? Is he going to try and be an offensive coordinator? Are the Browns going to allow that to happen? You know, you run into the same situation again. The problem is for me when I look at things like that is you already had a guy here that the players would follow that was an offensive coordinator. What's going to be the difference now? Are you going to tell him, okay, we'll hire you, but you can't run the offense? We've already been through that. So that's going to be a little different thing. And when you're an offensive coordinator and you like doing that, it's hard for you to stop doing that.
Jamal, it was interesting in the last way this was set up. Andrew Berry reported to ownership. Kevin Stefanski reported to ownership. But in other scenarios, too, you have I mean, let's just face it. I mean, if Myles Garrett doesn't like you, then you probably have problems. And I'm not saying he doesn't like any of these guys. What's it like to play on a team where a player might have more power than the head coach?
I can tell you right now, I could give you a great example. My first team that I was at was Indianapolis. Peyton Manning was the quarterback
and head coach.
Listen,
and general manager.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now. During practice, this is no lie. If he wanted something to start over, it started over. It didn't matter what that head coach said, and I think it was Jim at the time. Jim Moore was the head coach, and during one of our team drills, the defense was messing up. Peyton said, this whole thing is starting over. Guess what we did? We started over from the beginning. It didn't matter what nobody else said out there. But you got to look at who you're dealing with. It was Peyton Manning. You see what I'm saying? Just like Myles Garrett. There are players out there, if they get that kind of control, they earned it somehow. And Peyton, man, everybody know about Peyton, man. Peyton is about that business. And literally, I left. I was a rookie at that point. I said, man, he could do that? They told me, they was like, they'll get rid of Jim before they get rid of Peyton.
That's a fact.
That's what they told
that's
me.
a fact.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they told me. They was like, if he says it's going to start over, guess what? We're starting over. Ain't nobody saying nothing.
Is that bad for a locker room, though?
You know what? Sometimes it is, because when it seems to other players that one player got more pull than everybody else, it kind of makes you question, how do you talk in front of this guy? What do you say? You're not having those same things, because in the locker room, you know, there's a lot of things that people gripe about. You know, sometimes people don't, man, why is he doing this to us? And if you got to hold your tongue sometimes in front of a person that you got to go out there and fight with, it's kind of, it could divide a locker room a little bit, I think. But at the same time, man, you got to understand, like, you also have the player that's going to listen to what you say and take it to the coach, and he's going to have more of an influence than anybody else is going to have.
Joel, I got 10 seconds. Is there a guy you want the Browns to hire as head coach?
Somebody who's going to win.
There you
Fair
go.
enough. Good answer. Goodbye, Jamal. We appreciate you.
Jamal, thank you.
All right. No problem.
Talk to you later. Of course.
Talk to you.
All right. Jamal White there on the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Come back. We'll talk about some of the things he had to say that was really interesting about Peyton Manning. So we'll talk about that when we come back. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play us here at 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. That includes the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. They're from 6 to 10. Andy and me, 10 to 2. An afternoon drive with Nick and Jonathan, 2 to 7 p.m. It's live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to that channel for free, and you can watch all of the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand right now.
216-474-0092. That is the number to call in. We just had Jamel White on. What'd you think of that conversation?
Jamel's always informative. He says good things. He has a great background. He's a very sharp guy. So I always like listening to Jamel.
I thought the dynamic he brought up when he was with the Colts is interesting when you have a quarterback who's more powerful than the head coach.
Oh, I think that's the case in a lot of spots, Andy.
Yeah, I don't know that that's here, though. Myles Garrett would be
Buffalo.
Myles Garrett would be the only guy here, yeah.
I would say it's in Kansas City.
Yeah.
You know, Patrick Mahomes is the man.
Yeah, I don't know if is that healthy for. I mean, you just got to know who's reality. The man. Yeah, I get it.
LeBron more powerful than any coach he ever played for in Cleveland, or maybe not Miami, but certainly in Cleveland and in Los Angeles.
Yeah, the only time he wasn't more powerful was Paul Silas, and that was because he was kind of figuring it out. And then Silas ended up.
He just started.
Yeah, he just got in, especially when you read the Bus article of the story of the Bus family. Did you read that?
I saw it. I'm Lakered out.
You're completely. I thought it was interesting. LeBron said, "I just don't care." He said, "Whether and it was weird." And then Jeannie Buss came back and said that wasn't right. That's not true. To bring LeBron into something that's going on with my family is ridiculous. I thought that it was interesting. Dave McManaman had the follow up to that story. But I wasn't shocked by anything that I read it just other than the way Jeannie Buss had kind of manipulated the older brothers versus the younger brothers and the younger brothers. I thought that was kind of weird. But then when they went to the LeBron part of it, I was kind of like, this is interesting because it just shows, the power issue. But there was a great point in that piece, and we'll get back to football here in a second, where LeBron really hasn't had a great relationship with any owner that he's played for, has he? Wasn't a great relationship in Miami. It didn't seem like it was a great relationship here.
I think he had a fine relationship with Mickey Aronson in Miami.
Based on that story, it sounds like it was just kind of whatever from LeBron. He was like, it's not like I'm calling the owner all the time, is what he said.
I would think that's the case.
That he is or isn't?
No, isn't.
No, why would he do it when he would have Clutch do it, right? Like if you needed something from the owner, you'd have your agent do it. That made more sense. I don't know. As I read through both those articles, I was kind of like, okay, I get it. And then the follow-up from McManaman kind of made sense too. But again, that takes you back to where we are here with the Browns and, excuse me, trying to figure out, what's the next move at head coach. Let's go back to the phone lines. Dave is in Stowe. Hey, Dave, how are you?
Hey, how you doing today?
Good.
I don't know. This question might be kind of hard to answer, but if they do pick Jim Schwartz, do you think the Browns told Jim, well, we'll give you the head coaching job, but you may have to take one of these young kids as your offensive coordinator? And if they did do that, would they tape his interview, or would Jim have to say about, well, let me interview him and see what I like?
I think that, if they narrowed it down to one or two, or they have somebody they really like, he's going to have to find someone to want to run the offense. Obviously,
Jim would certainly talk to him before he was hired.
Yeah, I would think so too. And that's another thing too. We sit here and we talk about Udinski and we talk about Schilhaas being two of these guys that could come in and maybe be the head coach. Maybe they're really thinking about them as not necessarily the head coach, but coming in as the offensive coordinator, because both those guys, to be an offensive coordinator here, it would be, Udinski'd have to be the assistant head coach too, right? Yeah.
He'd have to have play calling.
So is that considered? You don't actually have to have it in your title?
No. Like if you had play calling duties, that's an upgrade.
Okay. So again, there's got to be an upgrade an issue there too. She lost too.
And would Jim have a defensive coordinator with him, or how would that end of it work?
Well, I think you would list the defensive coordinator probably too, and then
maybe Jim called the defensive plays
and just called the plays, just like you would on offense.
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right, Dave. Thank you. Have a great weekend. Appreciate you. Let's go. Let's go down to Central Ohio, Franklin County. Kurt is in Columbus. Hi, Kurt. How are you?
Hey, Baskin. Doing well. I called you a couple of weeks ago. Floated my idea about Taylor Swift buying the Browns, if you remember that.
I'm good with it. Let's do it, man.
All right. Well, hey, but the other thing I talked to you guys about was there is a Rooney candidate staring right at us that his name hasn't been coming up, and I don't know why we're not calling him. And Phelps, I disagree with you about a college coach. Mario Cristobal, Rooney candidate, proven winner. And I tell you what, if I have to go to war in a locker room, I'm following him versus Ubinski or Shieldhouse. What are your thoughts?
He's sitting. The only thing is he's sitting on a 10-year, $80 million contract. So
at his alma mater.
Yeah, and his base is $8 million. So, I mean, I do think he's a hell of a coach. I
there are good coaches.
Yeah,
in college,
I wouldn't be
Andy,
against it. I just don't.
I would prefer to hire from within the NFL. I just don't think there are a whole lot of college coaches who will make a nice transition to the pro game. I think Ryan Day could do it.
I mean, he'd be looking at probably a cut and pay, wouldn't he?
Well, it doesn't have to.
I mean, yeah, they could offer him more,
Sure.
but I mean,
you're not going to guarantee him 8 years.
Yeah. No, there's no one is.
If Haslam's got one thing, it's money. He's got nothing else backing him.
Well, that's true.
He's got to be, the problem is when you dig deep enough and look back over the years, there's one common denominator, and it's Haslam. And it's like we're in a war with a pistol with him.
Well, some people would say it was Lerner saying that Randy didn't care enough. That was part of it. But Randy never questioned Randy. I never questioned the Haslam group either. Thank you, Kurt. Appreciate it. About money. Like, no one. It's amazing for a market this size that we've never once ever questioned money. It's not like Cincinnati where they talk about Mike Brown all the time with the guy. He just doesn't want to pay for it, right? He doesn't want to, he doesn't want to do this, doesn't want to do that. We have been extremely lucky since 99 to have two owners, three, if you want to count Randy in there, that aren't scared to spend any amount of money that you possibly need. And meanwhile, basketball too here in town. Dan Gilbert will spend money.
That's a fact.
I mean, we don't ever question that. Maybe that's part of the problem for
you really don't
the
hear
Dolans that they're up against. They're in the same town as two guys that will spend money and pay coaches that aren't even here.
You really don't hear about NBA owners, though, not spending money.
Nah, you're right. Although Dan goes above and beyond. How many other teams are in the second apron? None.
How many other teams have an underperforming roster in the second apron? None.
How many have an overperforming roster in the second apron?
None.
Okay. This is how we get through the day. Again, Jamel White joined us at 1 o'clock, Tim May at noon. Fantastic show. If you missed any of those things, you can always use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Our good friends at Integrated Restoration. Let's come back. We'll put a bow on the show, get you ready for the weekend. We'll talk a little bit more about the conference championships. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. 216-474-0092. That last phone call just made me think. I mean, Jeff, would you rather be a college football coach or a head football coach in the NFL?
Neither.
You don't have a choice. I'm making you pick one.
That's not a job I would want. They're both rough jobs. If I had to pick one or the other, I would probably pick a college coach.
The only thing that I think I would pick college coach too, especially because you can make more money. But the harder part is having to recruit your own players while they're on your team. That to me would be frustrating.
Constantly.
That's the hardest part.
Constantly.
Dan, what would you take?
You've got to keep your own guys all the time. That's
I think
terrible.
at this point, I'd rather be a pro coach. I mean, as much as you don't love the idea of, having to deal with the media perpetually and having to, everything that goes with it.
Can I do it my way? If
What's
I could do it my way, I would rather be an NFL coach. My way would be Don Shula's way. Remember what Don Shula's philosophy basically was as a head coach?
No.
Fellas, we're out of here at 6:30, 6 o'clock, no later than 7. We're home for dinner. And Don used to say, we're getting out of here. If we can't get it done by 6 o'clock, we're not very smart at what we do. All the coaches that you hear about, yep, I'm there all night. I'm sleeping in the facility. Yeah, well, good. Those guys get burned out. They end up Dick Vermeil doing TV for 15 years. Don Shula ended up coaching for 20-some-odd years extremely well and making it to the Hall of Fame and making a boatload of cash. And Don's deal was, we're getting out of here.
Yeah. Wasn't Bud Wilkinson the same way? Wasn't there another guy?
I don't know about that.
I thought you had Bud Grant. Sorry, Bud Grant.
Oh, Bud Grant, yeah.
Bud Grant was the other guy that would say.
Bud Grant's deal was, we're not going to bust your butt here in training camp because I want you fresh in December.
Yeah. Interesting, and I wonder if this number will change because we lost two of the longest tenured coaches in the NFL. The average tenure for an NFL head coach was 3 to 4 seasons, although nearly a third of coaches are fired within 2 years.
Amazing.
In Division I, FBS, 3.7, 3.8 years to be a head coach in college football.
But even that's starting to churn.
Yeah.
I mean, the amount of college coaches that just got canned this year is insane.
Well, you know why?
Money.
It's becoming more like the NFL.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, wait a minute. We're providing you with all of this NIL money. You can get anybody you want, and you're not turning it around. Sorry, you're out.
Because the rule used to be a college coach gets 3 years to implement their program.
Yeah.
Get their guys in, do everything they want to do, and in year 3 is when the judge.
Yeah, but now when
Cincinnati just changed that.
Yeah, and now that you're pulling new teams in every year.
Yeah.
Which I think
now that you're winning national championships in your second year on the job.
And you're pulling new teams in every year. I think it's bad for the game. I mean, it's hard enough to know the NFL rosters that churn over in every 2 to 3 years. And now you're looking at college rosters that are churning just as fast.
See, I don't think it's bad. Now, it might be, again, to go full-blown Bane on you, you've only adopted the darkness. The darkness is all that I've known.
Wow.
But,
that's heavy, man.
Well, I came to college football late, so my whole life has been the transfer portal.
Yeah.
That's what I know. And I think the on-field product has never been better in college.
I would agree with that. I think it's more entertaining. It's more fun.
Any given Saturday is truly meant any given Saturday.
And you no longer have the guys who have absolutely no chance, and these guys are going to be there. I do, though I despise NIL. I do love that it's leveled the playing field, and I think that's helped a lot. And the NFL aspect of it appeals to me. The playoff as well.
Now, if you want to live your life, and this is a bad way to put it, if you enjoy the idea of the story that comes with the player and the rise of the player and all of that kind of stuff, and this is no longer your college football anymore.
No.
Like, that stuff is all out the window.
They're all free agents.
Exactly. I mean, the fact that, you brought up this morning, I didn't see it, Malachi Starks, right? Malachi Starks? Yeah. Heading into the transfer portal. Malachi Tony, thank you. I don't know where Malachi Starks came from.
Yeah.
Top wide receiver, freshman in the country, and he's entered the portal.
Yeah.
Why? Because he wants paid.
He wants to get cash.
Yep.
And if anything, maybe he's getting offers in the portal to then turn around and go back to Miami and go, here's my price tag, raise it up.
Correct.
Has it really leveled the playing field other than Indiana?
Yes.
Your top teams are still your top teams. They are. Ohio State, Georgia.
How'd Penn State do this year?
Penn State had the opportunity to be there and they didn't win.
Right.
Alabama's been down.
Point. That's the
Alabama's down a little, but your top teams
LSU
are
took a
still
tank this year.
your top teams.
Ohio
State, Georgia, Oregon has been for a while.
Tennessee's in the tank this year.
Ohio State lost twice.
Texas,
Ohio State
Utah's
lost 2 games.
been around for more than a decade now as one of the bigger teams.
Oklahoma's falling apart.
A&M. I mean, we're still
top quarterbacks are getting paid to go be starters somewhere rather than backup somewhere else.
Texas Tech, Arizona State. Those are 2 teams that came out and made some noise.
It's a little more level.
A little more. It's not. I mean, we're still.
It's not level like the NFL, but it's getting there.
And Notre Dame,
great.
And Notre Dame didn't even make it.
And
USC isn't a powerhouse. I mean, that's the thing is this has caused a lot of this stuff to level out as much as we don't want to openly admit it. Like, yes, you could point to Oregon, you could point to Ohio State, you could point to even Michigan and that stuff, but Michigan's taking a nosedive.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's a different game.
Exactly.
Yep, different game.
And we'll see what this thing looks like. For all we know, Maryland could get a big kick in the spring transfer portal and make some noise. I don't know.
Are you done?
Wouldn't shock me.
It would shock me.
Hey, you go spend money and get a big-time quarterback and put 5 behemoths in front of him. You're going to win football games.
I guess
in college football.
I guess North Carolina's there too. I'll give another one. Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing.
It's not.
Schools.
It's not that it was, but it's kind of.
We're not focusing on the same 5 teams.
At least one of those 5 teams will always be in that mix, though. As long as the money's there. Georgia, Ohio State. I'm just looking at the last ranking.
But the Yanks, Dodgers, not the Mets as much, but the Yankees, the Dodgers, the Red Sox.
They're always there, too.
They're always there. Always floating around. In the NBA
Lakers
side,
always seem to do well.
The Celtics always seem to be in the middle of these things.
Hey, what's up there on social media? Anything?
Social media message powered by Scheibe Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store, and you can send anything you would like to the show at CLE Talking Heads like Robert in Brecksville does here, bragging about the sandwich he's eating. I'm jealous. It's a damn good-looking sandwich.
Did he buy it or make it?
What is it?
He bought it. It's a corned beef pastrami sandwich from a well-known corned beef and pastrami establishment in Cleveland.
East side, west side.
He's bragging. Right in downtown.
Oh, I had a fantastic corned beef sandwich yesterday. First time in a while. Long time place, east side.
It'll explain the deep red color in your face today.
The corned beef sandwich?
From your elevated blood pressure. All the salt.
I think it was you, Jeff. It really wasn't that salty. Like I've had corned beef sandwiches that are like, yeah, you know it. Like I need 10 glasses of water afterwards. It wasn't over the top salty. It was really good. Former Shaker goalie was working there. Had a chance to say hi to him yesterday. Anyway, that's a conversation for me.
Are you stocked up for the weekend? You know what you're doing? You know how you're handling this?
Yeah, I think so.
Or are you guys going to do some last-second shopping before the storm hits and you're snowed in forever?
We're good to go.
I think we're good to go, too. I just don't – I was – and whenever we get ready for one of these weekends, most of the time they're underwhelming.
You're not going to be underwhelmed this time, my friend.
Are you guaranteeing that?
My friend Betsy told me yesterday.
And what did she tell you?
She said it's moving north. If it pushes east, we're clear, but it's moving north.
I don't know. I find them to be
Nice
underwhelming.
job, Betsy.
Last couple years, I think the bark isn't as big as the bite, but I could be wrong on Monday. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
You don't like weather people anyway.
Are you kidding? Love Mark.
You don't like all but one weather person anyway.
Love Jason. You want me to keep going? Love all the fine folks at Fox 8. Love them all.
Sure.
Corrali time. What do you got?
Yeah, moment of the show comes courtesy of Tim May today. He was talking about the fact that the college football playoff is staying at 12 teams for 2026 and how he isn't necessarily the biggest fan of that.
I still say there's no more than 8 teams that are worthy or capable of winning the national championship. And as I said all along, my debate over whether Notre Dame should have been in had nothing to do with Miami. It had everything to do with Alabama.
And there you have it.
I think that's probably an accurate number, by the way. About 8 teams a year have a real chance.
Yeah. Although maybe now that you've said the playing field has been leveled, maybe it'll be more.
Maybe. Think about the NFL. How many teams a year have a chance? Maybe 6, realistically.
Every once in a while you get a wild card.
Yeah.
Why Am I Smarter? Brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. In pain, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Just a quick correction real quick. Malachi Tony not in the transfer portal. His mother has shut that down.
Oh.
Yeah. Mom came in and put the kibosh on that one. Don't get it twisted. We're home and still go Canes. We're back in the lab. That's what she sent out.
Well, good to see he's calling his own shots.
He's got his own general manager.
You know who's important.
Happy mom, happy...
everything.
Yeah, I guess so. Dan?
That's valid.
Was that your smarter?
Yeah, why not? Let's roll with that.
Jeff?
I'm smarter today after our conversation on what wasn't Grant Udinski Day. Why not hire a 30-year-old guy? I mean, who's to say he's not going to be successful? Who's to say that he is? Same thing with a 59-year-old Jim Schwartz or a 63-year-old John Harbaugh in his second opportunity. Andy, you don't know if these guys are going to succeed or not, so give it a shot. They'll hire somebody, and we'll all hope for the best.
I'm smarter today. Jamal White bringing up the story about Peyton Manning when he was playing for the Colts, and the power that is in an NFL locker room, and who holds it, who doesn't, and where you got the words you have to watch that you're going to say in front of somebody, because you never know who's got the owner's ear. Interesting stuff. Have a great weekend, everybody. Hope you stock up. Stay warm. Stay warm, Northeast Ohio. We are back Monday at 10. Until then, be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. Afternoon Drive takes you home next.
And that's the show.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Baltimore Ravens will hire Chargers defensive coordinator Jesse Minter as their new head coach. Minter makes a lot of sense for the Ravens, but this search started with the organization saying they wanted to hire someone to get the most out of Lamar Jackson. With a lot of coaches on the market with offensive backgrounds, the Ravens go defense. The challenge for Minter is to connect with Lamar. I'm Chris Black.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Milo's Pro Rewards members go big during Lowe's Pro Savings Days. Get member volume discounts plus an extra 5% off eligible orders with a quote of $2,000 or more. Plus, buy more and save more with up to 25% off DWV pipes when you spend $250 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 123. Exclusions, more terms and restrictions apply. Can't be combined with any contract or special pricing. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit the Pro Desk or Lowe's.com/terms for more details.
What do you mean, why?
You're sound that out for yourself.
You're
sound
tallish.
that out for yourself.
You're
see how
very
that one,
Irish-looking.
See how that one, but I'm not even really
You're
that Irish.
fair skin.
Yeah.
You're 5.3% Italian.
If someone that really seems like he might have an okay 401k going on. Yeah, that's really my appeal to people.
Listen, you are going to sit out on your lawn and say, this is just a disaster.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin on a football Friday, on an F-off Friday, on a holy mother of what is it outside kind of Friday. You don't have school, but my kids had school, kind of. We got a big show for you today. That opened courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We got Jake Murrin, man in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. As always, like our videos. We like to be liked here. And if you would please, make sure to do us all a favor. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel as well. We'll see you in the chat. Suck it, Cordelito. Drop those corn emojis. That was my fault because I led with the thing that you usually said because my brain isn't working right just yet. However, we'll see you in the chat. And we got, who the hell's doing 2020s today? Matt Corrali doing 2020s today. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. I'm good. We made it through negative 15 temperatures in order to come here. I'm a little worried about what's going to happen. I'm kind of low-key obsessed about what this weekend's going to look like. They're saying this could be a generational snowstorm. Minneapolis is supposed to be negative 50. There's parts of the country that's. I didn't even know we could get to negative 70. There's parts of the country are going to get to negative 70. Mm-hmm. I'm kind of keyed in. Not a big weather guy in general. I'm kind of keyed into that. They're saying trees could just straight up explode.
Oh, that's actually a thing. That's a thing in Minnesota normally.
New to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess science makes it make sense. I get how we could get there. I didn't know you could have trees just explode. And so here we are. And I'm very fascinated by all of it. I also want videos of trees just exploding because of the cold. That seems very interesting.
I believe it's our guy Moblin pointed out that the Weather Channel had been talking about it. So he tweeted about going down a rabbit hole, which then caused me to go down a YouTube rabbit hole about exploding trees, which then caused one of my children to then go down their own rabbit hole.
Oh, you see, I got to this too late. I was listening to a show like an hour and a half ago. I was actually listening to yesterday's show in Detroit, our Odyssey friends over there, Valenti, and he was talking about the trees exploding, and I was like, wait just a second. But I was in my car. I couldn't do any research. What'd you find out?
The trees explode.
Well, all right. That was good research.
And they go boom.
That was good. You said a rabbit hole. I thought maybe you got more beyond.
No,
beyond
I just watched a bunch of videos of trees exploding.
The basic of trees explode.
No, I don't want to know the science.
Because I got there like an hour and a half, too. I wanted the science. I wanted how often does this happen? At what temperature are trees likely to explode and just turn into shrapnel everywhere?
No, I want to see boom, boom.
I mean, that's
really what I'm here for.
There's a lot of great things we have in our life living in Ohio that we don't have to think about if you live in, like, Florida, for instance. In Florida, there are creatures that could just straight up eat you.
That's true.
Okay? We don't have to worry about that. We don't have to worry about hurricanes or anything other nonsense like that. I got to worry about trees exploding?
In fairness.
I've never seen one.
I think that's more of a Minnesota thing than a Northeast Ohio thing. I'm not saying trees don't explode here. I'm saying I've lived by a lot of trees in my life. I've consistently been besotted by trees, as it were, and I've never seen an exploding tree.
New fear unlocked. Yeah. I'm going to look at every tree differently.
You know it's not happening in North Solon.
Be walking down the street and be like, is this tree going to explode on me? Is this tree going to explode on me?
Got like 17 trees in North Solon. You're going to be fine.
That would be
They've
wild.
deforested the whole area.
I have a lot of trees right around my house. Right in my front yard, I got trees everywhere.
Mm.
I have woods. I have woods right in back of me, man.
Look at that. All
I look at is trees when I go outside. I got a backyard, and then there's just I have a forest back there.
You know what? I'm going to spin zone this. I think this is a good thing. Because if Grant Udinski, it's Udinski Day, y'all. Not Udinski Day. We'll get to that. But it is Udinski Day. If Grant Udinski, who's living in Jacksonville right now, if he comes up with all the other problems the job has, and he sees an exploding tree here, and he sees sub-zero temperatures and all this, and he still wants the job, well, you can't say he wasn't tested, right?
Is this how we find out if he's a true AFC North head coach?
Yeah.
If you see exploding trees and still stay?
He's on the young side. He doesn't have a lot of Paul Bunyan to him, in my opinion.
Well,
but this would be exploding trees, test a man's convictions.
I mean, that's part of why people are upset with McDaniel to Buffalo potentially, is because they thought, oh, well, he just, he worked in San Francisco, then he worked in Miami. The man just couldn't do cold.
Why do people forget he's from Denver?
I don't know.
I
grew up with Dan Soder. It's like a very famous,
it's really killing me.
Very famous friendship that they have, both Colorado people.
I do want to get to Grant Udinski Day. What a day for those that celebrate.
He was a Broncos ball boy as a child.
He was. But you mentioned it, Mike McDaniel apparently will still take the Chargers job if he doesn't get a head coaching job. But he is interviewing in Buffalo. There's rumors that he could still be involved with one of the other jobs. I think it's Vegas, but I could be wrong on that. So it does seem like he only pulled out of the Cleveland job.
Yeah, that's not great for us. Or is it? All right, there's two trains of thought here, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, you'd kind of made the suggestion. I want to know if you still believe this after this. Yesterday, you'd made the suggestion that maybe the Browns are being so hyper-focused and zeroed in on what they want that they've just decided maybe McDaniel's not their guy. And maybe they were the ones that, in fact, had told McDaniel, all right, we're done. We got our Final Four. We're good here. Take the OC job. We don't need to hold you up. We have a good direction where we're going and what we're thinking. Do you buy it more into that? Or do you think it's McDaniel just saying the Browns job wasn't good enough?
Okay, I don't think we can throw spite out of the window on this. Because Mike McDaniel, good friends with Kyle Shanahan, 32-point PowerPoint presentation,
right.
All that.
The thing that Albert Breer made us seem like you idiots. Why would you even think he'd consider that job?
So could I say that there couldn't be a spite power play and that he wanted to embarrass the Browns? I can't say that definitively. Mike is also a really smart guy, and doing things like that and trying to embarrass an organization is incredibly dumb.
Also an incredible waste of his time for the first interview.
Yeah, well, exactly.
When you're going for other head coaching jobs. I'm a spite store guy, but I don't know about that.
I think it's most likely that Mike got wind that this is Grant Udinski or Nate Scheelhouse's job to lose or Jim Schwartz's job to lose and said, I can lose out on the Buffalo gig to anybody. And my coaching career isn't going to get dinged on that. I lost out to the Cleveland gig. The optics of losing out on the Cleveland gig, meaning not pulling out before they name another coach, is just not where I need to be. And I think he got wind that he wasn't their first candidate.
Which does make you back the question, why did he get wind of that?
Yeah.
Why was he not the first candidate? Why was he not one of the top guys?
That's not uncommon in coaching searches that there's a perceived favorite. I mean, there were guys in the Baltimore job that hung in there that knew it was
This is me
Minter's job.
telling the Browns are not doing the coaching search right, though, if this is what he's getting wind of because this is their reality. If you're doing this coaching search and you're telling me Udinski is better than McDaniel, I don't believe you. If you're telling me Scheelhouse is better than McDaniel, I don't believe you. The flaw in the coaching search is really kind of showing itself here.
Oh, I would agree on that. Like, you just can't stack them up. Guy that has been on Super Bowl attending staffs, guy that is thought to be a genuine offensive wizard with data to back it up, versus a glorified quarterbacks coach and a guy who's fourth in command in a really good spot in LA.
So he thought he was going to lose this job, and that's why he pulled out. And so if that's true, then clearly he didn't get enough signs that they were taking it seriously.
Yeah,
which makes me back the question, why weren't they taking him seriously?
And in fairness, there could be it could be that the offensive coordinator jobs are starting to dry up. He needed to have an answer on that job, and maybe when he talked to Jim Harbaugh, he said, listen, I think I'm out on the Cleveland thing because I'm not going to get it, but if another job opens up a la Buffalo, I would still like to be able to entertain that. Like that would be another part of this that I think makes a lot of sense, that fits within kind of all the framework of all the stuff that all of us have talked about all week long.
Could have easily also been like, hey, I need an answer. I want to take the OC job for the Chargers. I need an answer. And then Haslam and Andrew Berry were like, I'm sorry, we can't do that. We haven't talked to enough people. We want to talk to Scheelhouse still. We can't talk to him until Monday. But we can't tell you you're going to get the job. And so because of that, he then just said, okay, fine, I'm going to take the OC job.
And let's be fair. Like, he could have gone to Jim Harbaugh and said, hey, the only way I'm not coming to San Diego or not coming to LA is if a Buffalo opens up. And well, actually, that job had already opened up, but if I have a real chance at Buffalo. And Jim Harbaugh's a pretty pragmatic guy, probably went, Well, let's lock you in here. But, yeah, I'm going to give you my good grace here. If Buffalo opens up because you didn't have Josh Allen in Miami, and quite frankly, Josh Allen's a better quarterback than anything Kyle Shanahan's had in his career since Matt Ryan.
Yeah, and he's got a real chance to get the job. I still think it goes to Dable, but, he's in the division for a long time. He knows the division. He's got a real chance to get that job.
I do think that I think it's going to be interesting. I guess the thing that I would double back on when it comes to Udinski or McDaniel or any of this, I think McDaniel should have been a much more prolific candidate with where they were. And again, we don't know. And we're trying to be as fair as we can to the Browns in this, because this isn't. I know we want to point this to 2013 and 2014, and I know sometimes it feels like that. The truth is, how a lot of these the thoughts on jobs come available is agents and a lot of power players in the league leak a lot of stuff that don't always tell the full picture of the job. So we're definitely to the point of, I think if McDaniel knew he wasn't getting the job before Wednesday, I do not love that. And I also am still concerned that Udinski, who had like a 3-hour Zoom with them on Saturday, made such a case that they just decided then he was the head coach, and that was the thing you were sending out to everyone. So, those two things don't necessarily sit square with me, but it's interesting. It makes sense if you took a job and then realized, oh, but Buffalo might be open. Yeah, the Buffalo head coach job, because of Josh Allen, instantly becomes a gotta-have-it kind of job for any head coach, let alone a guy that just had to coach Tua, for God's sake.
And I look at it the same way I look at what happened with Jesse Minter yesterday, where it's like, all right, you got a chance to coach Lamar Jackson. I can't hold that against you. I cannot hold the idea that he wants to coach Josh Allen and win a premier job. I can't hold that against him.
Now, would I hope that, let's say you get into this interview with Udinski today, and you don't love what you hear, would I hope that the Browns are of flexible mind and process enough that if they're not going to go to my guy David Shaw, a lot of people loving that name in this town, but if they're not going to go to my guy David Shaw, if they're not going to maybe expand to coaches, maybe we haven't even heard yet from the first round, because it's not like we know literally every single person that was a first-round interview. Pretty much every job in America has a couple candidates that were at least broached, if not first-round interviewed, without it being distinctly reported. So, if you're not going to do that, I don't think it'd be the worst thing to do to go, oh, so Mike is still in on Buffalo. He's still in potentially with a Raiders job. Hey, Mike, if they don't already know,
you want to bring him back into the mix?
I don't think it'd be the worst thing to do to go, hey, Mike, what was your sticking point with this job? Because if all it was he didn't think he was getting the job, well, if we promise to take you real seriously, Mike,
we might. Yeah,
come on back.
Sorry, we didn't express that close enough to you. We should have let you know that we were more interested than we were. But I don't know that the Browns really are. I don't. I mean, we've talked about for years how enamored they are with him. But I don't know that that's true. We're enamored with him. I would think they should be enamored with him, but I don't know. We just don't know.
In fairness, the Browns probably have a good idea if they picked up the phone and called Mike McDaniel and said, "You sure about that?" I'm pretty sure they know whether he would be sure about that or not. But I think from the outside, I think the only thing you can really do if you do feel like, well, if it's true that they only had 6 second-round interviews planned and that they were destined to hire somebody from this class, well, you should go in today, even if you're really heavy with Udinski. You do have to keep an open mind that he could not be the guy. And I think that is something that I would expect, given his pedigree, given his temperament, Andrew Berry would be smart enough to kind of have that mindset going into today.
Yeah, the hard part about doing this job today in particular, and talking about this, is that we're playing with so many hypotheticals and so many things we just don't know. Because for myself, all I'm thinking is I think they're happy with, all right, we know we got Jim Schwartz in the bag, and then we're just going to wait and see if Udinski or Scheelhaus just are awesome. Then great, one of them wins the job, and then we'll let it play out between the two of them. Which one of them can really just blow our socks off and be great at this, right? But this is how I think of it. It's not necessarily how they think of it. They might have already locked into Udinski. They might have already locked into Scheelhaus. They might be thinking Jim Schwartz has 0 chance, or Jim Schwartz is the guy and everything else is perfunctory. There's so many areas and places that they can take this.
And don't forget, Seattle this weekend, this is a big opportunity with jobs in Vegas amongst other jobs. Like Clint Kubiak is thought to be one of the 2 or 3 finalists for that Vegas job.
Yeah.
If that job doesn't go to Clint Kubiak, maybe he expresses more of a willingness to go beyond a phone call or whatever. Because, again, we don't know if they actually had a Zoom or even, a kind of passing kind of interest in Kubiak. That would be another name that might be thrown back into the hopper if other jobs kind of fall away.
Yeah, what we've seen throughout this cycle in particular, and it's happened years past, but this one in particular, the longer you wait, the more things that become available and the more people that have become available. We saw this obviously in the very beginning. Stefanski was the belle of the ball, and then Harbaugh became available. And then the following week, it's like Stefanski takes the Atlanta job, but all of a sudden, here's the Bills job. And if he hadn't locked that in, who knows? And it's like there's so many things that can always just kind of happen in the NFL, and it seems like something always does.
And I would say the difference between the disastrous 2013 and 2014 searches, I think, is Andrew Berry. Like, this should be, listen, drafting, incomplete. Free agency, trades, some good, some bad, right? This should be the thing, given, again, I'll say it, like his temperament. This should be something, and serving under the tutelage of the guy who apparently found every good head coach ever, just didn't hire him, and Paul DePodesta. I do think this should be something that Andrew should be a little bit more prepared for than certainly Joe Banner was in 2013 or 2014 and Ray Farmer ever was in any role ever.
Oh, you see, now I'm just trying to think of the history of Andrew Berry, and I'm going back to the Philadelphia days. And again, the guy he thinks the highest of is Howie Roseman. And Howie Roseman hired Nick Sirianni when it wasn't a popular thing to hire Nick Sirianni. It worked out, but that was not a popular thing.
I think it was not a popular thing because he sounded like an idiot in his press conference. That probably put the kibosh on that.
He also wasn't like the most high sought after guy in that offseason cycle either. And then, yes, he sounded like an absolute Cooper in that press conference, and it was a long uphill battle from there. But since then, he's been to 2 Super Bowls and has won a Super Bowl.
The new Dolphins head coach today said, and we'll play some of it later. They said, in talking about like, the second thing I believe in belief. And I was like, you did not just say that, sir. You can't say I believe in belief. Now, he then went on a very nice...
Might be a football guy, though.
Went on a very nice way of describing to believe in ourselves and believe in each other. But it was like, when you say the words, I believe in belief, that's a T-shirt in Cleveland. You cannot say I believe in belief, because we will clip
tough.
it.
That's a tough slogan.
216. But I do believe in belief. 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X. Powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We got quick hits coming up at 2:40. Jason Pinkston, former Browns offensive lineman, at 3:20. Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider, coming up at 4. And then at 6:20, we've got the playoff eliminator. Can anyone take down the juggernaut that is Mac Robinson? More like juggernaut. That being said, 216-474-0092. Mike McDaniel, apparently still in the running for the Bills job. Who turned down who? And does it matter? And we got to get to Grant Udinski today in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I drive a Ram.
Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Keep us locked in all day, every day for the latest on the Browns' search for a new head coach. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. Time out! Time out! 92.3 The Fan.
Speaking of big swings, Grant Udinski, offensive coordinator, 30 years old, Jacksonville Jaguars. We had Liam Cohen on last week. We asked him about Grant. He was very positive, but also you can imagine Liam being like, hey, let's not give this guy too much hype. Grant Udinski, Cleveland Browns, an interesting one. They can go one of two ways. They can go Jim Schwartz or Todd Monken, which is a guy in their, let's just say what it is. Those guys are in their late 50s, early 60s, or they can go big swing, Schulhaus, Udinski, two guys who have not called plays before, but are, very impressive young offensive coaches. Those will be interesting ones.
Pete Schrager on the Four Letter Network, potentially from some sort of safe room whispering about the Browns. That's I hadn't quite listened to that just with my headphones on.
Yeah.
I'd been listening to it while hearing something else. He definitely sounds like he's being held gunpoint while talking about this.
Yeah, he did the. If you watch the video of it, he does this he gets really close to the mic, as if he's doing the. Remember when in COVID, a lot of people had to broadcast from home, myself included. I'm sure you did as well. And there was some hosts that went for it, and some hosts that definitely talk a lot softer, as if their wife was in the other room.
Guess which one I was?
You talked loud.
Of course I did. Yeah.
Come on, I did too, because my wife understands that's the job.
Yeah.
She gets that. But some people don't. Some people don't have that same.
Yeah.
What's that?
They get afraid.
Yeah. I never
What
understood
if she
why.
hears what I say?
Why? Not even that. I just never understood why. It's don't they understand this is how you make money and you have to go to work? Isn't that part of the deal? I get trying to be courteous, but also that is the job. The job is you have to use your voice.
Every once in a while, Daryl does with that, and it takes everything in my body to be like, you just use your normal voice, because it kind of sounds like halfway to bedroom Daryl voice, and I don't need to hear that. I don't need to hear that at all.
I don't even need to think about that.
But now you're thinking about it.
And now I'm thinking about it.
On Grant Udinski Day of all days.
All days. It's a sacred day around here. I don't know why, but it's a sacred day around here.
Can we also just say, it's Udinski. Our buddy Adam and Rocky River and everyone on his show keep saying Udinski. And it is, I don't know if they're doing it to troll me.
I don't think they're trying to troll you.
It's the only people that I've ever heard refer to him as Udinski. And it is, it just doesn't work. Schrager calls him Udinski. Yeah. Everybody calls him Udinski.
I do like that we both have a thing against when people just mispronounce as I do it right there. I swear that wasn't intentional. I swear that was not intentional. We were not trying to do it. I just couldn't speak for a second there. But it's funny, though, because between the Shador stuff,
yeah,
and then now this, it feels like people just can't get it right to save themselves at all.
Maybe the biggest thing of why I wouldn't hire Udinski right now is if I hear one too many people call him Udinski, I'm going to.
You're going to start calling him Udinski is what's going to happen.
No, he is
Udinski.
See,
I can't even say the bad word. I can't even do it.
Well,
this is it's like Ken the other day trying to say Ayuk. I can't say how he said it if I tried.
Ayuk? That's pretty much what he said.
Close. I can't do it if I tried.
Brandon Ayuk getting a throw from Shedeur Sanders.
It was 12 times. I know Ken likes to get names wrong on purpose. That's one of his bits. I get that.
What a bit.
But I wanted to yell at the radio. That's how this works. So anyway, Udinski. Not Udinski?
Ooh,
is that how they, or is it ew, I'm gross? Ew, Dinsky.
Ew, Dinsky.
How are they saying it?
They're saying ooh, Dinsky. No, that was too much English.
Like an oompa loompa?
Ooh, I just walked into
ooh, I'm so shocked.
Yes.
Dinsky.
You know what? I don't hate that. Because then that way we could say that, when he has a big trick play, because he's Sean McVay. I know that. We'd be like, ooh, Dinsky. It's like firework, right? Ooh. Oh, and then if it's bad, it would be, Dinsky.
That is one of the fun. I do like that when people just change the names. I don't know why. I feel like we do a lot of that here. With Stefanski, it was Suckstansky, and it was well, it's not even close. But we have all sorts of people call up and we just say ridiculous things like that to change his name.
I actually think the Stefanski real name is Johnson or something like that, but they changed it to Stefanski to make it like dummy proof. They dummy proofed a name.
We still got a lot of Stefanskis calling in all the time.
Well, but nobody came up with a good riff on Stefanski. Stakansky was just like the closest we got, and that was just not good.
Stasuksky.
It was not good. Many people went there.
So if you have Udinsky, I think Keith sent us a couple with Udinsky at one point that you can already go off of. I just can't remember what they are in the moment.
Listen,
like Udonsky.
Can we have an honest?
How about Udonsky?
Uwinski. How about this? Let's have a real conversation. Because I am, you know me, I think Grant Udinsky and Nate Scheelhaase feel like you're trying a little too hard to do something instead of you're trying a little too hard to find the right head coach for the Browns. You're trying to find a type instead of maybe just the best guy for the job. And I think that's one of the ways you can fail in this. Like, Jesse Minter might end up being a good head coach, but the Baltimore Ravens, the second they fired John Harbaugh, said, we're going to hire Jesse Minter, and then they went through a sham of a process.
It seems pretty obvious that's how that went down.
And one of the bits of logic used is, well, they already let Mike McDonald out of their building, and look what he's doing in Seattle. They couldn't let it happen again. And it's like, well, but Jesse Minter isn't Mike McDonald. There's just no guarantee here.
Right, especially when Mike McDonald's been called the defensive version of Sean McVay.
So the logic of this and the process truly matters. But I do not understand why there are so many people that are like, Udinsky, that's my guy. And then when it comes to Scheelhaase, who's practically cut from the exact same jib, that's too rich for their blood.
Yeah, what's interesting is the Vegas odds actually have Scheelhaase in a better spot than Udinsky. They gave the nod to Scheelhaase, and I thought that was interesting because it feels like so many Browns fans are all in on Udinsky, and I don't know that they can explain why. In the same vein, they also, if it's all about checking the box and really going into what you want, which is a young offensive mind, shouldn't you just be happy with either?
Yes.
Like how are they getting to the spot of Udinsky?
There's really no difference. I mean, Grant has about 2 or 3 more years of NFL experience, but neither of them is one of the top 2 people on an offense.
I mean, but shouldn't it just be? It should be just as easy to sell Scheelhaase working for Matt Campbell, one of the best coaches in college, into Sean McVay, one of the best head coaches in the NFL, than it is anything Udinsky did at the pro or college level.
Yeah, well, by the way, you can sell that McVay's coaching tree to this point has bore quite a bit of fruit, where Kevin O'Connell's still new enough as a head coach 4 or 5 years into it. He doesn't have like that guy you can point to like a Zach Taylor.
And even go through his original tree, which should be Matt Rule, which is not anything anyone wants to bring up because it doesn't make anyone feel good.
But like, is it just that Grant Udinsky has had 1 year as a glorified quarterbacks coach, but it says offensive coordinator?
Well, so that's the other
people
thing.
think he's got more power than Scheelhaase does?
Here's what it might be. It might be the idea that Jacksonville went from a really bad team last year, a 4-win team, to all of a sudden a double-digit win team and into the postseason. And the Browns are, if you're a Browns fan, you're looking at it like, how do we get that turnaround? That guy just did it this last year. Maybe he can copy and paste and do it here. Meanwhile, Scheelhaase has basically been born on the NFL equivalent of third base when it comes to having success. He's been with McVay the entire time. One of the first years he was in L.A. is when they went to the Super Bowl and beat Joe Burrow. Like, he instantly was at the top of the league, whereas maybe, just maybe, fans look at it and think there's something to Udinsky taking a team from the ashes. But Udinsky wasn't there the year that they sucked. He was only there the year that they got good.
Yeah. And again, he was really just kind of a quarterback's coach with the OC title, and Trevor Lawrence is okay. Like, Trevor Lawrence was the approximation of as good as he's been in his career. It's not like he was so much better than any other iteration of Trevor. And none of this, again, I have to say this for the millionth time. Udinsky or Scheelhaase, with the correct support, I understand why people think in the right situation, this guy can be a good head coach, and getting him a year too early might be the only way you can get a guy like that. But I think if you want Udinsky, I think you got to want Scheelhaase. You should be happy with either. And I thought it was interesting that the poll that was put out there on the 92.3 The Fan account today, 56% of 1,400 votes wanted Udinsky. 8% wanted Nate Scheelhaase, 20% wanted Jim Schwartz, and 16% wanted Deion Sanders. Listen, I have real concerns about Udinsky and Scheelhaase. I do. And I don't know that I trust fully the Browns organization to make either of these guys the next McVay or to create the furtive environment of growth, right? Guys, I can't help you with Deion Sanders. You are not a serious human being.
Our guy Padone today. How about that clip?
I would love and respect to Nick Padone. You know, he is the other Nick here. We appreciate him. Come on. What the hell are we doing?
I think he was just throwing out a name. That's all he was doing. He was just throwing out a name. I think the reality here is that I think fans have to be with the understanding that obviously the Browns will find which one they like better. But if you have a hardline stance of like, yes, Udinski's the guy, but Shieldhouse, hell no, then I can't really get on board with what you're trying to sell. But if you think you like Udinski because he's a young offensive mind, then you probably should like Shieldhouse as well. And in that same logic, it would make a lot of sense if, as of right now, the Browns are 50-50 split on whether it's Udinski or Shieldhouse and have no idea what direction they're going to go.
Are you pro Udinski and anti Shieldhouse? If so, we'd like to just hear why, because they seem to be the same guy. 216-474-0092. And will Grant Udinski be the guy? And guys, speaking of people that can be the guy, there's a name that no one is talking about for the Browns head coaching job except Darryl Ryder. Get ready for this one, guys. That's in 5 minutes to lead off Quick Hits on 92.3 The Fan.
last 4, while Sacramento has won 4 of their last 7. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Jason Pigston coming up in 1 hour's time. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive on a Football Friday, on an F-Off Friday. It's Grant Udinski Day. Now, what would be really interesting, today's kind of like, so he's going to come in, he's going to interview, you're going to talk to him. It's going to be really interesting is what happens should he leave without a job. I know many people have said, by the way, well, they can't hire him because of the Rooney Rule, just because they haven't publicized other candidates they might have talked to. It should be noted that there's a fair amount of things that haven't, like Lima said something the other day on air that is now being taken as a report that hadn't been reported. So just because they haven't publicized other Rooney Rule candidates doesn't mean they haven't satisfied that as well. Just worth kind of saying.
Another thing, too, and I heard Jason White say this. I want to give him credit because I think he's dead on, and I wish I would have thought of it. That's where this comes from. You could just take the fine.
Yeah.
Don't interview anybody. Just take the fine.
That's his report, by the way.
No, he's not. No, Jason's not saying anything. He was just saying another thought process to all of this is that idea of like you don't have to. You just take the fine because the Browns have been fined before for not satisfying that rule. But if like Andrew Berry makes this hire and you go through with everything, and by the way, if you're hiring Shieldhouse, I don't think many people are going to be up in arms that you just took the $250,000 fine.
I just wanted to make sure that Jordan Schultz or Schefter or Rappaport or any of the other NFL vampires didn't go ahead and take something said, somebody said, pass it off as their own report, and then not give proper attribution.
Are we still talking about Lima? I'm really not. I'm very confused right now.
We're talking about Mary Kay having to fight for herself out on those Twitter streets. She shouldn't have to do that. Quite frankly, all those big-name NFL reporters should have a little integrity to themselves.
Who was stealing from Mary Kay? I saw Mary Kay tweet out that she wanted the attribution. I didn't see who was stealing from Mary Kay.
Honestly, any of those dudes do it like an insane amount to local reporters, where they're like second on something.
I wanted to know who to hate in particular, though.
All of them.
I wanted to just
Albert's kind of the one not
feedback.
I've never seen Albert take something somebody else has done and claim it for himself.
Well, what's funny is, as much of an insider as he is, he doesn't break a lot of news, all things considered. He drops nuggets into his mailbags, and he's very inside info and knows all this stuff, but he doesn't do it as breaking news. This is not what's happening.
But I am now waging a war on all national reporters who can't just say, Lima had it, or Kay had it.
Well, no, there's that guy in Pittsburgh that thinks that Lima stole it from him.
But that guy's just being a...
Who's that guy? Saw him pop up today. Who's that guy?
I know Marty Mush. You know Barstool guys more than me.
No, so that's a bit that he's doing.
Oh, okay, it is.
It's a bit.
All right.
He did it first with the Harbaugh stuff to the Giants, and it's just completely a bit.
All right.
There's nothing to that.
The reason why I'm saying that is...
He thinks it's funny because enough people actually retweet and go with it.
So it's a Lima thing. Okay.
That's all
Perfect.
it is. And he got it right with Harbaugh, and so he's just kind of been rolling with it.
I've seen a few people be like, today's a big day. Udinski's the guy. And it's like, guys, that's it's an obvious one. It's kind of been set up this way. Yeah. Let's get to Quick Hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry. It's Quick Hits.
And the Browns coaching search continues on and on and on. And reports suggest it could go until next week, maybe even later when they hire a new head coach, with many questioning the direction of the search. Our very own Daryl Ryder on This Morning for the Morning Boys with Nick Bedone revealed his plan. And this is his unique plan. We got to give proper attribution here to make the Browns Rooney Rule compliant and maybe even save this search.
I came up with a guide. I was losing some sleep over this last night, trying to think of who the Browns could talk to where it would not just be performative. I came up with a guy. He's a former college head coach of a big program on the West Coast. He had a cup of coffee as a football executive with the Denver Broncos. He now works for the Detroit Lions as their passing game coordinator. I give you David Shaw. The Browns should talk to David Shaw. And listen, stranger things have happened. I've come up with crazier ideas, Nick. I think this one's pretty good.
Allow me. Yeah. Allow me, if I may. You have brought up David Shaw no fewer than 50 times in the previous 3 weeks.
Before Kevin got fired.
In fact,
I brought up David Shaw.
In a roundabout way, I didn't mock you for it, but we definitely addressed the idea that Tampa Bay called David Shaw for the OC job, and nobody else did. Like this big idea you've been peddling, nobody else was interested in. Like, it didn't work. The NFL world said thanks, but no thanks. They laughed at the idea essentially, and so that's really funny though. Then after the idea is already kind of just moved on. After you bringing up, I'm no joke, 50 times in the previous 3 weeks, Daryl had an epiphany last night.
I also brought it up yesterday, again, just to circle back to, hey, they could go back to this name. My favorite part about it is it was just such a Daryl thing of like, all right, I'm going to bring up a name.
I just love that he lost sleep over it.
And other people don't have the heart or courage to say it.
Yeah, right.
But you know what? I did not sleep last night, and I sat there scouring the internet.
No, he's just locked in.
And I had put it all into an Excel formula. I built an algorithm. I called my mother to say, if this is it, I love you. And finally, I'm going to give you this name that no one has spoken about in 5 years. He's Obi-Wan Kenobi of the Browns coaching search.
The beautiful thing about this, though, is that the idea that, so he puts that out there thinking this is like this big, massive grenade. Like, oh, the internet's going to be taken a storm by this one. And then after he makes this comment is when Padone just subtly goes, how about Deion Sanders?
It was a swinging competition. It was.
And then Daryl's aghast by that. Daryl's aghast. We can't aghast by it. Oh, that's great to me.
Omaha!
I think Padone almost threw it out there just to spite Daryl. It might have been a spite to Daryl. I don't know. But it went viral, and its David Shaw commentary only went to us.
But you know what? We heard it.
We did hear it.
And you know what, Daryl? Hopefully you can rest easy tonight, buddy.
One other thing that you've been on, and this is, by the way, this is going to be a quick hits of things you've been really interested in over the previous couple weeks that we now then bring back to the table, okay?
I like this.
Michael Irvin, obviously at the national title game, he was himself, but all throughout the playoffs, you'd been making cocaine jokes at his expense. SNL had made cocaine jokes. All these people had made cocaine jokes.
Cocaine made cocaine jokes about Michael Irvin.
Yes, and so Michael went on a new episode of The White House, which is a podcast, and this is what he had to say about it.
And everybody sends me all the stuff. Man, Mike, right now, he coked out right now. He all on coke. I'm like, wait a minute, y'all. Wait. First of all, y'all know damn well coke don't last 5 hours. I hadn't partaken in 20 years. But if you got some 5-hour stuff, let me know. That's just what I'm saying, man. Like, stop it. Like, stop saying this stuff.
I've been sober for 20 years.
At least acknowledge 20 years ago.
If you got 5-hour cocaine, I'm back in the game, baby.
He was almost asking, like, as a curiosity of, like, do they make that now?
Is that new?
I'm going to say 20 years ago they didn't, but if they make that now, maybe I'm back in on this.
Viagra lasts 4 hours or more, then you got to call your doctor. Also, I do like that Mike's like hinting around the idea that you couldn't have like a bump on the sideline. You know what I mean? Like, you know, Mike, if maybe it has been 20 years, you take one line, and then a little while later, you take another line.
And it starts the clock back up again. Yeah.
You don't just use it once, Mike. I think you remember this. Also, if I'm Michael Irvin, I just let the cocaine allegations fly. Because quite frankly, if it ain't coke, you're a psychopath. You are not a well-balanced human being if that's how you act without cocaine.
Well, he didn't try to do the, like, oh, no, I'm straight edge type thing or anything like that. Like, he's like, all right, I did it in the past. He did it 20 years ago.
Well, because everybody knows he did it. If he
acknowledged it, they didn't really run from that.
If Michael Irvin came out and said, guys, 20 years ago, I didn't do coke. We have so much evidence. We basically have the man with white stuff around his nose from the 1990s and multiple times where he's been like, I've done cocaine.
Right, so what do you think was wrong with Michael Irvin? What happened to him?
Okay, that's be more specific.
On the sidelines, what happened to him?
I think it's cocaine
during these games. Okay, all right, because it's more likely he's just straight up lying than anything else.
Yes, no one's going to come out and be like, I've heard those cocaine allegations, and just so everybody knows, you're darn tootin'.
The title of this is Michael has had enough of the allegations.
On the sidelines.
He's had enough of the allegations. He's an old man. He doesn't want to deal with this anymore.
Yeah. Of course, this is what you do. The next person that comes out and be like, I was totally, like 5 days ago, yeah, that was me on cocaine. No, that's not how cocaine works. 20 years from now, he'll be like, hey, guys, remember that time when everybody said I was on cocaine? I was on cocaine.
I like that he's almost like trying to give cocaine, the people that like will create the newest, best version of it, like an idea. Long-lasting cocaine. This is what we've needed. Give me that 5-hour stuff so I don't have to go to the bathroom at halftime.
I just like the idea that anyone out there, it's time to rebrand cocaine. Quite frankly, it's been the same for 60 years. Come on. Pharmaceutical companies can do wonders right now. They're not doing anything else. They're sure as hell not curing anything else.
Cocaine is having like a big publicity hit over the past couple years.
Omaha!
Big publicity hit.
Like a publicity bump?
Nice.
Omaha! Phillip Rivers, fresh off unretiring from football for roughly 6 games because couldn't stand his children and needed more health insurance for his brood of, I think, 97 children now. He is retired, and now, re-retired is what I was trying to say there. And now he's interviewing for the Buffalo head coaching job. My question on this one is, huh?
Well, so this one kind of falls in that same, pun intended, Davis Webb, the same web that yesterday's convo did, where it's like, is he just going to hire his best buddies? Is that all this is going to be? Phillip Rivers helped train Josh Allen before the draft so many years ago. Like, they did workouts together. They did all sorts of on-field work together. Like, Phillip Rivers has a big part of the Josh Allen storyline. And so I wonder if this is just a comfort blanket for Josh Allen, and this is what they're going to with this.
Are they only interviewing people that Phillip loves?
Or you mean that Josh Allen loves?
Because it's Phillip Rivers, it's Davis Webb, it's Brian Dable.
And now Mike McDaniel's in the mix. We don't know that relationship.
That's true.
But they got to be buddies, those two. I would think they're buddies.
They're both weird.
Yeah, they give off buddies. But you saw Josh Allen is now going to be in every one of these meetings. That was the thing that came out today. He's in every one of these meetings.
As long as he's not the guy.
He's heavily involved in the process.
I don't mind him being in the room.
No, I think he should be in the room, all things
being
considered.
in the room.
I got a problem with Miles being in the room.
It's the idea that then that guy would be able to go like, that's our head coach, and everyone just goes, you're right, Miles and or Josh. That's where it feels like jumping the shark.
I think there's some rebuilding that is trying to go on between the ownership with Brandon Beane and then Josh Allen, and I think this is their way of giving that olive branch.
I'm going to tell you, talk to Michael Irvin about that cocaine. That has built some bridges back in the day. Many deals were done over the white slopes of Miami.
I think their owner's like 85, isn't he? How old is Terry
Pegula?
How old is he?
He just looks 85.
He looks like he's 85. Maybe he's not.
That man's in the prime of his 70s, and you know it.
Oh, really? 74? Oh, my God, that's a bad 74.
It's not a good 74.
That's a bad 74.
In fairness, Stephen Ross is like 85. And
I should have thought
he totally
younger.
forgot his head coach and GM's name at the press conference today.
I should have thought younger because his kid that plays tennis is, she's still playing, like actively playing tennis. Although rich old guys have kids at all ages.
That's true.
That's not a thing for them.
Covered a lot here. Proof that the Browns aren't that far away in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Bam! Marcus Freeman ain't walking through that door. Kurt Signetti is not walking through that door. Ryan Day ain't walking through that door. We ain't talked about any of them. If there ain't any other wonderkins or great big names, then fine. Might as well go with the guy who has the highest upside, have we not?
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
It's a Football Friday and F-Off Friday. It's Grant Udinski Day, baby, here in Cleveland. It's also Freeze, your ever-loving you-know-what's-off day here in Northeast Ohio. We got Jason Pinkston, former Browns offensive lineman, joining us in about 20 minutes. We'll talk Grant Udinski, and it is Udinski. We'll talk Nate Scheelhaase. We'll talk Jim Schwartz, amongst the many names here. But if you missed a moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Well, at the end of that last little bit there, we talked about Josh Allen being in on the interviews in Buffalo, and whether or not that's a good idea. I kind of thrown out, would you want that to be the case with Miles? And so Keith actually put this up on 92.3 The Fan's Twitter account, which you guys can vote right now. Would Browns fans be okay with Myles Garrett sitting in on head coach interviews? 51% of 100 votes saying yes, 49% saying no.
Yeah, there's
I'm curious why you're saying no.
I'm saying no because I feel like, well, first off, we don't even know that Myles Garrett's going to be here for the long term. He's a flight risk at every opportunity. And so, but I think the real reason why is because if you don't listen to Myles, I think he's going to have a big stink about it. If you go in there and you have him at the table and then you come back and you're like, all right, Myles, what'd you think of this guy? What'd you think of this guy? What'd you think of this guy? I think it's really hard then to be, and same thing applies for Josh Allen too, by the way. But I think it's really hard then to be like, no, you know what? We're not going to go with what you have to say. We're going to go with this guy instead, and then expect Myles to be happy about it.
I mean, requesting your insight doesn't mean requesting someone's insight doesn't mean giving away free will.
No, I mean, you're just getting another perspective. But like, if you're going to bring a player into this, I feel like the player is going to think that their voice carries a lot of weight and it carries some juice to it. And so I think it's a really odd look if you brought him in and then he was like, I think Jim Schwartz is still the guy. Schwartz is obviously the guy. And then at the end of the day, you don't go with him. I think it's something I would reserve only for, I think Lamar's in that category. I think Josh Allen's in that category. I think Patrick Mahomes is in that category. And Joe Burrow, and I think I'd cut off the list there.
Yeah, I think if you have a franchise quarterback that has earned the right, you're mentioning the names, I think they can be in that room. I think a player like Myles, and listen, you mentioned the trade request. That's fair game. We're coming up on a year of the trade request. I actually think today is the year of the trade request, today or tomorrow. That being said, what Myles just wants to feel empowered. I mean, when I say empowered, I think he wants to have his voice heard. I think this is an excellent way of bringing him in and saying, if they were to do this, say, listen, Myles, we value your opinion. That doesn't mean we're going to pick just who you want, but we'd like you to get to know each of these candidates and get your feedback. We might go with who you want. We might not. It's going to be our decision. But I think that's a perfect way of kind of showing Myles like, hey, we're in this for the long haul. I think this is giving him a level of respect that pretty much no other premier edge rusher gets.
No, yeah, this is not something they get.
Well, that's in fairness. Okay,
I see what you're saying. Like it's a cool way to be like, you matter this much to the franchise. Here's why we'll give you the seat at the table. I like that. It's a cool thought. I think it's a cool thought. I don't know that it's great in execution though.
But that's the thing. A good organization can pull this off. I don't know Pagula and Brandon Beane. I don't know that I trust them to do this there now because they're exclusively bringing in people that are Josh Allen's best friends or were in his wedding. Mm-hmm. That feels disastrous. At least in Cleveland, like, all right, we know Myles has a relationship with Jim Schwartz. He doesn't really need to be in that one. We know what he thinks about Jim Schwartz. Do I want his read on Grant? I want everybody's read on Grant Udinski. I want Gary in accounting to like go back and go over his taxes.
I don't know that we need that many soups in the chefs in the kitchen.
Well, no, that's not chefs. It's just all right.
Well, we know Haslam listens to everybody. That was part of the problem with Haslam is that at times throughout his ownership, he'd listen to too many people.
I mean, when the Ravens hired John Harbaugh, they famously had like a 10-person search committee, and everybody interviewed every candidate at one level or another. So, I mean, I think if you do, and again, it is fair to say, I don't know if I trust the Browns to do this the right way. Totally fair rebuttal. I don't really have a counter rebuttal.
I'm thinking about it. Like, I'm trying to think which defensive players I would have given this to in the past, and so you have to have a great, stable team. Like, would I have trusted Aaron Donald with the Rams in order for them to be like, all right, Sean McVay's there, Les Snead is there, but like you get to be at the table? Do I feel like they could have pulled that off? Yes, probably. Do I feel like J.J. Watt and the Texans runs, could they have pulled that off? Probably not. They weren't nearly capable enough of being able to let JJ sit in those meetings and then let that actually go through.
So I think it depends on when this hypothetical idea would happen. Miles is going on year 9, year 10 in the NFL. Miles has been consistently healthy, consistently productive. He's going on a second potential Defensive Player of the Year award.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Miles has been gypped in a lot of different ways in his experience because he's played for the Cleveland Browns. I think this is a special way of showing him what he means to this organization. And again, trying to rebuild this relationship. He did a great job for me. I was like, screw this guy. After the trade request, it wasn't the trade request that lost me with Miles. It was bailing on the trade request, which you said was about winning, before free agency even happened, so you really weren't that committed to it, all in the name of getting $40 million, which you were getting anywhere, right? And it took a while for me to come off that, because I was like, all right, maybe you're just a sign of the dysfunction. And then Miles went out there, and he did have, statistically, from a sack perspective, his best year ever, and broke the record. It's not about that, though. He actually comported himself really, really well and not as unevenly from a leadership perspective as he had. I mean, remember how wonky last year was?
Well, and I thought a lot of that was because he had the sack record to pay attention to.
Oh, I'm not.
Like, it kind of distracted him from everything else in a very positive way.
That's not a bad counterpoint here. But it's like, you don't have a franchise quarterback, and Myles Garrett and Joe Thomas are two guys who have meant the most to this organization, been their most prolific players. I know Joe and Myles are held in different light. Joe and Nick are probably held in more similar light from fans, but I think Myles has earned it. I think Myles still being here, even though he's making $40 million to do it, I think Myles has earned it, and you just never know. You just never know, like, what person's going to have the perspective that maybe you lack, and so the Haslam part of this makes me nervous, but Andrew Berry, hearing a player perspective on each one of these young coaches.
Would Andrew Berry have the ability then, if Myles Garrett came back and said, Udinski, he just rubbed me the wrong way, it's an instant no for me, I took this very seriously, I talked to other people, didn't like it, no. But they were smitten with him. Do they have the ability then to turn around and tell Myles, like, sorry, we didn't really even take your thoughts or consideration to heart at all?
No, this is all about managing relationships.
That's the risk that you run into.
Totally fair, but this is all about managing relationships. You can then go back to Myles and say, okay, I see your point. Here's why we're going to make this hire in spite. Here's what he proved to us in spite of that. All this is managing relationships. And again, we'll see if Andrew Berry's good at that, but I think Myles Garrett has earned the right to be in that. If anybody on this organization has, if anything, by the way.
Well, if anybody has, it would be him. There's no denying that.
Joe Thomas probably should have been in those rooms in 2014. Like, Joe Thomas has a great perspective on things as somebody who knows people. I think that might have been the biggest flaw with the many hiring things before this, is you didn't have Joe in those rooms.
Well, it's interesting to me across the NFL who's letting these guys in and who isn't at this point. I told you about Jackson Dart and that 2-hour meeting he had with Harbaugh.
Now, that's ridiculous.
Jackson Dart, after 1 year, is getting invited into these meetings. And by the way, I noticed Harbaugh is speaking in a way that he never spoke about Lamar in speaking about Jackson Dart. So if he's taking a page from Jim's book, we're talking about the quarterbacks, you have to speak as if they're the greatest things you've ever seen. But this is part of this. This is I think a new part of today's NFL is bringing a lot of the players into the mix. I don't know that I bring a defensive player into it, even if Myles would be the best candidate that the Browns would have. I don't know that I trust them to pull it off.
I think when it comes to the defensive side of the ball, a great player is a great player. Myles is a future Hall of Famer. And Myles, listen, I don't think it's lost on the Browns that one of the guys he's been most passionate about in this coaching search, in any coaching search, is Jim Schwartz, because we know the relationship he had with Joe Woods. I can't recall the Steve Wilks thing. I can't recall the Greg Williams thing, but it was so bad with Joe Woods, and Myles was not afraid to call it like he saw it with that.
Right.
And And so, like, you can tell, like, he has strong opinions about this. And by the way,
I know, but that
Joe
makes it
Woods has
harder.
had no success as a defensive coordinator since he left the Browns. And, you know, Miles is stumping for the guy that's the best defensive coordinator you've had probably since Greg Williams.
But this also makes it harder as well. And like Miles, after the season ended, went in this really big, him and Denzel, both went in this big campaign for Schwartz. So you bring Miles into these tables and into these meetings, and he sees Udinski and he sees Shieldhouse, and if afterwards he goes, guys, I don't see it. I don't know what you're talking about. These guys, they're not the guy. Jim Schwartz is the guy. Thanks for inviting me to these meetings, but it's not a non-starter for me. Schwartz is the guy. And then, if anything, you just leave him more agitated if you don't give Schwartz the gig.
But that's where you refer back to the initial conversation. Miles, we invited you in out of respect and love for you. We never promised we were just going to let you anoint the next head coach.
Well, I know, but then it's also how I would take it then. I'd be like, well, all right, thanks for the invite, but it was baseless then.
No, you can value somebody's opinion and still not override your own opinion. Like, I think we get this idea that everybody in organizations is lock, stock, smoking barrel with every candidate, with every draft pick they make. It's not really how it works.
No, but he might take it as, oh, you wanted my opinion as long as I gave you the green light to hire an offensive guy.
Well, but that's exactly why you have to trust your relationship with Miles, and you have to trust Miles to be an adult in the room.
I don't know that they do trust their relationship with Miles at the moment. Not after last year, and not how. We have no idea at what point he's going to all of a sudden demand a trade again.
Well, this could help you make sure that doesn't happen.
Could, but again, it also could just start fires unnecessarily too.
Yeah, but again, I think if you're doing things for the right reason, with the right intent, with the right amount of approach to it, I think Miles deserves this kind of respect from the Browns. Like, I would be moderately impressed if the Browns came out and said, you know, if they leaked it, because that's how any news gets out here, nobody just comes out and says it. Yeah, Miles was part of our process. We let him in on a couple interviews, and we wanted his opinion. I would look at that and go, oh, you didn't just say, it's all on us. We got to figure this out all by ourselves. And I would assume that you've done things in a way that actually is how I think good organizations run. Do you think Ray Lewis didn't have some say in Baltimore? They can give some feedback on coaches. Like,
it's interesting.
Think of the truly elite players in history.
I don't know that Ray Lewis was in on any of the
even if they weren't in on
meetings.
the meetings, they weren't consulted about it. Like, hey, have you heard anything about this?
This has always been very interesting to me in general, right? Like LeBron, for instance, one of the big pieces that just came out a couple days ago with that Lakers piece was how the Lakers didn't hire Ty Lue when he wanted Ty Lue. That was a big point of contention with them. There's a reason why I think they went around and hired J.J. Redick. It's like, it's always interesting to me what superstar gets what, when they get it, and how much empowerment you do give them. Some things there are just an obvious line that has to be drawn because you can't give them everything under the sun. But then there is also that extension of we have to give you something. We have to make you feel as much of a part of the organization as we think you are, as we perceive you to be.
You guys can vote on this one right now. Would you be okay with Myles Garrett sitting in on the Browns head coaching interviews? It is still 50-50 of yes and no right now.
You love your 50-50 polls, by the way. Those are the perfect polls for yourself.
It's the only kind of poll I'll take right now is a 50-50 poll. We do have Jason Pinkston. Great guy to ask about this. In 5 minutes, former Browns offensive lineman on 92.3 The Fan.
shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Catch the latest Browns news all off-season long. Stream us on the Odyssey app and on your smart speaker by telling Alexa to play 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive. Nick and JP with you. You guys can vote at 92.3 The Fan. Would Browns fans be okay with Myles Garrett sitting in on head coach interviews? There's some noise out there that Josh Allen, Bills quarterback, will be sitting in on the Bills interview, which is going to be really awkward because, like, four of the candidates are, like, really good friends with him. Not in any way weird. Not in any way weird.
Not weird if he doesn't give him the job.
I know it's going to be a tough one to tell your friends.
It's a hard golf trip.
I pushed for you.
I really wanted it. I did.
They said no, Josh. And they said...
especially if he loses, too.
Yeah.
Imagine that group chat later on, like Davis Webb just being like, so this is why you didn't hire me?
Yep.
Yeah.
And these things happen.
Good old Phillip Rivers being like, you chose that guy over me? This is why you're left to suck for the rest of your life.
Phillip Rivers
just gets
has
really mean.
no business.
He just gets really mean and personal.
Feels very entitled to...
Did you not see my high school coaching leadership?
Did you see how I played quarterback for the Colts for like 5 games this year at 75 years old?
Yeah, ask Riley Leonard what he thinks about my leadership.
Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider, coming up in 40 minutes as well. Right now, actually, the no's are winning here. We have a little slide here. 51% of people saying no, they would not be okay with Myles Garrett sitting in on the head coach interviews to talk about this. I think our next guy's going to have a great opinion on this because he's a former NFL player, former Browns offensive lineman Jason Pinkston on the Make It Right, call Kyle Wright hotline. Pink, welcome back, buddy.
What's going on, fellas? How you guys doing?
We're doing all right here. Try not to go too stir-crazy between the weather and the head coaching search. I'll ask you. So Josh Allen's sitting in on some of these interviews in Buffalo. So we brought it here to Cleveland, and I'm okay if Myles Garrett was asked to sit in on these interviews. My co-host here, a little maybe less sold on that idea. Would you be okay if Myles Garrett was sitting in on the head coaching interviews for the Browns?
I don't like it. I do not like it. Thank you, no thank you. I want that to be the owner's decision, your GM's decision.
You sure about that?
Hey, if they want to say, hey, Myles, here's who we're looking at, but inviting him in to sit in that type of meeting setting, I just don't think it's warranted. I don't think we need to do that. I'm sure, I like this candidate. I know a lot about him, but, I just don't think that's the right move or a good idea for us.
Actually, we do have a little report we might want to get to here. As Jordan Schultz just sent out, among those involved in the Browns head coaching search is former Chargers and Raiders GM Tom Telesco, who's been serving as a consultant and helping the organization in its process to find a head coach. Schultz goes on to say, I'm told he's been in meetings with the in-person candidates. I mean, if Telesco's in there, how the hell could Myles not be in there,
What
JP?
does that mean Chris Greer's also in there? Because remember when they hired Telesco, they also hired Chris Greer.
That's fair. They didn't hire him. Remember, they
added him on for whatever role that was going to be. The potential senior advisory role in their front office.
All right, so that's the latest on that one.
We like Telesco.
He can draft.
He can draft.
Just don't ask him to do some other stuff.
Well, especially in the first round, too. It gets a little shaky after that. But, first round is good. All right, Pink, what do you think of these coaching candidates? Out of the final 4, you can throw McDermott in the mix, too. We're not shy about that. But who's your current favorite?
I was really hoping and wishing on the star that we were going to get Harbaugh and he was going to bring Monk in and it was going to be the Ohio story. The Harbaugh, he's from Ohio. We're going to bring it back and we're going to be on top in 2-3 years again. But I'm just not sure what direction we're going in. I thought Jim Schwartz would be a guy, just a familiar face that has been done a great job with our defense. I thought he was going to be the guy, but as long as this keeps going on in this process, it gets longer and longer, and it goes into next week. I feel like if he was going to be the guy, they would have made a move already, and they had lined that up with him. He'd have been our next head coach. To me, it seems like it's going to be, and I don't want to butcher this last name. Is it Scalehouse? I think there's some kind of huge interest in him. I think he's the guy that they're looking for. Very good offensive-minded coach, and he's doing good things. So I think he may be the guy. Just not real sure on where we're going with this. There's still some great head coaches out there. I think for us, I think we may need someone who's a offensive-minded guy that really knows the X's and O's and can help develop a young quarterback. If Shedeur is going to be that guy and he has some experience in a good West Coast offense, I think he'd be a good fit for us.
So between Scheelhaase and Udinski, neither guy has been the guy, right? Like Udinski, although he's got the title of offensive coordinator in Jacksonville, his first year there, his role is kind of described to be more of a quarterback's coach role. And that's like his first year in that kind of role. He's been kind of more of a quality control coach plus in Minnesota. Scheelhaase is kind of like third or fourth in charge with the Rams. We're talking about guys that are that inexperienced. What do you see as the potential risks / the rewards for hiring a guy with that little experience in kind of prominent roles?
It's tough, man, because like you said, I mean, some of those guys have never been officially had that title, and NFL, I really don't think that matters much, but obviously the experience does. And he has a veteran quarterback and Matthew Stafford out there, and then Trevor Lawrence is doing some good things as well. But for me, I want to see the guy get the job who knows what he's doing, who's been around great players, that can teach these younger guys things, where their eyes should be, just how to be able to run a game and quarterback and lead your team. That's who I want. We just need someone who's going to be a leader, that's going to stand up for our team, look us in the eye and tell us, hey, you need to get better at this. And there's none of the BS that comes out of, he's not getting reps. We don't need none of that. We don't need a guy like that. And I'm not taking a shot at Coach Stefanski, whatever the difference were there with the quarterbacks and whatnot. It doesn't matter. We need to figure out who's the best fit for our team, who's going to lead us in the right direction. And this is a huge hire for us, because we cannot afford to get a guy and then after a year or two say, you know what, we made a mistake and we had to blow this thing up another time. We can't afford to do that. And the fans don't deserve it. The teams don't deserve it. Our window is shortening with a lot of the players on our team right now. And I think we need to hit on this. This pick and choice of a head coach is somewhat bigger than our draft. We need to hit on a head coach here.
Will it feel like the Browns played it safe if they just go with Jim Schwartz?
That's a safe. That would be a safe pick. Just someone who's familiar with the defense, and if Jim can bring in a great offensive coordinator mind. But these guys that they're interviewing right now for head coaching positions, I don't think they would come on as outside of being a head coach. I mean, why leave LA where there's some stability there and you're planning for a chance to go to win the Super Bowl to come here? I mean, I think it has to be head coach or nothing.
Jason Pinkston on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. How far do you think this Browns team away is from being consistently good or back to where we hoped they were roughly 2, 3, 4 years ago?
I think it's going to take a big offseason and some acquisitions and some talent, and we definitely would have to hit on our draft class like we did this year. I mean, our class this year was probably one of the best in a long time, and I thought Andrew Berry, he really hit on those picks. But, I mean, if you look at that roster, if you look at just me being an offensive guy, if you look at that offense and you look at that offensive line, I don't see how we don't draft, 2 or 3 offensive linemen this year. I mean, I think it's going to be a couple years. I think it's going to be 2 to 3 years before we're really back to where we want to be, because I think there's just so many needs that we need on the offensive side of football. And guys are getting older. We had a lot of injuries this year. offensive line is, up in the air. We could honestly go on that draft and take 4 offensive linemen and then try to shore things up there. But obviously you can't do that because there's other needs at other positions. But I think we are honestly 2 to 3 years away from being back to, hopefully consistent winning playoffs and competing at a high level.
What do you think is more likely? Is a training camp battle between Shedeur and Deshaun Watson, or we bring somebody else that we haven't even discussed in the mix, and that's where the training camp battle starts?
I could see them adding someone to the mix of that to, make it a full-blown competition. It's kind of tough there. Shedeur, obviously, we've seen a very limited reps and games of what he can do. We got a nice little sample size. Obviously, he has some upside to him. There's some things that he can obviously learn from and build on from last year. And Deshaun, it goes back to, the best game I've seen him play was when we were in Baltimore, and I think we're down 17 points. He brings us all the way back, and you're like, wow, this might be, see him taking that next step, and then he blows his shoulder out, and then turn around and he blows his Achilles out twice. I just think, we're kind of on a hook with him, financially, and I don't know if a decision is going to be made to cut him, to create some cap space. I'm not too familiar on that end of things, on the June cuts and the May cuts and how that would work out, but I could see them bringing somebody in the mix. I don't think Dylan Gabriels is one of those guys that is going to be around for, the training camp and to compete for a spot, but, who knows? It's going to be a long time, and there's a lot of things going to happen over with the draft and the combine. It's definitely going to be interesting to see how this plays out from whoever we hire as the coach on what decision he makes and who he thinks is a good fit for our team and who's not.
All right, Pink, I know this is a little premature because we don't have the head coach yet, as you just pointed out there, but I'm going to give you 5 names of quarterbacks we've talked about that either will be available or hypothetically could be available because of their situation. And of these 5, I want to know, first thought, who you think would be the best candidate to bring into that quarterback room and maybe start next year, week 1. You ready?
Give it to me.
Daniel Jones, Malik Willis, Kyler Murray, Mac Jones, or Michael Penix Jr.?
Oh.
Is that a good or a bad ooh?
I don't love the names, but if anybody on that list, I thought Malik Willis played pretty well, very athletic, looks good. I'm not really a fan too much of Kyler Murray just because of the size that he has, and just watching him over the last couple of years, he just didn't look great to me as a quarterback and something to build on. Malik Willis, though, I thought he looked solid. I thought he played well for the Packers in those couple games, and I thought he was very, very athletic. And I do like him. I will say that.
All right, give me some winners this weekend, Pink. New England versus Denver, Los Angeles versus Seattle. Tell me who wins each game and tell me why.
I'm taking New England. One, I think they're playing very good football. Then obviously Denver lost their quarterback. To prepare for an NFC Championship game with 1 week's reps, I just don't think that it's going to be doable for the Broncos. I could be wrong. Their offensive line is playing great. Their defense is playing good football. Love Seattle. Seattle's playing very, very good football. Defense, offense. If you look at Sam Darnold, you're like, this dude he has just completely turned his game around. I'm looking at New England versus Seattle for the Super Bowl, and I'm taking Seattle.
All right, Pink, it's always great to talk with you, buddy. Hope the fam's doing well. We miss you, buddy, and it's great to hear from you.
Good to hear from you guys as well. Stay warm, fellas. Thank you.
You as well. Jason Pinkston on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. He gave us a lot to react to. There is something that has blown up over the last 24 hours. It just won't go away. We'll get to that in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Brian Baldinger coming up in about 20 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. You guys can still vote on the Twitter poll on 92.3 The Fan's X account, where we're asking you whether or not you would have a problem with Myles Garrett being in the interview room for the Browns head coaching candidates. And the latest update there, by the way, 51% of people, 51.1% of people saying they would rather not have Myles in the interview room. Still pretty close with about 300 votes in there. I know you saw it. If anybody has missed it, former Browns head coach Mike Pettin has gone viral for his comments with our buddy Adam and Rocky River on UCSS, where he was given an opportunity to talk about Brian Flores.
Yeah.
And basically was like, I'd rather not. We did not get along well. That's why I went to the offensive side of the ball. And I have to say, I didn't know Mike Pettin. I was the night guy when he was here. I wanted to fire him in 2015. Would take that back. Would take that decision back if we could, just because that turned into a real bleep show from there. But I always thought of him to be an honest and fair man. And man, I got to tell you, I don't know Brian Flores is ever going to get a head coaching job again with the way somebody's talking on the staff.
Did that shake your confidence a little bit?
Yes, 100%. Because
I've never been a Flores guy.
So remember, part of what happened in Florida is he had multiple staff revolts because he was such a tyrant.
Yes, this is why I've given McDaniel almost the old Peterlin pass with what happened there, because culturally
The Peterlin pass.
It was set up so miserably because of the Flores revolt.
But I've always thought kind of that idea of, well, you lost your job, you're suing the NFL. Let's see, have you learned your lesson? And we hadn't really heard of any of the horror stories that we heard in Miami. Now we have. And from a guy who, like, it's funny, like Kevin Seifert, who's an ESPN NFL reporter, was like, good coaches do have disagreements. It's like, yeah, they don't air dirty laundry. Coaches don't talk about coaches in public, specifically guys they work with.
No, and he tried taking the high road in that clip a couple times. He's like, I'm going to take the high road, but he had to throw in there exactly what he thought about him, and it's like, when they do that, that's intentional.
And so it's interesting. Like, one, if Brian doesn't get the Vegas job, I don't think he's getting, like, he's got.
Doesn't seem like he's going to get the Vegas job, by the way.
If anyone can pull off hiring Tom Brady, if anyone can pull off hiring a guy suing the NFL who had the things happen in Miami, it is Brian Flores, because Tom Brady is in like Flint with the NFL. And listen, Mark Davis's dad, pretty well known for not giving a rip about what the league thinks. And I think Mark has shown that capability as well. If he doesn't get this job, I was already under the idea that he probably never will again. The fact that a guy on his staff who said, yeah, I went to the offensive side of the ball because we just couldn't get along, a guy who I think Mike Pettin could get along with a lot of people, that just kind of blew me away.
Yeah, I mean, well, the Vikings' job is basically it's saved Flores in many, many ways. But this, you just don't have coaches speak about guys like this. Not publicly. It doesn't happen.
I promised to be less vulgar this time around on Twitter, saying he didn't air dirty laundry, just said he had disagreements.
Well, then he switched from one side to the other.
Yeah, that is airing dirty laundry.
There's a reason why it's going viral across all platforms, obviously, for all NFL stuff. But, look at the Vikings fans are losing their mind over this.
Yeah, and, what kills me about it is this is one of the most phony things that happens in the NFL is when writers start to protect the code because it's good for their business. Like Kevin Seifert, I'll call him out. Kevin Seifert's a good NFL writer. Him trying to chalk this up to, well, hey, this happens, good coaches disagree, and oh, by the way, here's what Kevin O'Connell said about why Mike Pettin switched. Mike Pettin just told you why he switched. Kevin O'Connor's story was he's just so helpful, and he's like having another head coach. Yeah, that's called BS, and you know it.
Yeah, he was covering for him. There's a reason why we all went crazy with Baker Mayfield calling out Kevin Stefanski. And that's a quarterback coach. Nonetheless, a coach where there's like an actual fraternity attached to all that. It's because we don't see this type of stuff. And there's a reason why people lost their mind with Brandon Beane and the Bills owner calling out an active player in Keon Coleman. Like, you just don't. There's certain things you just don't see, and this is one of those.
And what kills me about it is that there are just people who are programmed to just not have a genuine response to it, which is, this is uncommon. This is
uncommon, yeah.
And listen, it doesn't automatically mean Brian Flores is in the wrong. It's just that Brian Flores has had this relationship with coaches in now 2 straight places. That's telling. That maybe is the other part of this. Mike Pettine's saying this knowing Brian Flores is up for head coaching jobs. You don't think Mike Pettin? And listen, yes, he took the high road. He said, "I'm taking the high road."
That's the only time he really took the high road. He took the high road.
He said everything without saying anything. It's just
that's like your preemptive apologies. It's like, hold on, wait a second. That doesn't let you say anything.
No, that's different.
Oh, okay.
That's different because it's me.
Yeah, naturally.
Brian Baldinger coming up in about 15 minutes. I got a real quagmire.
Okay, let's hear it.
This weekend.
What do you got?
I have a family member getting married tomorrow.
Okay, that sounds fun. Weddings are fun.
Well, here's the thing. It's apparently in a drafty old building, potentially a barn, and there's not going to be any heat there.
It's in a barn with no heat?
Yeah.
And like what could be a generational cold weather weekend?
Sure could.
Like we get this seriously. They're calling it like a once in a lifetime cold weather weekend. It's going to be minus 50 in Minnesota. It's already minus 30 in Chicago. It was minus 15 when I was walking into work today.
Yep.
That sucks.
Yeah.
They hate you. I don't think they hate you. You're going to be there. They love you, but they hate their guests. Who are these people?
So this would be Vanessa's sister and her fiance, who've been together for a couple years now.
All right, I'll say it so you don't have to. You need to stop this wedding from happening or put it indoors.
I don't think I have these powers.
Indoors.
I don't think I have these powers.
You can't do this to people. This weather isn't okay.
All right.
You can't do this to people.
You don't understand the uneasy situation here. One, I will never, ever get between Vanessa, her sisters, and her mom ever again. Did it once, wasn't fun, no thank you, I'll stay out of the fray. All right?
Yeah.
So that's the first one. So it's already a no starter. 2, because it's a wedding, there's already enough tension there. But I will tell you, do I love the idea that my kids are going to be
They're going to be freezing
within this wedding? No, I don't. I don't love this at all. But I can't say it.
So
I cannot be the person to say
there's
it.
no heat in this barn.
Yeah, and apparently there was an offer to supply heaters when they first booked the venue, but they said no. I don't know why, but apparently they said no.
You think the venue would have like a liability attached to, like, we have to supply heaters at a certain point?
I would imagine. I
heaters,
don't even know.
Heaters on the house. Maybe you have to pony up for the heaters if that's what this is going to take.
You got to understand. I asked Vanessa.
This wedding's going to cost you more than anything.
Yeah.
It's going to cost you more than the wedding.
Cost them the
wedding.
I'll tell you that. My patience, I'll tell you that.
It's on the table. What you said, sister-in-law?
Yeah.
I mean, you have to go then. That's not even really a debate. That's like actual family.
And here's the thing, like, it's Vanessa's sister.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you have to.
If this was one of my siblings, I would be like, get serious. Like, get heaters or blow
even
it
like
out
a distant cousin or something. It's like, it's on the table. You just don't even go.
So like a close cousin would be different?
There's a difference between
distance.
Well, distant cousin is like a third cousin twice removed, that type of thing. There's a difference between
second
first
cousin, I would have to go.
First cousin, you probably still have to go. Yeah, you probably still have to go. But like a second cousin, couple times removed, not as serious. We got invited to one of Elisa's cousin's weddings. It's like 3 hours away, and I'm like, you haven't talked to this person since you were 10 years old. We're not going to this wedding. I don't do 3 hours for people I like. Nonetheless, 3 hours, you haven't talked to this person in 20 years.
Here's the thing. I want to go. I want to be there for their day, right?
Yeah,
I want to be there.
Should be fun.
And
this one's not going to be fun.
I will tell you.
What's the coldest Browns game you ever went to?
Oh, it was the one where they knocked the Steelers out. I think it was Thursday Night Football. It's got to be 2008 or 2009.
Because we all have a sporting event we went to where we said we're not doing this again.
Yeah,
this is the one that broke us.
They handed out hand warmers to all the Browns fans going into. That's how cold it was.
Mm-hmm.
And then halfway through the game, they had to specify to Browns fans, please do not put these down your undergarments because it can burn vital parts of your anatomy. Because at least one person put it near their...
Yeah, that was a thing.
And apparently we got some burns down there.
Now I'm thinking of that Saints game where it got below freezing temperatures. So is David Njoku going to pop out of the wedding shirtless?
Well, that could be a different... We could have a
problem
there.
We got a wedding.
Yeah.
Now we got a wedding happening.
I mean, here's the thing. You know me. I'm an agent of chaos. So if it did happen, there'd be a real fight going on. But would I laugh? Yes, I would. Would I like the idea of chaos? Not in this wedding. I need less drama. Because that's the other part. Because of the wedding, when we drive back, there's no having a couple belts at the wedding. There's no, they're like, I'm not taking an Uber home from this. I don't trust. I got a 4-wheel drive truck. That's the thing I'm driving us to and from. So I can't even have fun at the wedding.
Well, we're gonna do. Is this a Catholic wedding?
No, it's not.
Okay, because sometimes they take a while, you know. And
Yeah.
I mean, they can get in the hurry up offense here with this one. Well, it might just be like a 5-minute wedding, but even still.
So like I said, it's a family wedding.
How many layers you going with?
That's the thing. I've asked Vanessa, listen, I can look good or I can live.
No, you got to layer. This is not even the looking good part of this equation. It doesn't even come into play.
Is that why she's just dropped the idea of me getting anything dry clean this week? That she just gave up on that idea?
Yeah, I mean, you get to go like a homeless person if you want to. That's fine. Like as many blankets on you as you want.
Like Monday, she was like, "We got to get you a haircut. We gotta get your shirt dry cleaned." And she just stopped mentioning these things to me like 3 days ago.
Because no one just wears a suit and that's it in this type of weather. This is insane.
Now here's the other thing.
I've never been to one of these though, so I don't know. I just think you have to go. It's a sister-in-law.
I also don't know if the reception's gonna be the same place.
Well, no, it can't be. I mean, I guess it's on the table. It can be.
Yeah, here's how little I know about this, and I've heard every possible thing about this wedding, guys. There's been some drama with it. So I have anxiety about it, anyways.
What kind of tea you got to pay attention to?
None that I can share on air and go home tonight.
That is kind of fun, though.
At
least I do like that idea.
I'll tell it to you all off air. Am I gonna spill it on air? Not a chance in hell.
No, that's not worth it.
No. Here again, I've talked about my sister's 70-year-old lover. I'll talk about pretty much everything on air.
Lover, not boyfriend?
I'm not, who puts labels on these things?
I mean, I don't know.
You only got so much time to live.
Well,
really.
he only has so much time
That's
at this
true.
point.
Any of us do. Life is short.
Yeah,
but,
his life is shorter at 70.
He could live to be 100.
Doubt it.
All right, I'm sending that to her. That's on you, dog.
What?
But
just statistically, I doubt it.
But I asked Vanessa, hey, when do we have to be there last night? And she just kind of grumbled at me and went to bed. That's not about me, dog. That's about just frustration about where this wedding is. And I think it's Scott on Twitter saying, is the theme of the wedding Frozen?
That's a good theme.
Yeah, it is. I don't know who's Anna. I don't know who's Elsa. If that makes me Sven, I'm probably more the reindeer.
I hate that I had a thought on which one it would be in this scenario. Now, you're obviously Elsa because Elsa brings the snow with her, and it's a part of it. So it's the whole ordeal.
Do you think I'm bringing cocaine to this?
Anna just wants to. Michael Irvin. He just pops up too. Same thing.
He shows up in a blonde
wig.
Where's
that 5-hour cocaine?
216-474-0092. Do I have any way out? Or do I have to shut up, freeze him off, and just get on with it? I think we've decided here.
You have to freeze your butt off. Yeah, that sucks, man. There's nothing else to say, but that sucks. That's part of your weekend. You're just going to be really cold. A generational snow/cold weekend. I'm not even. It's even like a fun thing where I'm enjoying in the fact that you're going to be miserable tomorrow. I'm generally they should not be doing this wedding.
Now here's the
they
positive.
should not be doing this to people.
Here's a positive. Everyone's fighting. When I say everyone, I don't mean me. I mean all the ladies in this family are squabbling going into tomorrow. That's the only heat we're going to have is the rage amongst the females as they have navigated these last couple weeks.
I just don't understand it. There's people out there that are like, oh, it's going to be great. We'll do a winter wedding, and they like all the snow pictures and everything, right? To those people, I just say you're being a jerk. Nobody wants to go to your winter wedding. The photos aren't great. The photos aren't cool. Just give people normal.
I'm also going to clip this and send it to somebody. 216-474-0092. Do I have any out? Brian Baldinger, Odyssey, NFL Insider in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I drop.
treats them sternly. I think they respond to that on defense. I think that he treats them with excitement. I think they respond to that on defense. I think that you have a lot of guys on that defense that he empowers them to lead themselves.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin on a Football Friday, on an F-Off Friday. Whew. We got some sound for you in about 20 minutes on the Browns head coaching search. And I don't know some of you are going to like. I'll actually say it. I think most people aren't going to like what they hear about the Browns coaching search in about 20 minutes. Is that fair, JP?
I think it's fair, yeah.
So it's funny. Daryl sent us the clip. We had already gotten the clip and sent it to Jake to have it cut up. And I've already heard from people who I know in other markets sending to me saying, "Is this true?" Are we good to go, by the way? Okay, I didn't know if you were saying 2 minutes or line 2 there. And so we'll get to this sound. You're going to want to hear it in about 20 minutes there. But we head out to the Make It Right, call Kyle Wright hotline, and we're joined by Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger, host of the best football show podcast, Insider Calls, brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Brian, Baldy, welcome back to the show, sir.
Well, good afternoon, guys. It's good to be with you here. Good to join you. Thank you.
Well, it's great to have you on. I hope wherever you are, you're not experiencing the Arctic winter we are.
Nope, not at all.
Oh,
I'm
man.
in South Florida.
I'll be honest with you, Baldy. I was lying. I wanted you to also be suffering our pain.
No. I was doing a bowl game in Orlando last night and finished at 11:30 at night and drove to Fort Lauderdale, and so happy that I did. I'm in good shape.
That's good.
It's like
it's -5.
Yeah, watch out for the Gators, okay?
Yeah, they'll get you.
I'm not worried about the Gators, man. Like, everybody's happy here in South Florida. They're not biting anybody. They're not attacking anybody. It's where everybody should be during this Arctic plunge that we're all going through.
Yeah,
that's not what the news tells me, Baldy.
The Gators are everywhere. All right, so I actually do want to get to the conference title round here. Let's start, before we get to the Browns or anything else, let's start with New England and Denver. How do you expect Sean Payton to handle Jarrett Stidham, his backup, being in there? Do you expect him to be a little more cautious, or do you think he's going to go full Sean Payton with Jarrett Stidham this weekend?
I mean, he's going to coach to win the game, and at some point, I mean, you can hand the ball off to whoever's playing running back. If J.K. Dobbins is back or, R.J. Harvey, whoever's in there, you can hand it off and you can play the best defense you possibly can. You can probably keep the score close. But at some point, your quarterback has got to make throws in a championship game. And the New England defense is very, very good. You saw what they did, last week to C.J. Stroud. I mean, they're very talented and they're well coached. At some point, your quarterback has got to be able to make throws the way, even though Drake may struggle a little bit. I mean, that touchdown throw to Diggs was awesome. The touchdown throw to Kayshon Boutte was awesome. At some point, your quarterback has got to make throws, and you can sort of caretake them all you want, but your quarterback, you can't hide him in a game like this.
Here's what I like about the Rams and the Seahawks game. There's just players everywhere. You can put together an all-star team between the two teams. But I look at this very simply. Who's got the better coach? Who's got the better quarterback? Who's got the better offensive line? It's all the Rams. What am I missing? I know the Seahawks are very good defensively. I know it's a great team. What am I missing where Vegas not only believes in Seattle, but a lot of people you talk to believe in Seattle?
Well, I mean, Jackson Smith-Njigba did lead the league in receiving. Kenneth Walker did score 3 touchdowns last week. Gray Zabel is as good a guard as there is in football. You could go, Rashid Shaheed, if you kick off to him, you're like, good luck. They don't have 2 returners back there to return kicks. They only have him. They only want him to return it. So the 49ers found out that maybe it's not a good idea to kick off to him. So, they've got plenty. They've got their 3 tight ends as well. They've got Clint Kubiak, who's probably – at the top of the list of some coaching searches right now. I know what Matt Stafford did the last time, week 16, what they did to Seattle, throwing the ball. They beat them every time they blitzed them. They beat them when they didn't blitz them. And so that's all out there on tape. But, these championship games are played a little bit different. Seattle will be ready for it.
All right, Baldy, what do you think is the most potentially compelling Super Bowl matchup to come out of these final four teams?
Well, I mean, look, if you went back, I guess 8 years ago, maybe Nick Foles in a Super Bowl game against Tom Brady didn't look compelling, but it sure as hell was compelling. You couldn't leave that game for a second, and nobody knew what Nick Foles could do. I don't know what Jarrett Stidham's going to do, but I do think Denver and Seattle would be compelling. I think any combination of these four teams would be compelling because they all can play great defense. And so defense is going to have a chance to keep you in any game the way that you play right now. So I think any of the combinations right now could be compelling.
All right, Baldy. The search for the Browns' next head coach is down to 4. You could throw McDermott in there if you want. Who are you interested in the most, and who do you think makes the most sense for the Browns?
Well, are you including Jim Schwartz?
Of course, yeah. Schwartz, Monken, Udinski, and then Scheelhaus is the final 4.
Yeah, well, I mean, Jim Schwartz would be at the top of my list. Because, he's been a head coach. He's probably learned from some of his mistakes. He's coached great defense. He's coached great players on that side of the ball. He's extremely confident, borderline cocky, arrogant, which I kind of like because I think players respond to that. So I mean, I think, and he's sharp. He's really smart, and he knows what it takes. So I think he knows Andrew Berry, he knows the owner, he knows how they operate, and some of the things that might have to change in order to get competitive in that division. And so, I mean, I would put Schwartz at the top of that list.
Baldy, we're hearing some interesting things about this coaching search. Tom Pelissero was on the Rich Eisen show earlier today and said, in Sound We're Going to Play coming up, that amongst other things, that the Browns are having candidates in between different rounds taking written tests, including writing essays. Does that sound like something you hear a lot in coaching searches, or is that maybe something you don't hear a lot about?
I've never heard that. I mean, I don't know if that goes on. I can't believe that goes on in many places, and I don't know what the purpose of writing essays would have to do with leading a football team. So, I mean, I'm not disputing what Tom is saying. I'm sure Tom has his good sources, as he usually does, in order to make that report. But I have no idea why anybody would ask a coaching candidate to write an essay.
Have they just gone too far into that's not even analytics. That's just, are you smart or not, I think.
I mean, I don't even know what the purpose of that is. Like, if your coach can't create his vision sitting in a room and talking to you face to face, if you can't create that vision, then I don't understand what any essay would how that would trump anything that you would get face to face with any candidate.
Yeah, it also helps explain why maybe Mike McDaniel decided, I don't want to do a second interview with the Browns, right?
But I would actually love to read an essay by Mike McDaniel. I think that would be fun. I would actually ask Mike to write an essay because who knows where that would go. Like, that might be some fun reading right there.
All right, Baldy, we were talking about this earlier with Josh Allen being in the room for some of these interviews in Buffalo. We pondered whether Myles Garrett, a potential Defensive Player of the Year again for the Cleveland Browns, whether given his stature in the organization, he should be in those rooms, maybe in the interviews, getting to know the candidates so he can weigh in as well. How would you feel if whether it's Myles Garrett here or Josh Allen Buffalo, were in interviews trying to decide or help decide the next head coach of the team?
Yeah, I don't know what to think. Like, I heard that from Steve Bisciotti when they asked him if Lamar wants to be in the room to meet the coaching guys. And, you heard what Steve said. He said, well, I want to take input from all my players, but they don't have any power. So, are you giving the players power in the decision-making? Like, I just come from a different era where players and coaches coach, and I kind of like it like that. But I understand, that you want input from your players, and maybe you want to hear what they have to say about what the coaches have to say. I don't know. I can't imagine. I don't know what to think about that. I can see the good, and we all can, and I can see the bad, which we all can. So I don't know where it lies. Would Myles Garrett swing the vote with the coaching candidate? I mean, I think he probably likes playing for Jim Schwartz. He's probably going to be the 2-time Defensive Player of the Year with Jim, and he probably would want Jim to be the coach, I guess. But that might not necessarily fix any of the offensive woes that this team has had at quarterback, at receiver, at offensive tackle. You know, the weaknesses that everybody that watches the Browns knows they have. So I'm not sure what to think about that, guys. And I know I want to answer your question, but I can see the good and the bad of it.
Baldy, we obviously got a lot of time to figure out where the Browns are going this offseason. We don't even have a head coach. We don't really know who the quarterback's going to be next year either. But the way you're looking at this team coming off a 5-win season, how far away do you feel like we are from being competitive again in the NFL?
I feel like I don't know if Shedeurs can be the guy. I don't really know because the team was so incomplete around him. He's handing off to rookies and throwing it to rookies, and receivers are dropping balls, and tackles can't protect. So I don't even know how to evaluate it. It seems incomplete. Like, I don't want to write him off. You know, he got a chance to play, and he had some good moments. But, you know, if you take an elite quarterback out of any offense in this league, they usually just fall apart and coaches get fired. But if you put a great quarterback in that offense with legitimate and really build around them, like, the defense looks pretty good to me. You know, it looks like they could really help any quarterback that you would plug in the way that, the way that they operated. The addition of Mason Graham and Schlesinger and some of the things that we saw, it was a pretty good looking operation. But I just feel like they got to get that figured out one way or the other, whoever that might be. And I don't know who that is.
All right. I hope you enjoy Florida for all of us. Great stuff as always, sir. Appreciate you. We'll catch up with you down the line.
All right, guys. You bet, man. Anytime.
Brian Baldinger there on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. He's an Odyssey NFL insider, host of the Best Football Show podcast, and Insider Calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. You heard us tease it a little bit there. Tom Pelissero with some interesting thoughts on the Browns coaching search. I don't know, they're good interesting. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, don't be pressured when it's time to shop for an engagement ring. Stop in and see Josh at Bookman & Son, where jewelry shopping is made easy and comfortable. BookmanandSon.com.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Coming up on Sunday in the Pro Football Playoffs for the AFC Championship, New England, a 4.5-point road favorite at Denver. Total of the game, 42.5. And Denver will be starting its backup quarterback in the game, but Denver's head coach has made it known that he's going to sling it. He's not going to have a conservative game plan here, and I think Denver's backup quarterback can play well enough to score some points. And on the flip side, we think New England's stud second-year quarterback will be able to score on the Denver defense. So coming up on Sunday in the AFC Championship, let's go over 42.5, New England and Denver. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. 21 plus and present in Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with MGM Northfield Park.
Doug.
Oh, what a horrible call. Hey, ref, open your eyes. Ref, you're really not going to call that? Come on.
Hey, ref, why don't you customize your car insurance with Liberty Mutual and save money?
I don't think you get what we're doing.
Sure I do. We're all just giving him advice. You guys on sports, me on saving money.
Nope, that's not it.
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the Kissling, Nestico, and Reddick Traffic Center, call 1-800-HURT-NOW.
This traffic report is brought to you by Summit Sound. See it, hear it, feel it. Stuck in the traffic scrum? Don't let the winter chill bent your drive. Whether you're kicking off in the morning or heading home from the final whistle, stay warm with the remote starter from Summit Sound. Installed starting at $419. Win your commute at summitsound.net. See it, hear it, feel it.
An exit 90 east at 83 has the right lanes closed with heavy congestion from Detroit. Slowdowns westbound on 90 from Dead Man's Curve to West 14th. This is Joe Checkeye for 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Grant Udinski is slated to interview with the Browns for the team's head coaching job for the second time today. Or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
NFL playoffs and up-to-the-minute college and association hoops coverage. We've got your January weekend covered. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Basket and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan, live and on demand now.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick and JP with you. It's just you and me, baby doll.
Oh, yeah? I don't know how I feel about the baby doll part of this.
As soon as it came out, it was like, yeah.
That was Date
I don't know
Mac.
about that. That's New Mac.
New Mac says, how do you like your eggs in the morning?
He calls
and then
everybody
calls everyone
baby doll.
Yeah.
Men, women, really anyone of any gender. Everyone's baby doll to New Mac. Now, this being said, we got the lead coming up in about 40 minutes. All right. We tease this sound. I feel like I've been pretty fair and balanced in the coaching search. Fair, yes? Balanced, yes?
Interesting choice of words there, but sure.
You disagree?
No, I mean, it's fine. It's a slogan, a lot of people use, fair and balanced.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah.
You're Mr. America first. I thought. Do you feel like you're fair and balanced?
I am now. Okay.
Do you feel like you've been fair and okay? Accurate and even? I'm trying to think of other ways to say this.
Have you been a willing participant in the coaching search? Yes, you have.
All right.
Yes, you have.
Everything that has happened to this coaching search, there's been an element of patience to this search that I don't think we had previously as Cleveland media because of how the other searches went. And so because of the duration of Kevin Stefanski, because it did go 6 years, there was some success there, I think that's bought the Browns some more patience from both media and fans. I think that might run out when you hear this. Tom Pelissero was on with Rich Eisen earlier today and detailed some of what goes into the Browns process.
The Browns search process and interview process, which they have run a number of times, is unlike any other in the NFL, and it plays to certain types of candidates. They are a data-driven operation in Cleveland, and so they spend an extraordinary amount of time gathering data on their coaching candidates. You're talking about taking a personality test. You're talking about writing an essay. You're talking about completing homework assignments going into both the first and the second rounds of interviews. It plays toward the types of candidates that they have in the mix, which is very, very smart people in a lot of cases that just often happen to be tall, thin guys who came from Ivy League schools, so that's certainly not a requirement. That's the type of candidate generally that is going to fit into a data-driven environment. So
there's a written test? There's a written test, huh? Like they want you to write an essay? This is why I want to be the coach of the Cleveland Browns? Or
questionnaires, a multi-part essay, a personality test, and then additional homework assignments if you get through the first round to get into the second round.
All right. There's a lot there.
Yeah.
Let's just go ahead and play Odyssey NFL Insider Brian Baldinger when we brought up, hey, have you ever heard of NFL coaches being tested with written tests and essays? Here's what Baldy had to say in the previous segment.
I've never heard that. I mean, I don't know if that goes on. I can't believe that goes on in many places, and I don't know what the purpose of writing essays would have to do with leading a football team. So, I mean, I'm not disputing what Tom is saying. I'm sure Tom has his good sources, as he usually does, in order to make that report. But I have no idea why anybody would ask a coaching candidate to write an essay. If your coach can't create his vision sitting in a room and talking to you face to face, if you can't create that vision, then I don't understand what any essay would how that would trump anything that you would get face to face with any candidate.
Yeah. This, I will say, I know Tom Pelissero made the point of they've run this search several times. I don't love what I'm hearing there.
Okay, first reaction is this explains why Mike McDaniel didn't do a second interview.
Yeah.
Has to. I mean, and even though it seems like McDaniel might enjoy the random homework assignment, when he's interviewing for all these different teams, he's trying to go for, at the time was an OC job. Now, obviously, he's back in the mix for the Bills, but he was involved with other coaching searches. He's got time to do homework assignments.
Yeah.
He's got questionnaires, multi-part essays. Who do they think they are?
I understand a personality test.
What are they trying to accomplish?
I understand a personality test. There's a lot of jobs that aren't head coach of an NFL franchise that runs personality test. Everything else seems really ridiculous to me. And by the way, what better data do you have on someone than if maybe, like with Mike McDaniel, they were a head coach in the NFL, and you can actually go through the actual data of his offenses that he personally single-handedly coached.
Well, I want to know, did they ask Jim Schwartz to do this? The man's been in his building for years. Did they ask him to do all the questionnaires and everything else associated with this?
Do you think they just asked everybody else but Jim?
I wonder. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Like, could you imagine near 60 years old Jim Schwartz being like, I guess I got to fill out a multi-part essay and questionnaire to explain to 37-year-old Andrew Berry why I know football?
You also know it was online, so he just kept hitting the backspace when he meant to say, and it just kept taking him to the back page to start
his wife
again.
Actually filled out everything for him.
His child. He's got kids that are like our age. You know it was his children.
I hope Monken just put it in a chat GPT and said, fill this out for me. Give me the right answers, because what is this ridiculousness?
I would imagine Mike Vrabel just would stuff you inside a locker.
I mean, it seems very them, and I can appreciate the idea that they're trying to think outside the box and do different things. This isn't it. This isn't how you find out about people.
I'm gonna go ahead and say we're gonna find out.
Life isn't a Scantron test.
I'm gonna say that we're gonna find out that they did this with Kevin Stefanski. Now that this is out there will be additional reports that maybe either enhance this or maybe push back on some of this. If this is true,
well, if that was the case, then this would be a DePodesta thing instead of it being an Andrew Berry thing.
Yeah, the fact that DePodesta's work would still be there, I would not find. Like, I don't think any of this is necessary. I do think football is such a human sport. To me, it's why analytics are so flawed in football specifically, because there are so many variables, and it is such a human sport that on a level-to-level basis, all right, did this guy really miss his coverage, or was he covering up for somebody that missed their coverage?
For sure.
Like something as basic as that, a Scantron test or a personality or an essay can't tell you somebody should be their head coach.
I mean, it could probably tell you in the personality test if they're a psycho or not.
I mean,
I don't know what else we're getting out of that.
Trying to think. Well,
do you want a psycho as a head coach?
That's fair.
They're all weirdos.
Did John Dorsey not get one of those when he became the GM?
Was that really what they're searching for?
That's true. You
think you want to pass these tests? You don't really want to pass these tests.
Man, I gotta say, again, if this has been part of their process, I understand why you'd go back to it. If you felt finding Kevin Stefanski gave you some maybe faith in this, it also gave you Freddie Kitchens. It also gave you the process that led to Hugh Jackson, even if the Scantron wanted Sean McDermott. This is such a people sport. It's such a human sport. And I understand the Ivy League impulse to remove emotion from every decision. Some decisions need emotion in them. Like, the point is you don't want to become overly emotional. That's when you kind of lose your perspective and you kind of split the differential and you tip over, right? This is not that case. You need some human emotion. You need some human feel to this. And it just, in a search I already didn't like, a search I already had questions about, given who the final six were, and the fact that of the six final guys you had, 33% of them already bowed out before taking an interview, leaving four guys where it really just feels like the misfit of island toys here. This makes a hell of a lot more sense on why a lot more people like Clint Kubiak,
for sure.
like any of the other big, maybe Chris Shula said, "Oh, a Scantron? No, I'm good."
Yeah, I'm going to have to do questionnaires and multifaceted essays in order to try to win your approval. I guess I'll just go for one of the other 7 jobs that are out there. There are 10 head coaching openings this year.
I can also
there are 10 jobs.
I can see this coming from a mile away, that you're going to hear people in the Cleveland sports community who are big into analytics, and they're going to defend this because they're going to point to the fact that, well, this is how Fortune 500 companies operate. By the way, they don't always get it right either.
That's the thing I would argue against. Yeah, it's like even smart people understand, and the people that would be defending this, I think they've all been through interviews where you go through 5 rounds of it, and you understand we didn't have to do 3 of these rounds.
Yes, and so this idea, like, it's so weird to me. Like, so John Dorsey. John Dorsey was a football guy. I really like John Dorsey.
John Dorsey drafted Baker Mayfield off of a crotch grab.
I never felt the need to defend everything John Dorsey did, even though I think he saw football the way I would most likely see football.
Crotch grabs?
That's exactly 100%. You know it. That's what I do here on the show.
I know you like that.
Right? I got your Scantron right here!
You got a yank attached to it. That's
wait.
Very uncouth.
Scan this! That was the one I wanted to go with. Yeah. Some already have. Now, the point is, there's this weird thing with people who love the analytical process, who love numbers, who you cannot say the Browns have made any mistake because Andrew Berry's an analytics guy and because they got Ken Kovash in the analytics department of all analytics. This is weird. This is unnecessary. It's not usual. And it's probably one of the things that are holding the Browns back, on top of the fact that I think, while everybody wants to make it about Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson and Dylan Gabriel, the reality is, I bet you Andrew Berry being a lame duck GM or that being the perception is just as harmful to this process as anything else with this job.
Now, from my own personal side of things, this does make me feel a little bit better in the sense that I kept wondering why this job was perceived to be so low, and I just kept coming up with reasons like maybe the Haslams are part of the reason, because you have a great defense. There's a lot of pieces here, and this job wasn't being given any sort of respect, and then now it's as clear as the day is long. They're just asking way too much of these candidates. They're asking insane things. Now,
no, they're just focused on the wrong things.
Well, and within that, though, you'd make an argument. It's like, well, if the Bills came out with a questionnaire and multi-part essay, I bet a lot more candidates would fill those things out. And yeah, they would. But there is a line that has to be drawn somewhere for a lot of these guys. And the fact that this is so out of left field, I bet it just turned a lot of guys like Baldy, who said as much, would turn a lot of these guys off, being like, oh, they don't know what they're doing. And they're going to have me do this a lot when I'm here, and I don't know that I like that.
It just reeks of something that I think is one of the big knocks in the Browns that they can't shake because they don't want to shake. They're not a football organization. They're not. They're not guided by football. They're guided by big data. And the problem is it's the wrong sport to be that way. Listen, I think baseball gets lost all too much. Baseball discourse gets lost all too much because there's so many stats now. Yeah. And everybody focuses on different stats to support their argument. And some front offices favor this and some, but at least when you get to those things, they're unquantifiable things in a game that I think is simple enough to be summed up properly by a million stats, even if they're contradictory stats. In football, I just think there's a lot of data that comes out that's good. Player movement data. I do think some of the advanced stats are interesting ways to look at things. I understand why, if you're guided by that on football, you're going to try and do it with candidates. How about you just hire the human? This is the kind of stuff that when you hear it, it goes, it doesn't have to be this hard. It doesn't have to be this drawn out. This is probably how you get to where nobody wants to interview or nobody of consequence wants to interview for you. By the way, in a year where there's really very few people of consequence. Mm-hmm. Like, when you talked in that 45-minute exploratory, extensive conversation with John Harbaugh, did you say, John, we can't wait to get you in the building, got this great Scantron for you to take in between the first and second rounds?
Here's your packet with all the info we need from you and all the homework assignments we're going to give you. By the way, how are they giving assignments to Shieldhouse? Isn't he supposed to be prepping for one of the biggest games of his career?
Well, yeah, he's got to do it on Monday. You got to cram.
Is that how this works? I'm genuinely curious. I'm not even being sarcastic here. Like, if they've done all this throughout this process, how does Shieldhouse do this if the only thing you can do is like a 3-hour Zoom window once? Is he just absent in all this?
It actually makes total sense why they continuously hire younger candidates or why we're stuck in this, why a 30-year-old would jump to the front of the class.
They have the energy to do it?
No, he was 8 years removed from college.
Yeah, and so they're still good at it?
And actually, I think he was a GA in 2019, so we're like 6-7 years away, 6-7 years away from coaching in college. Of course he's comfortable with this.
Well, and some of them have the Ivy League experience. Now, obviously, Shieldhouse doesn't, but Udinski does.
It's just unreal. It's just, and again, I'm sure
it's just very them. That's the thing. It's not.
But the problem is them is problematic.
Yes, no part of this is surprising. This is the least surprising thing I think I've heard in months. And I'm not pulling a Daryl Ryder here. It's just the reality that they would do something like this that is so unorthodox, so not football, and they would think that they have some sort of inside track. Meanwhile, their search for a coach is falling all apart around them, and they're trying to figure out why. Why is this happening? What's obvious? You're asking way too much of people.
You don't give grown men homework.
You don't give grown men homework, yeah.
That's just not it. They come prepared. That's how they prove it. They prove it by outlining, just the idea that Grant Udinski nailed a Zoom interview and then without anyone before anybody got a second-round interview. Grant Udinski was the favorite because he talked real good on the internets.
Well, no,
for
now
3+
apparently
hours.
He's pretty good at the homework assignments too.
I mean, this is just bat bleep insane to me. Like, it's just.
Now I want a copy of that essay.
Oh my God!
Some reporter in town, give me a copy of that essay. It's going to leak out eventually.
We have multiple people, including Ken on Twitter, saying, "Didn't John Dorsey hire Freddie Kitchens?" Paul DePodesta was in the building. Paul DePodesta, I'm sure, was running these many important personality tests that I'm sure a lot of people didn't take very seriously because they knew John Dorsey was going to hire him anyways.
Well, so that's what we're trying to figure out because obviously Barry and Stefanski were within weeks of each other, so there's no WAP there as far as. I'm thinking about Barry's input, but then this really has come from the DePodesta influence which stems from Haslam at one point in life having this odd curiosity to a world that he doesn't seem like he'd be a part of. He doesn't seem like he'd be that into all of this, but he's let so many people infiltrate his brain that here he is. He's into big data. Always has been.
Sean McDermott, I know you got a 600 career winning percentage. I know
McDermott's laughing if you give him homework assignments.
I know you got 6 or 7 career playoff wins, 6, 7. But I see her on your essay on the 4th paragraph. We didn't like that. I'm sorry. We're just out. That we had the first 3 paragraphs real strong, great grammar, by the way. Almost like you're an Ivy Leaguer. But that 4th paragraph, I mean, you misused the usage of you didn't use it right there. I'm sorry. We're just going to have to hire Grant Udinski.
We told you, no double spacing.
That's true. You better,
Oh, Mac, you're a big double spacer, weren't you?
Those academic types really
Depends
love
on what we were talking about.
the right spacing. 216-474-0092. So you heard Tom Pelissero there talking about personality tests and essays and homework in between rounds. Big deal, little deal, no deal. More reaction on this in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
The Browns' search process and interview process, which they have run a number of times, is unlike any other in the NFL, and it plays to certain types of candidates. They are a data-driven operation in Cleveland, and so they spend an extraordinary amount of time gathering data on their coaching candidates. You're talking about taking a personality test. You're talking about writing an essay. You're talking about completing homework assignments going into both the first and the second rounds of interviews. It plays toward the types of candidates that they have in the mix, which is very, very smart people in a lot of cases that just often happen to be tall, thin guys who came from Ivy League schools, so that's certainly not a requirement. That's the type of candidate generally that is going to fit into a data-driven environment.
Oh, Mr. Haslam, I could only get to 998 words. I didn't get to 1,000. I hope that's okay.
It's not okay.
Candidly.
It's weak. So it's weak sauce. Why is Haslam so big data driven? That's the part I can't really explain. At what point in Haslam's life did he decide to go with DePodesta, figure out that this data is his everything, and then you get rid of DePodesta because it's such a massive failure, an utter failure, and no other way to explain it, and then you still swerve into the data this hard? And I get Andrew Berry likes it, but come on.
That was Tom Pelissero on the Rich Eisen show just about an hour ago, and we played it for you in the last segment there. And it's interesting. I've already seen people try to justify this as, well, what do you think film, game planning, and scouting is? You cannot scout the personality. Like, you can get some identifiers from, like, a personality test, but when it comes to true leadership, like, there are certain parts of hiring a leader of a football team that you have to see in front of you. And to then fall back when that person leaves the room on homework and all this other stuff to try and standardize it, I think it's psychosis. And I think there's a hubris to it. To me, this screams, I want to be able to justify this hire 3 years from now when it doesn't work out, so I can say, hey, the data all pointed to this candidate, rather than, hey, let's go get this guy. This is the right guy for the job.
Well, the data is always going to point to what you want it to eventually say. I mean, what they're searching and what they're going through is all they're looking is for the data to spit out and say, oh, great, it's Udinski.
Man, well, in fairness, and I'm glad you said that, I'm getting really sick of people acting like the Browns scientific process is unimpeachable, like it cannot be touched. One, look how much they've won with this theory. And I'm not even talking about the before the Stefanski-Berry. Like, they have all the data. They have all the money. They've got 2 winning seasons and have never sniffed an AFC title game. So, like, okay, I thought Kevin was an adequate head coach. You're telling me all this work got you an adequate head coach? I couldn't find a great head coach with all these advanced ways of thinking?
Here's the reality. I do think there are visionaries in life. I think there are people that are even in the time look a little silly because they're just way ahead of the curve. But like the Browns aren't one of them, and they think that they are. And the problem that we keep running into is that they try to do things outside the box. This goes back to even taking a kicker in the 4th round, to then other bigger stake plays like giving Deshaun Watson more guaranteed money and fully guaranteed money when nobody else would. They keep trying to do these outside the box things and things that nobody else is doing, and not realizing that they keep running into walls. And so it's not a surprise they're trying to do something outside the box and not understanding that they're not a visionary. There's nothing spectacular happening here. You just continue to mess up going against the grain.
And by the way, there's a whole boatload of evidence that I don't need to go into, or so a whole boatload of theory on test taking and who that favors and who that doesn't favor.
That sounds like somebody that wasn't good at tests.
I was gifted in other ways. But this getting back to confirmation bias, yeah, the people who are good at standardized testing, it doesn't mean they're going to be good at coaching. And it kind of cheeses me off a little bit because some of the most brilliant people ever in history, Albert Einstein was horrific at math growing up, like he did horrific in school.
Yeah, what's that old line? You ask a giraffe to climb a tree, you're not gonna have much success, right? It's all about. Wait, are you asking?
Is that
people?
from Mike Tomlin?
No, we need more forks. More forks. We got too many spoons. I can't say my Tomlinisms. No, that was not a Tomlinism. I think that might be like a third grade on the wall encouragement thing for the kids that don't do test taking very well.
It just continues to point to, and listen, we have to throw out the Freddie Kitchens hire. That's fair because that's a John Dorsey enterprise. Dorsey, thanks for that, buddy. But when it comes to the Hugh Jackson hiring, also they landed on Sean McDermott. That's at least what the Browns put out there, that Paul DePodesta wanted Sean McDermott, but that Jimmy inevitably chose Hugh Jackson. Yeah, I don't. That's a decade ago, and the NFL has changed. And the fact that the NFL has radically become a much more Ivy League infused league, and this is still not the standardized testing approach to finding a head coach, which again is going to favor Ivy League candidates. It's going to favor people who did well on this kind of stuff in school, which does not give them any sort of inside advantage to actually being a good head coach.
Well, again, there's a reason why no teams do this. It's because it's not something that is something you can correlate with being a good head coach. Turning in a homework assignment on time that doesn't make you Lombardi. It just doesn't.
There are certain times where the Browns do things, and I come back to it doesn't have to be this hard. It really doesn't. And I'll be honest with you, having been in a room either talking to or watching people talk to head coaches for 15 years now, I can tell you it doesn't take long to get in a room and tell guys. The first press conference, I was in the room for Hugh Jackson. I thought to myself, oh no, I was wrong. This guy's completely full of crap. It took 5 minutes into a press conference knowing he was fraudulent.
Sometimes people are wrong about that stuff too, though. That's
one.
Dan Campbell biting kneecaps. That's Nick Sirianni at his press conference.
I like kneecap biting.
Duval. Like sometimes
one season.
Sometimes
I need more data. That's a flawed sample size.
Sometimes we get it wrong. Sometimes the first 5 minutes are very misleading. Sometimes the press conference is very misleading.
I think let me put it this way. I've been in multiple positions in my life. This is a little humble brag here.
Oh, good for you.
I got to hire people. Inevitably, very early on, you can tell who's fit for a job or not. It has nothing to do with how well they did. Actually, there was a couple guys that didn't do well on a typing test that I wasn't able to help get a job, and that did not help my career at all. But other than that, other than like a typing test, there's very few ways like this just bugs the living crap out of me. It really does. Like it doesn't have to be this hard. And
no, it doesn't have to be this hard.
The Browns putting more implements in their way towards success and the rightful outcome is just
my problem.
It's the most Andrew Berry, Jimmy Haslam thing I can think of.
My problem is I genuinely do think they think that this is like groundbreaking and they're visionaries.
Oh, 100%.
Like this is how everyone's going to do it in the NFL. We're just a few years early, and this is going to be great. But we've seen this within the DePodesta time here, and now the Andrew Berry time. We've seen them try to be ahead of the curve way too much, and it doesn't work out. You're not visionaries. You're not changing the game. You guys just end up looking like fools at the end of this.
216-474-0092. If they just give them enough bites at the apples, they'll eventually find the right Sean McVay. Ryan in Geneva, how do you feel about personality tests, essay tests, and generally essays in general for head coaching candidates?
Well, guys, you're wrong about Freddie Kitchens because he did have to do an essay. And the story is that his was done in crayon on a McDonald's wrapper, on a Big Rap wrapper, but he passed the test because it was done in orange and brown crayon.
That's true.
Now, guys,
and it was easy to scan onto the computer. You're right about that, Ryan. I remember that story.
Then he played with the toy for 25 minutes.
A little bit of catch-up on it, but it passed. Guys, I once wrote an essay on the success of the Browns since 1999. But it was a short story. I'm just kidding. I hope we get the bench cuts ready. Yeah, but I did write a haiku. I didn't have time for an essay, but I wrote a haiku because I want to put my name out there. The Browns always suck. Nothing will ever change that. Might as well pay me. What do you guys think?
You know what? We are at the point where I'll take the job if you're offering me enough money. Ryan, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you,
Ryan. Thank you for the haiku.
I like we kind of went to the Borscht Belt there. That was some like 1940s, 1950s yuck comedy. I like it.
I like you put a lot of thought into that call.
He did.
Not much of it was great, but I appreciate the thought.
No, hey, you tried.
Yeah,
you
well,
tried.
It's much better than some people.
You know
some
what?
people seem like this is the first time they've ever spoken about the Browns.
You attempted the test, and we like you. So confirmation bias says that man's the next head coach of the Cleveland Browns. It's that simple. The data points to it.
That's bad data. We never talk about when the data is bad data.
Oh, no, nobody talks about it. It's never bad. All data is good data.
All big data is good data.
The Lead coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Cleveland Browns an interesting one. They can go one of two ways. They can go Jim Schwartz or Todd Monken, which is a guy in their, let's just say what it is. Those guys are in their late 50s, early 60s, or they can go big swing, Schillhouse, Udinski, two guys who have not called plays before, but are, very impressive young offensive coaches. Those will be interesting ones.
While we're on the record, I do think it's going to be Udinski because I think there's been a lot of push for this, and who knows, maybe Schillhouse actually has a chance. It does feel like this is weighted because fans have decided Grant Udinski is the prodigal son. What I will say is, it needs to be said 1,000,000 times. Grant Udinski is a glorified quarterback coach with 1 year's experience hands-on as a quarterback's coach. He's not even what we would think of as like a true offensive coordinator in other spots. Nate Schillhouse is like fourth in command in L.A. I'm not saying either guy isn't going to be a good head coach. Mm-hmm. I'm saying they are incredible risks, and there's a reason why other teams don't have them as their number one candidate. This can still work out. I'm not saying it won't. This is a risk where you need not a risk, and I think it's a little foolish and a little arrogant for the Browns to suggest they're the organization to help trim a couple years off a guy's development to make him a head coach quicker.
Yeah, I mean, it seems obvious as to why some of the other guys like McDaniel, for instance, aren't involved in this process now. And it does dampen what I think about Udinski and Schillhouse. I know it shouldn't, but it does. Did you find the next McVay, or did you just find the guys that are willing to do the homework assignments?
Yeah, people always think about the branding that they love, the next McVay. That only really works when you actually find the next McVay. When you find the next Brian Callahan, boy, does it bite you in the ass.
Well, in the case of Andrew Berry, it's going to cost him his job, I would imagine. I mean, time will tell on that, but that's my take on it.
Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger joined us last hour. He weighed in on the Browns coaching search and the candidates that are getting the most consideration.
Jim Schwartz would be at the top of my list. He's been a head coach. He's probably learned from some of his mistakes. He's coached great defense. He's coached great players on that side of the ball. He's extremely confident, borderline cocky, arrogant, which I kind of like because I think players respond to that. So, I mean, I think, and he's sharp. He's really smart. And he knows what it takes. So I think he knows Andrew Berry, he knows the owner, he knows how they operate and some of the things that might have to change in order to get competitive in that division. And so, I mean, I would put Schwartz at the top of that list.
So the pushback to Big Data is if they go with Schwartz. Because it's not
unless
because
he really aced the essay.
Yeah, you're not giving it to him because he was great at an essay or he was able to fill out all sorts of different questionnaires. That's not why you go with Schwartz. You go with him for what he did over the previous couple years, and you'd be going with him for football reasons. And so there is a way that they end up out of this where, although people would consider it a safe take and a safe situation, we wouldn't look at it like, oh, they just stuck to Big Data. That's how they save that. Also, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say I don't think Todd Monken is exactly nailing these questionnaires. I'm just going to go out on a limb. Just my thought on it.
I've heard he's good at interviewing. I don't think that means he's good at Scantrons.
I just don't know. I'm just going to go out on a limb and just guess.
Some people, I was really good at...
They said he's really smart. I believe that.
The amount of times that I went into like a multiple choice question that I didn't prep for, I just played kind of like this sounds right and got like 95% on tests are pretty alarming.
I always think they're trying
to... I was on the Dean's List freshman year pretty much because of one class. I just did that. 95%, guys. I deserve probably about a 65%.
What happened sophomore, junior year?
Lot of booze.
There we go. Former Browns offensive lineman Jason Pinkston joined us today at 3:20. We asked him if Myles Garrett should be involved in the Browns head coaching interviews.
I do not like it. Thank you, no thank you. I want that to be the owner's decision, your GM's decision. If they want to say, hey, Myles, here's who we're looking at, but inviting him in to sit in that type of meeting and setting, I just don't think it's warranted. I don't think we need to do that. I'm sure, if you, hey, I like this candidate, I know a lot about him, but, I just don't think that's the right move or a good idea for us.
I disagree. I think Myles deserves the same kind of respect Josh Allen does. I know they play different positions, different side of the ball. Josh didn't ask for a trade last year. I think this could help continue to reforge whatever bonds you've had with Myles. And I think a football guy would have a good read on... I don't say football guy. I mean a football player would have a good read on coaches. We know he doesn't need to be there for Jim Schwartz. We know he loves Jim Schwartz. But do I think he might have a different vantage point on Grant Udinski or Nate Shieldhouse? I sure do.
I don't want him involved in this. But in saying that, it might be too conventional now across the NFL to involve players for the Browns. You know, they
Maybe
like to just,
Miles has to take these tests too, just to get in the room.
Right. Before Jackson Dart got sitting in meetings, and Josh Allen now, and all these other quarterbacks that are involved in these, maybe he had a chance. Outside the box thinking, the Browns would have really ate it up. Now at this point, it's just the norm.
Everyone's doing it. In that case, the Browns will not be doing it. The Cavs welcome the Kings into town tonight. The Cavs are a heavy favorite in this game, which usually means they lose it. Kenny Atkinson spoke about the matchup and the importance of avoiding a letdown performance against a 12-win team.
I think it's a consistency right now, and this will be a good test, against a team that's maybe not top of the standings. Are you going to have a letdown? We shouldn't be having letdowns. We're fighting for a good seed. Challenge the guys to see if we can stack some wins here.
Yeah, I mean, Kings have lost 7 straight road games. They're 3-17 on the road this year. They're just a bad basketball team. It's a good day for the Cavs to just kind of get some things right.
Just don't lose to the Kings.
You can't lose to the Kings.
Just come on.
Yeah,
I mean, this would just be... Don't be the Cavs we've seen from the first 45 games. Be the Cavs we've seen from the last 4 games, or 3 of the last 4 games. That is the lead. More on Pelissero, more on your guys' reaction, and more on Grant Udinski Day on 92.3 The Fan.
It all comes down to this, folks.
shows each and every weekday, along with live streams of our shows weekdays from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
The playoff eliminator coming up in roughly 1 hour's time. Nick and JP back here on a Football Friday, on an F-Off Friday. Grant Udinski Day. Many will celebrate. More than Nate Shieldhouse Day on Monday.
We're not the ones celebrating, are we?
I think
we're just kind of looking around and seeing if anyone else is celebrating.
We're not celebrating, but we're also not celebrating.
Yeah. It's. I mean, listen. It's an odd place for Browns fans right now because there are people that have no idea anything at all about Grant Udinski or Shieldhouse, but understand that he's offense, and that's not the end of the world either.
Yeah, it's just interesting. Is this? I don't want to say chaotic. I'm trying to find the right word to describe how this feels. It doesn't mean this is how it is, by the way, because the Browns do not have to tell us everybody they've interviewed. So even the Rooney Rule conversation that's been all the way around of, can you really hire somebody if you haven't interviewed 2 Rooney Rule candidates yet? And the truth is, we just don't know. The Browns themselves have not been publicizing everybody that they've interviewed. We got wind of who their final 6 interviews were, so that would make you think that maybe they aren't Rooney Rule compliant. But it's interesting that this has been turned into this Herculean thing, this concern of if you want Grant Udinski, you can't let him leave the building because he's going to go to Buffalo on Sunday. It's listen, guys, I'm far more concerned about standardized tests for candidates than I am, hey, can you really let Grant Udinski leave just the Rooney Rule thing in general?
I also don't think the Bills are going to hire Grant Udinski.
Yeah.
It's a very low percentage chance that that's how that goes.
He's not best friends with Josh Allen.
Oh, and also Josh Allen just won an MVP last year. You don't give him a first-year head coach like this if you just won MVP and are one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. And not only that, a first-year head coach with no offensive coordinator experience or anything else to boot. It's just not what happens. But it's been a very weird search. Because not only do you have the Rooney Rule, you have everything about what's going on with this Pelissero report that we've talked about now for an hour and a half, and it's different. They find a way to make everything different.
Yeah, and if only they found a way to make everything successful. That's just what I wish. That's the world I wanted to live in.
You can be abnormal if it results in success. The problem with them is they keep being abnormal and nothing ends up working out.
Yeah, and it's been interesting. We'll actually do the Daryl thing here because – I think it stands to reason. It makes sense that one way or another, at least 2 of these final 4 candidates that we know of that are getting second-round interviews are going to be paired together. Whether Jim Schwartz is a head coach and then either Monken or Shieldhouse are going to be the OC, or whether it's Udinski or Shieldhouse is a head coach and then Schwartz is going to be the DC, I think it makes a lot of sense, but because there's such ambiguity about what's really going on in this search, like today, Daryl threw out this idea of how you get even more of the final 4 Browns second-round candidates that we know of right now into Berea.
The Browns are going to end up with both Grant Udinski and Nate Shieldhouse. Udinski head coach. Shieldhouse gets a promotion instead of having to basically transcribe Sean McVay's brilliance there out in Los Angeles. He gets to come to Cleveland and be the offensive coordinator and call plays here.
It would be a step up. That is the one thing with Shieldhouse is that he is really 2 jobs away from being the head coach.
So here's the thing. I don't think you can put it past the Browns suggesting something like this to Shieldhouse if he's not the head coach. What I will say is, because he's a candidate with other jobs, it wouldn't surprise me if a team like Pittsburgh says, hey, we're going to hire Chris Shula as our head coach. Would you like to be our OC? I feel like the Browns are going to be a really rough sell for somebody like Shieldhouse, who is that one job away from being a head coach candidate if he doesn't get it here.
But also, Udinski falls in that bucket as well, too, right? Think about it. Again, he's talking to Buffalo right now. I don't think he's got a chance for the head coaching job. Definitely has a chance for the OC job. Like that's a reality. Like there's all these teams for the OC job. It just becomes a little bit different. And so I do love the idea of thinking about what combo is best though, and what combo would work out the best. Because I think ultimately the Browns, what they want is any combination of two of the four people they're talking about to have roles here.
To me, the best candidate, the best combo includes somebody that is off board.
Well, no, because I think Jim Schwartz being a DC and staying as a DC makes it a good combo. Like if it ends up being Udinski and Jim Schwartz, I'm not terribly upset with that.
I mean, Schwartz as a DC to me is the optimum outcome regardless. I just don't know. I don't know.
I'm also interested if it's Schwartz and Monken.
I don't know that I can just co-sign on anything that Udinski is a head coach or Shieldhouse is a head coach.
Co-signing is odd. It's okay. It's like, do I think they're going to win Super Bowls overnight because Udinski's going to be awesome with Jim Schwartz? No, that I will not say that.
Well, I just think I kind of feel like I think we've gotten to a point where if it's Udinski or Shieldhouse, this is the way you wanted the search to go, which means I question the validity of the search, and I really to me. The teams that get it right, it's not about who has the most candidates or the fewest. It's not who has the sexiest job or the least amount, the least sexy job. It's really okay, what was your end goal that you had in mind? And if you started it with the theory of to find the next Sean McVay, then you tilted this search at the beginning to the direction that you wanted. And I think some people have looked at Monken and Schwartz and said, well, because they're here, they didn't do that. I think when it comes to the fact that either Shieldhouse or Udinski are the odds-on favorite from most of the big bookmakers to be the head coach, it means the other guys are pretty much they're here for other reasons beyond just being the head coach.
Wouldn't surprise me at all if Andrew Berry started the search saying, I'm going to try to find the next Sean McVay, and then fell impressed with either Shieldhouse or Udinski and said, we got our guy, and effectively closed up shop everywhere else and just trying to organize everything.
But that's what makes the whole data component of this even more frustrating. And again, I understand, there might be, with Lima's big report that has gone viral about Chris Shula.
Don't tell certain Steelers reporters that.
Don't you dare, because that was theirs first. Because sure,
yeah, sure.
But it's really frustrating. I understand that there are going to be some guys that don't want to come here. That makes sense. Whether it's because of the standardized testing you put them through, because of maybe the way they treated Kevin, maybe the perception of the job, the quarterback room, Andrew Berry being here and being perceived as a lame duck, whatever it is, I understand that certain guys are just going to be off the board. But I don't know if there's a part of me that's I don't know how original your search is if, again, you tilted it towards the thing that everybody in the NFL wants anyways.
Well, at least it's not a bunch of names that everybody has.
You know what I mean?
You're talking about original.
Well, that's because the other guys won't interview with him, right? Or that could be because Clint Kubiak won't interview with you.
That could be because they're having a bunch of questionnaires and essays and everything else.
Because Davis Webb won't interview with you.
Because it's not a very good job ultimately. But even Daryl suggesting that you combo it up, why would Udinski and Shieldhouse come here?
Because Daryl wants him to.
But if you name Udinski the head coach, Shieldhouse, what's he gonna do? He just stays with the Rams. Why would he leave the Browns, or why would he leave the Rams, a team that could play in the Super Bowl? They're a win away from playing in the Super Bowl. Why would he leave that and you stay with the McVay train? You don't hop onto the Brown situation.
Or there are going to be better coordinator jobs out there.
Yeah, or you go to the Buffalo spot and you get a job there. You go to a Primo spot. You don't go to the Browns.
And this is another one, by the way. Now that we're on it, so Udinski is going to be the glorified quarterbacks coach in Jacksonville. And then he's going to let somebody else come in and call his plays and run it, or is he just going to treat Shieldhouse the way Liam Cohen treated Udinski as a glorified quarterback?
Yeah, that's exactly what he would do. The combo makes no sense.
216-474-0092. Just as it is Grant Udinski Day, does it feel like it is all tilting towards Udinski or Shieldhouse? Let's go with Tom in Garfield Heights. Welcome to the show, Tom.
Good evening, guys. How you doing today?
We're doing all right.
Hey,
what
Tom.
you got for us, buddy?
I'm going to try to have you convince me that Jim Schwartz is not the best option for head coach. Because I've been racking my brain since this all unfolded, and it's on paper. This guy's it.
What about Sean McDermott?
Sean McDermott's a good option, but I don't know. Just the fact that Jim Schwartz wants an opportunity at this job shows that he has faith in this team, this offense, defense, and I think he could not only put the defense together like he's been, but put the offense together. I mean, just his time in Detroit alone, the numbers aren't staggering, but he did well in there. You know, the offense was terrible. You know, defense too in 2008 before he got there, 2009. You know, it kind of stayed.
He did have Matthew Stafford, who is 2 wins away from having basically his Hall of Fame candidacy stamped in.
Yeah, no, that is true. And also, you know, who drafted him? You know, honestly, he was brought up by Jim Schwartz. You know, Jim Schwartz was the first coach that trained him. And that offense in 2011 was 5th in yards, and then 3rd in yards in 12, and then 6th in yards in 2013. Defense stayed steady, but he was an offensive mind, you know, in his time in Detroit. And honestly, I think he could do the same here in Cleveland. I like that decision, bringing someone who knows the team, knows the NFL, get a young guy to, you know, possibly call plays and run an offensive coordinator. Honestly, I'm convinced, and I can't be, you know, decided against it. I want to hear what you got to say.
All right, Tom, we appreciate you. I think the problem. You know what? Why don't you take it? You're kind of doing the.
Once Tom tried turning Matthew Stafford into a product of Jim Schwartz, there was no changing Tom's mind. Like once you tried saying he's the one that developed Matthew Stafford into being this Hall of Fame quarterback, 2 wins away from being a Hall of Fame quarterback, there was no convincing you that he was anything but the best option in your mind.
I think we can talk about the offensive stats, the defensive stats. Given that once they got to the playoff caliber, with Jim Schwartz, they never got back there. I think that would be the answer. If you want to write off the first season because it was a rookie quarterback and they were coming off a winless season before that, I get it. You want to write off the second one because they were building out of I totally get it. He was digging out of the worst situation in the NFL up until the Cleveland Browns came along later that decade. But then once they got to the playoff level, I believe they won 4 games and then 7 games over the next 2 years after that. That's pretty compelling bit of information on how good. And again, at this point, Schwartz might end up being a better hire than Udinski. That's how it might be. That's how bleak things have gotten here.
Well, if your argument is that he's the most qualified because you're removing McDermott from this equation, then it's like, well, yeah, none of the other guys that we're talking about have ever been a head coach. He's obviously the most qualified. That doesn't mean he's the best for this. Doesn't mean that it's the right answer. And by the way, it's not as if I'm not like anti-Jim Schwartz. I just think if they go with Jim Schwartz, it will surprise me because it's not the direction that they seem like they want to go with this. It seems like they want the young offensive mind. But again, we're not in these meetings. Who knows?
And for our own sanity, it's going to be a cold weekend. We're probably not going to get a new head coach for a week. I am living in the idea. Mostly because it suits my mental health, not because I think it might be actually real. Mm-hmm. Off-the-board candidates. We don't know everybody they've interviewed, right? That maybe they snuck somebody else in Wednesday or Thursday as McDaniel and Minter said bye-bye to them.
Just hope it's McDermott.
Right? Maybe they got Sean McDermott there. Maybe if Seattle loses on Sunday, maybe Clint Kubiak gets passed over for a couple jobs and all of a sudden he wants to take that essay. Right? All of a sudden, he's like, maybe. I would love to take. I'm just
debating my head right now.
Give me a piece of paper or a Word document, and I'm going to give you 25,000 words on why Clint Kubiak should be the head coach. Maybe he gets there.
Maybe there's a college coach they haven't yet brought in, and now they are going to talk to him.
I'll be honest with you.
Go full Padone on this one.
I'm very afraid of Udinski. If you hire a college head coach, I will go Hiroshima.
Hiroshima.
What was that?
Huh? Hiroshima.
I think it's Hiroshima if it's not Hiroshima.
Why do we all say it wrong?
We can't get Ayuk or Udinski right either. We probably should get Hiroshima.
Hiroshima. That's right.
Are you going to Mac as your lifeline?
Mac's never a good lifeline on this.
Mac? What do you think about
Hiroshima?
Is it Hiroshima or Hiroshima?
Hiroshima.
I've heard it both ways.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
I go with the Japanese pronunciation.
I've ate at a steakhouse before.
You know, guys, I had
sushi last night.
I had some sushi the other day, and I swore the guy said,
I like hibachi.
Hiroshima.
Hibachi, right?
Yeah,
That's how you pronounce it?
Yeah, obviously.
Oh, yeah. Also, it's Udinski. That's for our friend Adam in Rocky River.
I think the segment is taking us out of correcting anyone ever out of anything. I think it's when it's done.
Just because I can't say Hiroshima or Hiroshima right.
Thank you.
No, just because I can't say that right, I can say Udinsky right. I can say Brandon Ayuk, a guy that's played in the NFL for Kansas, a godforsaken coaching camp, and he can't
Glazer
tell me
clinic, yeah.
he's getting 4 levels of coaching interviews, and he can't say Brandon Ayuk.
I know, it's very baffling to me.
Ayuk?
I can't even do it how he did
Sounds like Goofy getting kicked in the... Okay, that got out of hand.
I mean,
on multiple levels.
I mean...
You know what?
Goofy.
We're back. We're back.
You do know how to say that word now. After that grunt.
216-474... Udinsky, not Udinsky. Udinsky, not the name.
Adam goes, listen, Udinsky.
Also, it's Hiroshima. Are there too many red flags hiring a young coach? More on that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Need your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Going to the Cavs game tonight? Get the starting five during afternoon drive. And make overtime your post-game soundtrack as you head home. 92.3 The Fan.
Check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick. Coach Riz and Daryl Ryder, they recap all the latest Browns news and moves ahead of this offseason in free agency and the draft. You can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app. Watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Off-Season Special each and every Tuesday night, 7 to 9, right here on The Fan.
We got the playoff eliminator coming up in just about 40 minutes here. Wedding still on.
They need to cancel it.
I don't have these powers.
Tell them I said they need to cancel it.
I'm going to need to give you everyone's number, and then you randomly call them, but don't you dare put my name on the affiliation.
It's just a text from my phone saying you guys aren't. You're not doing this right.
You're not seriously going to have that wedding tomorrow,
It's going
to
be negative 20 degrees. What are you doing? You're going to make everybody freeze, and for why? Listen, I get it. Like, if you don't have enough money to have it at a place that is indoors and you want to go cheap on it, and I'm not even saying this is what's happening here. I'm just saying in general. Maybe we need to kick it back to old school, which is before my time, when people, if you didn't have money, you just got married in your parents' front living room.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? You
in the parlor.
Yeah, you don't make it a big deal. You don't bring everybody else into it. Like, if you don't have the means for it, that's fine. Like, you can get married. It's about the marriage anyway. But don't bring all your guests into cold weather like that. It's going to be unenjoyable for you. It's going to be unenjoyable for the guest. It's going to be an unenjoyable experience.
Here's the thing. If anybody else involved, and when I say anybody else, I mean Vanessa, one of her sisters, or her mom.
Nick's going to an outdoor wedding tomorrow. Or I guess it's indoor, but it's a barn without heat, by the way, for those that don't know.
If any one of them say cancel the wedding or postpone it or whatever, move different venue, whatever, it won't be it'll be a fight. They'll fight each other. But if I do it, I'll have all four women turn on me.
No, you don't get to make this call, sadly.
No, I don't even get to suggest it, which is
no.
Like, I feel like
common sense has to kick in somewhere.
I feel like you and I both could just be common sense guy. Like, this sounds like a really bad SNL skit where
for common sense guy.
I just wish people would run things by me so I could say, no, that's dumb. Don't do it. This is a situation where I should be the person that is able to go, just so you know. It's going to be colder than hell. The roads are going to be treacherous. We're going to be in between giant squalls of a butt ton of snow. I so badly want to see you get married, but we got to think about the safety of this here. I'd rather freeze to death than be on the wrong side of these four women at the same time ever again in my life.
Congrats, you might. That's on the table for tomorrow's menu. Nick freezes to death.
And here's the thing. I know my young will survive because they can just...
Just nuzzle up in your body?
Oh, I was actually going to say, they can use me as sustenance.
Oh, is that it? It's going to turn into...
once you get past the fat, there's some meat on the bones here.
It's going to turn into that HBO show about the whole soccer team that crashes with the plane in the woods and they just start feasting on each other.
Wow. Spoiler alert.
It's the main plot.
Is it called Soccer Feast? What's that one called?
No, there was two different ones that were Yellow Jackets was one of them. It was competing with another one at the time that I'm not getting the names right. They were very popular for a year and a half.
They were like basic
stretch.
Same premise.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah, both like a different team at a high school crashes into the woods, and then they ultimately turn to cannibalism, and off they go.
How many days before you have to turn to cannibalism?
Into cantaloupes? I don't know.
Also,
guys, you made it seem like
I just ate some humans. I just had some cantaloupes.
You made it seem like I morph into a cantaloupe too, the way you presented that.
Well, I mean, think about it.
Yeah, I'm thinking about
it. I'm not a cannibal now. But are there scenarios in where it's gonna have it's that or death? I think that there are. So you got it. Like, how many, to use the old Pete Holmes bit, which we can't paraphrase on air, or we can't tell you the actual bit. How many days away from being cannibal are you?
Wow, it's a great question. One, I've never considered it. I've never considered it. Also, is there a wrong answer here? I don't know why this is funny to you. Because I'm giving it real thought, maybe? Is that why?
Because you said, oh, wow, great question.
What?
Which I was said about one of my sports takes ever.
Well, if you ask more,
cannibalism?
you ask more that catch me off guard like that, maybe I'd have more answers like that. I'd give you more of the, oh, wow, great question.
I've given you
I just
some
turned
of
into,
my best takes of my career.
I turned into Ashley Bastock there for a second. Great question, which, by the way, in our interviews for 3 weeks straight now, she turned the great question into interesting question.
Oh.
Pay attention for next week.
Oh, my God.
After we got on her for the great question thing, she's turned it into interesting question. Everything is interesting question. All right. I mean, I have to be starving. That won't take long for me. I won't imagine.
Without ChatGPT to tell you when to eat.
I can't. Yeah, I know. People don't know this. I use ChatGPT to lay out when I eat during the day because it'll tell me the times so I can eat. I don't have to think about it, and then I just go. 3 weeks.
I don't think you'd last 5 days.
Well, am I having no other food?
I don't think you're just gonna get sick of the yogurt.
I would have thought maybe I'd
go to cannibalism.
maybe I'd like kill an animal or two or something. I'd find a fish here and there. All of these cannibalism shows, they all start off killing pigs. And then it morphs into something else.
Yes, because
they either aren't good enough to continue to kill pigs, or they're just like, there's a lot more meat in those humans. Like something happens. There's a breakdown that happens.
I think the breakdown is they run out of the rest of food. I think the fact that you said, do I have other food, is the most problematic thing you've said.
The other thing, though, is in some of these shows, there's like a whole storage of different food that was on the plane, right? And because the plane crashed, there's a whole kit of food, and they get like a 2-week supply of different, soups, etc. That's all these shows have that. They always find like a first aid kit with like a bunch of sausages and a bunch of soups. And it's like, all right, we eat those. And then we got like 2 weeks. But it's always a panic. There's always like an episode and a half where they're like, how are we going to make the sausages last? How are we going to make the soups last? Guys, you can't eat that much chicken noodle soup. We got to make this last 2 weeks. But Sarah over here just ate a can and a half. Do we kill her first because she ate the can and a half of soup? I don't know, but we might. Every show that happens.
The way you said sausages.
Every show.
Some sausages.
It's a part of the shows. It's always the little canned Vienna sausages. They're always like, I can't believe it. Becky ate the sausages, and she's got to die first. She's got to be the one. She ate the sausages.
The sausage test.
It's always a part of these shows. Yellow Jackets, all of them. The Woods, all these type of shows. They all do it.
I don't think I'm ever taking a road trip with you, bud. The fact that we need to specify.
We'll be in America. I think we'll be fine.
Was there other food?
I'm not going to be like, hey, we crashed into the woods.
I'm sick of these sausages. Give me some of that calf bone from the Fat Man.
They always got a first aid kit that lasts them like 2 weeks or so. And then like week 3 is when it becomes a real story. That's when it becomes a real survival of the fittest. How long are you lasting before you go to cannibalism?
I think we know not long. I think.
So you crash, no sausages.
I think I'm going to be the peacemaker until somebody tells me there's no sausages left.
Someone would make the suggestion.
And then someone's getting it.
Well, someone would suggest to kill you first because there'd be more meat there.
Yeah, good luck because I'm the physically dominant one on this island.
But on this island, you're worth like killing Mac twice. So like they kill you once, you just got to kill. It's killing less people.
It's true.
You're a simple math equation gone wrong. That's all that is.
Now I think we understand why I'm so anti-big data.
It's always against you in these equations.
I wonder if this is one of the essays on the Browns coaching hire. If you and your coaching staff are stranded on a remote island with no food,
who eats Jim Schwartz first?
Come on, he's 59.
No, I don't know.
You don't eat old cows, right?
Yeah, he's had a nice life.
You go for. I'm not going to finish that statement. I'm just not. 216-474-0092. How quickly would you turn to cannibalism in extreme events? Joe Thomas.
Yeah.
Hall of Fame.
What about Joe? He kills a lot of things. Animals mostly.
Can I make one point?
Yes.
Because I haven't already. How did Kevin Stefanski get Joe Thomas in the divorce? I submit, one, Joe Thomas was at the dinner with Stefanski talking about potentially being on the staff.
Wasn't that a lie? He tweeted about it, but I thought that was like all a ruse.
Oh, is that a bit?
I think so,
Is that like a Lima-esque bit?
I think so, yeah.
Well, but okay, so that's null. Now, that's the first one is he did tweet Baker Mayfield to cuff him on the ear about saying mean things about Coach Kev.
He is very much in the defense of Stefanski in every turn, yes. And almost to the point where it does feel like he's almost trying to get one of those jobs with the Falcons that he talked about. I don't know why he's in Stefanski's back pocket, but he's there.
Any other Joe Thomas takes?
No, what would I have? I think he's a great guy. I think a lot of staffs would be, maybe he's hoping Stefanski brings him in to help out during camp like he did with the Browns for so many years.
I would have a problem with that.
I would hope like a Udinski type, if they get hired, would do the same thing.
He didn't coach. He never played for Kevin Stefanski.
I know, but he clearly has a respect for him. He clearly has a like of Kevin Stefanski.
I like a lot of coaches. I'm not gonna switch my allegiances here. I don't like this. I want Joe to be a strictly Browns guy.
Yeah.
In his retirement.
Yeah, he's going to start doing some of those like Falcons TV shows and everything like that.
Well, in fairness,
he could dominate the Atlanta market if he wanted to.
Falcons fans would have no idea he didn't play for them because there aren't really Falcons fans.
They don't exist past a certain date.
Kind of like certain people on an island where cannibalism is the only choice. 216-474-0092. Are there too many red flags hiring a young coach? The La Drama continues on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey.
And you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go on a totally professional radio show. We got, in case we missed it, coming up in just about 40 minutes. And the playoff eliminator. I think everybody basically broke even this last week.
Yeah, I think so. Well, Mac and I had the same picks going into it, so.
Mm-hmm. But I think everybody was 2-2, but we'll see.
No. Oh.
I had 2 games right.
Yeah, we were both 3 for 4.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Well,
Mac has missed 1 game all postseason.
Look at that. He's basically like Sam Darnold in the regular season. Let's see.
He's like the Rain Man of our little games that we play here. I don't understand it.
I think what it is the less you pay attention to something, the better it is.
Is that what it is?
Like his quarterback, Deadpool, he knew like 3 names.
He didn't know anything beyond, the 10th quarterback was like a struggle, and then there he is, it's just domination station.
And so I think you and I have, it's, the same problem the Browns have, too much data.
Or is he slow playing us?
How would you?
Well, he gives off the impression that he's not really paying that much attention, and then all of a sudden, boom, first place there. Boom, first place there. I don't know. I might be hustled by Mac.
So we got a Kaiser Soze situation.
It's an odd hustle, but it might be a hustle.
Just like I went 0 for 8 in my divisional picks.
Oh yeah, you were really bad at that.
That's how you threw us off on it. Yeah, you tanked that to then hit us with the okie dokie on the.
That is how a hustle works.
Yeah.
Just when we up the ante just a little bit more because we think that we got you on the ropes, boom, almost perfect postseason.
All right. So obviously we're having the Browns coaching conversation continued on here. I do want to get to the La Drama in L.A., but Thomas in Brunswick is joining us right now. Thomas, where are we going with this head coaching search? Thomas.
I liked your reference the second time I heard it better, Nick.
You can really tell my voice has some timbre to it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, definitely. That's a pro right there.
Okay, if we're being real clear here, I only took this because Matt Corrali said Brown should hire Udinski, and then he said good chance he'll butcher the name. And I just wanted to hear somebody else butcher Udinski.
Well, Okay, so that does kind of track the idea that the guy that would mess up Udinski's name also wouldn't pay attention to when we go to him on the phone call.
You know what? That's fair. Let's get to the La Drama, as we didn't really get. I mean, I think we referenced the Jeannie Buss story, and it was really about the sale of the Lakers in the fall of the Buss family as the owners, and it was really just the big picture. If you guys didn't read it, it just made me really sad at the interpersonal dynamics of the Buss family and how they pretty much just don't talk to each other, and they say the right things about each other, but it's pretty clear they just hate each other.
Yeah, Baxter Holmes did a great job with the piece, but it's one of those things where you're reading it and you're like, oh, I don't even know that I needed this information.
Yeah, it was funny. So Jerry Buss had 4 older kids, and then he had 2 kids in the 80s, and he had a pact with his first wife that he wouldn't have kids with another woman. Psych, he did. I think it was like a 15-year age gap from his youngest with his first wife to his oldest with his. Yeah, come on.
She knew what was going to happen.
You think Jerry Buss is you think he was just going to keep that thing holstered? Come on now.
Hey, it seems like he tried. He made a good effort.
But I did love that one of his kids from the first marriage was talking about Jeannie Buss and was like, she doesn't have a mean bone in her body. And earlier in the story, Jeannie Buss was on a phone call with one of her half-siblings and said, you shouldn't exist. I'm just going to say, maybe there's at least one mean bone there. Just at least one. Just one.
Well, and so in this...
Maybe it's Jay Moore. I don't know.
Really long... I used to like Jay Moore when he did radio, by the way.
Yeah?
It was a good sports radio show.
We like Jay Moore in general.
He was a good sports radio
And by the way,
host.
we like Jeannie Buss.
Yeah, well, I mean, so the weird part about the story,
She's not
though,
my half-sibling.
is that the story with LeBron comes out, and there's so many things about the story that wasn't detailed with LeBron, but everything with LeBron always gets highlighted.
Yeah.
And it got highlighted here once again, and so I love the answer from LeBron because it just showed where he's at in his stage of life.
Well, so I want to get to that sound real quick, but basically it was Jeannie Buss was turned off by LeBron's ego, that she didn't want to re-sign him. This goes back to after winning the championship. We're not talking like 2 years ago. We're talking about like the first chance they had to re-sign him.
Also taking credit for him coming there, by the way, which is just a weird how that works.
But didn't want to re-sign him. Ultimately ended up doing so because it would be a bad look, a PR hit.
And it would have been.
Attempted to maybe trade him to the Lakers. Attempted to trade him to the Clippers,
yeah.
And then felt LeBron was ungrateful for drafting Bronny James 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So on top of all this, given that even if we didn't have this out, it's just a different energy in L.A. Since they traded for Luka, the organization is clearly pivoted from a LeBron-centric team to a Luka-centric team. And LeBron seems to kind of just be going through the motions of a lot of things. He's still playing very well, by the way.
Yeah, he's averaging 23 a game. He's still doing it. What I think it highlights, though, and a lot of this highlights, is the idea that we always have to go, these owners, they don't care what the fans have to say. They don't care about all. It's like, no, she wouldn't trade LeBron because of the PR hit. And then on top of it, like there's many parts of this article that suggest that the reason why she sold the team is because she didn't want to be the one that then eventually had to tell LeBron, I'm sorry, we have to get rid of you.
So LeBron was asked about these comments after their loss to the Clippers, and it should be noted, the Lakers were the better team last night, and they lost in a game that they shouldn't have lost. But here's LeBron's comments on the ESPN report on the Buss family drama.
I don't really care about the reports, to be honest. You guys know me. You guys know since I've been here, my 8th year here, been in this league 23 years. There's going to be another article tomorrow, especially involving me. And at the end of the day, when I came to this organization, my whole mindset was about restoring excellence. And then I was able to do that, along with, our 14, 16 other guys winning a championship, bringing a championship here. That's always been my mindset. So, quite frankly, I don't really care about articles. I really don't. I don't care about stories. I don't care about podcasts and all that type of shit. It don't bother me. I'm 41 years old and I watch golf every day. I don't care about an article. I don't care how somebody feel about me.
All right. I think you might be inclined to believe that. I certainly don't.
I did. I believed it.
I don't.
I did. That was a different answer than what LeBron would have gave 9 years ago.
I think
it would have been way more defensive.
Do I think LeBron might be resigned to the fact that his days in L.A., or at least his days as a Laker, are coming to a close relatively quickly? Yes. Do I think LeBron didn't hear of these comments and feel some sort of way? I would be shocked. The guy that has used every petty slight has referenced it in one way or another for 23 seasons. The fact this didn't register with him on some level when he did,
I think
took
old
that
LeBron
organization.
it definitely would have. I feel like there's just it's been different this year with LeBron, and this is the part I think I want to highlight the most. It's been a different LeBron. This is a LeBron that's like, I know what my legacy is. I know where I'm stamped in the NBA. I don't have to chase any ghost of Jordan or anything like that. I know what I've accomplished. Nobody can tear that down, and I'm just not interested in this.
I refuse to believe that LeBron isn't bugged about how his Laker tenure has gone, including the fact that Laker fans have kept him outside the bubble, right? In the bubble is Magic. It is Kareem. It is Kobe. Shaq, I think, is still in the bubble, although God knows. Pau Gasol is in the bubble. And LeBron, this one championship, because it happened, quite frankly, in the bubble, and because he didn't win a second championship, LeBron has somehow made the Lakers relevant again, and then because he didn't give them 2 titles or 3 titles, Lakers fans have turned on him, and there's no way that doesn't register with LeBron on some level, especially when it's reported that the owner was basically an ingrate, that he got all this credit for coming and saving the franchise, which is exactly what he actually did.
I think if this had happened in a different city, I might be more understanding of his legacy or more understanding of his place. But he went to Los Angeles in a place that has numerous stars already to begin with. But he went there for business reasons just as much as basketball reasons. He's doubled his net worth in the time that he's been in LA. There was a lot in that piece of audio. But then what we've been seeing and hearing all year long, I just think he's just very unbothered. I really do. I would never have said that about LeBron previously because he gets bothered about just about everything. But if you pay enough attention to what he's been doing and acting this year, this is it's almost like a Zen LeBron of sorts where he's like, all right, I got what I wanted out of this relationship. You're getting what you wanted out of this relationship. This is going to end at the end of this season, and it is what it is.
I think that's what's kind of the most interesting thing here is because he has a no-movement clause, everybody understands he's not getting traded. They're not, LeBron's not going to allow that to happen unless he basically steers it to happen, at which point that's going to be really hard to do in the middle of the season. But I think the fact that everybody goes, all right, he's either going to be back in LA on a reduced salary, which is going to then reduce his role and allow them more power in this dynamic. And LeBron loves him some power, as he should. After 23 years in the NBA, it's a global icon. Either he signs elsewhere and tries to give it one more go for a championship. And I'd be surprised if that happened anywhere but Cleveland or Miami.
Maybe New York.
You know what? Maybe that's his crowning season, playing in the big. That's not a bad idea, by the way. That would make sense of why they're trying to offload Karl Anthony Towns, or he retires. And I tend to think LeBron will just retire because he doesn't really need this anymore, given where his net worth is. And I think the NBA is going to give him his Lifetime Achievement Award, which is going to come in the form of owning a franchise in Las Vegas.
Yep, agreed.
And that timeline is speeding up because the NBA will be putting a team in Vegas in the very, very near future. I just think, man, I hate that this is... One, I hate that the Lakers lucked into an all-time great in Luka Doncic. When they have done nothing to really earn it.
It's not like they're capitalizing on it, by the way.
They certainly aren't. And maybe I think that's another part they think they can once they get LeBron out of the way. But there's a part of me that's like, I'd love, and certainly, selfishly, I'd like one last run with LeBron in Cleveland. And I know that's not everybody's feeling on it. Or I'd love him one last run in New York just to have that brightest light on him. And even if you don't win a championship, just being a great player that elevates a franchise, I would like to see that.
Yeah, it does suck. It sucks that this time in LA is, if it's going to end this season, which it seems like it will, that it's going to end with such a, they don't even want you anymore. They kind of wished you weren't even on the team this year. And that stinks for LeBron. But you can tell, like, his care, his attachment to this, it's just not where it once was. And I think that's because he knows his legacy's intact. Nothing's changing. He could win another title in New York. That's not going to do anything for his legacy. Everything's intact.
I will actually say, he can't hurt his legacy.
No, he can't hurt. Yeah, that's
but
what
he
I'm
can
saying.
build it.
Well,
and I think one more championship. You can't tell me that the guy who loves winning, that he's content with being on a 6 seed
going up
Lakers
against
team.
Again, it was always chasing the ghost of MJ. You're only going up against MJ as far as your legacy is concerned, and you either already think he passed him, or one title is not going to change your mind anyway.
216-474-0092. Of those three outcomes, stays with the Lakers on a reduced salary, goes elsewhere for one more go, maybe Cleveland, maybe New York, maybe Miami, or retires. What do you think is next for LeBron after this season? We got the playoff eliminator in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Content filtered right to your phone this offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
There's Cavs and there's NBA news that happens while you at work. Baskin and Phelps. Weekday mornings starting at 10.
In case you missed it, coming up in just about 20 minutes. But we are in conference title weekend coming up here in just a little bit. And I will tell you, for kind of off the board, not chalk. Well, I guess it's chalk in terms of a bunch of 14-win teams are in, but teams that none of us thought would be here at the beginning of the regular season. Finding it very hard to find like the teams I actually want to get to the Super Bowl and have a chance to win it.
Yeah, I mean, there's not many things you can root for with this. I think I'm really riding the Matthew Stafford wins the Super Bowl and then gets his Hall of Fame candidacy stamped. Like that, like as far as narratives are concerned, I think that might be the biggest one at play here.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's got the most to gain out of this weekend, and it's not even close. Drake May accomplishing something in year 2. That's like a nice bonus. That's obviously great for his beginning part of his legacy. Doesn't change him at all. Sam Darnold winning a Super Bowl changes the narrative around him in a big way, but not nearly the same way that Matthew Stafford does if he wins this game.
What I struggle with is bleep Denver. Like, okay, I'm not in
a bleep Denver mentality right now.
So, yeah, I can always listen.
But no one wants to watch Jared Stidham in the Super Bowl.
It's a nice town. It is. It's actually a very nice town. It's beautiful there.
Mm-hmm.
But the Broncos have been blessed with wins over Cleveland far too often, and Sean Payton is just a jerk. Just not somebody I would ever want to be around. He just seems like a really unpleasant, arrogant jerk. Can't root for him.
Just tell me your truth feelings about him.
I would love to root for Mike Vrabel.
Don't hold back now.
You know what? Let me get a little bit more out of the gas tank there. I would love to root for Mike Vrabel, but he's a head coach of the Patriots. They just had a dynasty, and they look like they have a new one forming in Drake May, because this might end up being the worst Patriots team they have in the next 3 years, because it's not great around Drake May. They win a Super Bowl this year. We should just expect maybe another title in the next 2 years. So, no there. I still don't think Sam Darnold's that good. I don't really have an allegiance to Seattle, but I don't hate them. And I'll be honest with you, the McVay-Stafford thing is going to be really annoying for the next 6 months if they win. The McVay just all the gushing about McVay is going to be annoying.
But it always happens anyway. Though the gushing will exist even if he doesn't win the Super Bowl.
Oh,
That's
I
McVay.
think it's going to be a different level of gushing with
McVay. He's always, it's not even like a question mark of
do
who
you remember the first 6 months after the first title?
And if you did a coaching draft, he'd still be the number 1 pick off the board. I mean, like he is.
I think if you did that a year ago, it'd probably be Kevin O'Connell. No?
No. I think McVay he still gets all that. I mean, he's the Wonder Boy. He's the Wonder Boy that came through. I feel
like him and Shanahan, and I threw O'Connell in there, but I feel like him and Shanahan have just been trading that off and on.
Oh, not in my eyes. In my eyes, it's been McVay the entire time. And then I think
Shanahan's maybe a little more of a bad boy, a little more of an attitude
I think
to
that's
him.
what that is. No, Shanahan, he consistently loses the big game is his problem. But that's fine. He makes it to the big game, keeps losing the big game. I think McVay's got that pretty stamped down. Remember the threat a couple years ago about him leaving and going for television? The fact that he didn't do that and then weathered through all this has only amplified what people think about McVay.
So you weren't here on Monday. Mark Koch was in for Jake, and Mark Koch's theory was if McVay and Stafford win this Super Bowl, they could walk off into the sunset together. And my only problem with that thought is I don't think he's Gruden. I don't think he can go do TV for 20 years. I don't think he's John Madden.
I mean, again, he threatened to do it a couple years ago, and it didn't come through for a reason.
I think that was a raise.
I don't think he's got it in him.
I think it was. And by the way, he can say maybe I want a different job. You live in L.A. and you're the face of the best team in the NFC West almost every year. Like, I don't know that there's a better job now than the Rams because it seems like Stan Kroenke's content as long as you're consistently competitive.
Also, though, this would then be Super Bowl number 3 appearance and then win number 2 for him. Like, we're getting into very rarefied air for Sean McVay if he is able to pull this off.
That's a good point. Because what do you need? 3 to be a certain Hall of Famer?
Yeah, I mean, for him, it's then he's just counting down the years, basically.
And he's not 45 yet, right?
I don't know his age off the top of my head. He can't be. He was hired at 30. He was the youngest head coach in NFL history at 30, and he was hired
39. Good gracious.
Yeah, I was going to say he was hired 10 years ago. So there we go, 9 years ago.
That's ridiculous. I'm 40, and I'm not.
You're older than Sean McVay.
Yeah, and much less successful and good looking.
And if he got hit by a car after the Super Bowl, he'd probably still be a Hall of Famer.
Well, yeah, that's because it'd be a sad thing. They'd be like, he's kind of got to go in the Hall of
And
Fame.
I was just thinking, I'm like, it's different. With players, you can make that comment because they can't move. Sean McVay in a wheelchair on the sideline.
Dead.
Yeah. No. Sean McVay in a wheelchair on the sideline.
Paralyzed.
Yeah. I mean, obviously. I don't put death on him.
The first handicapable head coach to win a Super Bowl. I like it.
Bring it on.
We call him the FDR of NFL head coaches.
Some would.
Yeah, FDR was a president, guys. He had polio, and he was. I don't know if people really even know who FDR is anymore.
I think I don't know, Jake. When you were in school, did they make you memorize the president still, or has that gone away?
Yeah, that was the thing.
Did you do like book report? I still remember the two book
reports.
reports.
Tell me something about FDR.
I had to do on presidents.
Other than he was in a wheelchair.
I had Zach Taylor and Harry Truman. Those were my two presidents.
I think there's a very obvious FDR thing you should know.
I'm not going to go down that road. It's not going to serve me any good.
Jake doesn't like to get political. I like it. It's a good stance by you.
He was Teddy Roosevelt's cousin. That was the easy one. Didn't have to get political
Jake
there.
doesn't like to get political. Any politics, Jake stays out of the equation.
The New Deal was a scam!
Jake Howard, when you said fair and balanced earlier.
It's true.
He just doesn't like it. Get him out of politics, Jake.
Every
like
time
this.
you shout America first, he winces.
And then Max screams, I'm a real patriot. It's just how it goes. I don't know why.
That's true. It's weird.
I don't know why it happens
guys,
that way.
It's really tough to
It just
explain
always
show
seems-
dynamics.
It
If you're,
always seems to happen that
There's
way.
an ebb and a flow and a cause and an effect. It's just how it goes. And an effect and a cause, all of it.
Mm-hmm, yeah. So anyway, I do feel like I'm rooting for the Rams, and I feel all right about that. I don't want to see Jarrett Stidham in a Super Bowl, so by default, I'm rooting for the Patriots.
I just really don't want anyone from the. If we could just have the Rams Seahawks be the Super Bowl, I'd feel better about
Can I
this.
tell you a weird quirk about this weekend that I just find interesting that it might just be me that finds interesting?
I'll allow it.
All right. Both the AFC and NFC championship games feature a coaching matchup between two people with the same first name. We have Sean McVay versus Mike McDonald, so Sean versus Mike, and then Sean Payton versus Mike Vrabel. So another Sean versus Mike. And then we could have, in the Super Bowl, obviously, a Sean versus Sean and a Mike versus Mike.
But we're likely to have a Sean versus Mike.
Could happen, yeah, which would be a repeat of what we've seen in the AFC and NFC title games.
Now, you and I had the off-air trivia of what is the most common conference championship matchup in NFL history. And it was the most obvious, blatant thing that everyone gets. It's not a trick question at all. Jake, did you hear that? I can't remember who wasn't in on that.
It was just me and you walking, I think.
That was me too, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Jake was there.
Mac,
Okay.
if I had to say right now on air with no prep, what is the most common conference title matchup in NFL history? What would you say?
Cowboys 49ers?
Nailed it.
See?
Nailed it.
So maybe I now want to know the name-alytics. I want to know what's the most common first name matchup in Super Bowl history.
We have, oddly enough, I saw earlier, we have two Mike versus Mikes in Super Bowl history.
Mike Tomlin versus...
Oh, let me go find it.
Mike Smith? No, that's not one. Oh,
It was definitely a...
Mike McCarthy.
Yes.
You look at you. Can't get anything by you.
And the other one was what, Shanahan? I got to look it up.
Oh, my gosh. I'm blanking on all this. This is great. This is good radio that I'm putting out there right now.
I'm just impressed I remembered it was twice.
Holmgren?
Green Bay versus Denver.
You can never find things when you want to find them.
Excellent. That's not a problem we have. That's not really a problem we have at all anymore. You can pretty much find anything on the internet when you want to find it.
There's pressure. There's everything attached to this. You
AI
can't treat
says out
this
to
like
lunch.
like it's a walk in the park here, and I'm like, where did I find this earlier? I remember where I found it, and I'm trying to locate it, and I'm not going to be able to get it in time.
I told Mac, give me the best scene Abella Danger's ever had, he could have that up in 0.5 seconds.
I'm usually really pretty strong about this type of stuff, and I'm like, no, there's going to be too
Mac's
much scrolling
usually
here.
pretty strong about that kind of stuff.
There's going to be way too much scrolling for me to find this. I'll have this for you in 7 minutes, okay?
Same.
It
It's like everything you're saying, Mac's thinking.
Yeah, it might be 3 hours from now, and I can have this for you.
7 minutes is a little adventurous. You want to take a detour, maybe you get a cramp, maybe you drink a water halfway through. I don't know. Just thinking out all the many things.
Rabbit holes.
Yeah, well, that's one way to put it. Let's go and get to the playoff eliminator with Jake Murren. Kamish, how you doing?
Oh, we're doing okay, guys. How are you?
I don't know based off the last 3 minutes of the show. We're being very clear.
We're not lying, at least.
So, here's how I need the recap on
Super Bowl 32. Shanahan versus Holmgren. Super Bowl 45. McCarthy versus Tomlin.
So, I need a recap on the rankings.
That is the only time that's happened, name versus name. Only time in it twice in NFL history. Only time it's happened.
And then, because Mac, I think, shadowed JP last week, trying to make it hard for anyone to catch him in this, and with the way this is set up, Mac is going to give his predictions first.
Yeah.
And then JP and I will weigh in. What say you, Commish?
Yeah, that's good with me. We'll go through the standings first. In last place,
literally what I just said. I'm sorry, buddy.
Well, you are in last place, Nick.
I deserve that.
You enjoyed that.
Yeah,
You enjoyed that,
I
didn't
did
you?
enjoy that a little bit.
That one
yeah.
felt a little sweet.
Yeah. You have 6 points right now. You finished the first round of the playoffs with 2. After the divisional round, you got the Seahawks and Rams right, so you got the NFC title picture correct, but you missed on your Bills and your Texans pick last week in the divisional round. And then JP is in second place. You have, after 4 points in the wild card round, you're up to 10 right now. You got the Bears pick wrong only, and so did Mac because he shadowed all of your picks. He had 6 points in round one. Now he has 12.
How did I only get 4 points?
So you had 6 points. You had 4 in the first round.
Oh,
now you're up
four
to
in the
10.
divisional. Okay, so I got 10
Yeah,
total.
now you're up to 10.
And Max got 12.
Yeah, Mac has 12, so he is leading only by 2 points, but with the conference championship games, each game has now 4 points attached to it because it's doubling each round. And we are going to make Mac pick first, as Nick said. Between the Patriots and Broncos, Mac, who do you have?
I'm going to go with the pick that I had at the beginning of this, that I had written down. That's going to be New England winning in this one. I think that Drake May and that, I think that they're very well balanced, and I think that Drake May is going to be able to take advantage.
JP?
I'm also taking New England. Since we're doing trivia today, there's been 7 quarterbacks since 1950 to have never started a regular season game to then appear in a playoff game. Only one of those quarterbacks actually won the playoff game. Anybody got it?
Nope, I don't.
Frank Reich in the...
I almost said Nick Foles. Yeah. He started regular season.
So Stidham's going to have to go on that, and that's not good history, guys.
I think what's fascinating about this is if Bo Nix was in this, you would be able to do this the same way you can do it without Bo Nix, which is the 3 things I think matter the most are who's got the better head coach, who's got the better quarterback, and who's got the best defense. The defense is by far Denver, even coming off a bad performance last week.
Mm-hmm.
The quarterback is by far Drake May, no matter who's at Denver, and then the head coach is a push. So I tend to think Denver's a more complete team around Jarrett Stidham, and I think once you get this defense versus Drake May, I think you're going to see this game even out. I'm going to take Denver.
I like you taking Denver, by the way. I don't have the stones to do it myself, but there's a part of me that believes this is going to be a close game.
I think it really comes down to how aggressive is Sean Payton with Jarrett Stidham. And I thought for a minute, I'm like, he's going to basically conservative himself out of this game. And then I remembered he's Sean Payton. He's a jagaloon. He's an absolute insane psychopath. He's going to throw the freaking ball in this game.
I think he's going to as well. And this is the type of game that if Jarrett Stidham looks good in it and then takes him to the Super Bowl, Stidham will enter some of our Browns free agency conversations, much to the chagrin of people like myself.
You're right, and I thought about this earlier this week, but as you said it on air, I did give like an internal oof.
That's a Jeff Phelps quarterback if I've ever seen one.
He might be too good.
Yeah.
Might be too good. Jeff really likes him crappy. All right, final game there.
Yeah, if the Broncos do win, Nick, you'd make up a lot of ground in this NFL playoff eliminator. But to the NFC title game, Rams, Seahawks, Mac, you go first.
Again, I'm going to go with the team that I picked at the beginning of this, and that is the Seattle Seahawks. I think Sam Darnold's going to be the first quarterback from the 2018 draft that makes it to the Super Bowl.
All right, I'm happy to take the Rams here. You said quarterback, coach, defense. I look at quarterback, coach, offensive line. And in those 3 categories, the edge goes to the Rams. And so I'll take McVay over McDonald all day, every day, and I'll take Matthew Stafford over Sam Darnold all day, every day. And the offensive line for the Rams is much better. And so obviously that ignores a wide component to this, and that the defense for Seattle is one of the best defenses in the NFL. But I have to play with what I believe, and I'm going to go with the Rams.
Yeah, the Rams have been more competitive with the Seahawks this year against that Mike McDonald defense than the 49ers have certainly been. And it's because there's just a lot more going for the Rams. I think this is going to be an incredibly close game. I think that's the reason it's basically a pick-em. But I am going to bet on the Super Bowl winning head coach. I'm going to bet on the Super Bowl winning quarterback. And like JP said, I mean, I honestly think the Rams just have to avoid the big oops.
Yeah.
And it really comes down to special teams, and I think we kind of know
problem for them.
where that's going to be, especially with Rashid Shaheed being on the other team there. No, that's not true at all. But no, it is. Sorry. I'm having a brain fart right now. For a second, I was like, isn't he in a different now? I'm sorry. Shut up. Shut up, everybody.
We haven't talked the entire time.
Stop it!
We wanted you to really work that one out on your own.
Shut up.
Okay, don't let that color your thoughts on this very confident pick that I'm making. I am taking the Rams.
By the way, Vegas has moved this one now 2.5 points favorites for Seattle.
Is Mac being too obvious with his pick, Summer?
I needed him to go against me in some capacity. So that's all the marbles in this race so far.
So let's see.
Resting on Rams Seahawks, but you can really make up a lot of ground here.
If I got both right, that's 8. So that's 8 to carry the 2.
How many did he get right in the first 2 weeks?
That's 14.
Yeah, 6 points right now. So if he goes 2 for 2, he would pass both of you guys really in the standings.
Really, I need Mac to be wrong.
If he goes 2 for 2, that means I also get the Rams right, like the way he got the Rams right.
So you would be ahead of him by 2 points going into the Super Bowl.
Correct.
And then the Super Bowl is worth 8 points.
That's correct. Yeah.
Which we should add like a bonus point on this, on like differential or something like that.
The score, or like Super Bowl MVP.
I hate that. No. Sorry.
Okay.
Really aggressive.
Oh, we were just throwing out ideas.
I'm so sorry. I came out. I heard the aggressiveness. I did.
So dismissive.
Shut up, Mac.
Shut up.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, guys.
I don't know why it always makes me feel better when it's somebody else.
Yeah, you take that, Mac.
But it instantly does. Yeah, suck it, Mac.
Suck it, Cornlito. Drop those corn emojis.
I like when we get in unison on it,
though. In case you missed it. In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Keep us locked in all day, every day for the latest on the Browns' search for a new head coach. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. Time out! Time out! 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. I want to say a big thanks to our guest, Jason Pinkston, former Browns offensive lineman, and of course, Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider.
It feels like a lifetime ago we talked to Baldy.
It really did. This show really boils down to before the Pelissero report and after. And by the way, there was more that Pelissero said. He confirmed within the conversation with Rich, the Browns are the only team to do this since 2016. Great. It's just the success that has come from these standardized tests for all the many coaches they've had. Even Kevin, he's the gold star winner here.
Well, what this does do is it takes Andrew Berry off the hook, because this is not an Andrew Berry decided thing, and so that's at least nice.
Yeah, if he's still running with it after Depot is fired.
He's got to. Haslam clearly likes these tests for some reason.
You think Jimmy's sitting there reading these tests? No, he's got a guy that reads them and then says something to him.
I don't know.
Like a guy named Clyde that's like, hey, this guy Udinski.
I need to figure out what part of Pilot Flying J got Haslam really into big data and analytics. Because there's something that got him really excited about Deep Podesta to begin with that we've never really been able to zone in on and figure out. And there's something that's keeping him with this. And I wish I knew what it was.
Rich folks feel like they have more in common with Ivy Leaguers than they do the common person. That's not always true, by the way. But I think it's there's a class thing here that I think is also involved with Jimmy's obsession with Ivy Leaguers.
Yeah, it would make more sense if we had people at Pilot Flying J that's like for 30 years all he's ever done is analyze the data day in, day out. It's like we didn't have any of that though. No one speak that way. And then he gets to owning football teams and he's like, this is my thing. It's weird. What do you got there?
Nothing yet. I've been working on something.
Okay.
I'm seeing what we can do here, lining stuff up for the show. A lot of ins, a lot of outs.
Okay.
Here's what I'll say. They did sell 30 Slurpees a day in 1996. The next year it was 55. I mean, what are we doing? It's analytics, guys. Let's go ahead and get to, in case you missed it.
All right. I told you in an earlier part of the show that it was going to be a lot of like things that you've been interested in for a while that we're trying to get conclusions on.
Yeah.
Like we had the story about the playmaker earlier today and his cocaine habit that is or isn't real.
Mm-hmm.
I bring you this from the Sports Gossip Show, which is Madeline Hill, but more importantly, Charlotte Wilder, who does things for Dan Le Batard's show. She's credible is what I'm trying to tell you, okay? She's been with The Athletic for a long time. The two of them did a deep dive into whether or not Aaron Rodgers actually has a wife, and this is what they came up with.
We believe we have found Aaron Rodgers' wife, Brittany, with an I.
We are pretty sure that we found Brittany and her sisters, Christy and Mia.
We are not here to dox these women. If they want to be private, that is fine. We also, of course, don't know for sure if we are correct. However, we're pretty positive.
So we're not going to give them the satisfaction of telling you what the pieces are, except that we're pretty sure she's real.
Yeah, we're pretty sure she's real. We don't think she's an AI chatbot.
All right, so they believe they have found it. The clip goes on to talk about how basically they're suggesting that Aaron Rodgers wants them to dox and to expose his wife, and then he's going to have a lot of glee off of that, and that's what he's waiting for. And he keeps dropping hints that suggest that he's basically baiting reporters into somebody being the first one to really out this person and do a big profile and piece on her, and then he's going to blame the media and everyone at hand, and they're just not going to give him the satisfaction.
This is diabolical by these two journalists. Because there's a gotcha on Aaron Rodgers without letting Aaron Rodgers get a gotcha back.
Yeah.
This is good. This is really good. This is, we always like Charlotte Wilder. We like her about 10% more now. This is good.
Now, how do you feel about the idea that Aaron Rodgers' wife does exist, yet she's nowhere to be found just because it's all one big Aaron Rodgers game? Kind of tracks, if we're being honest. I mean, this is the least surprising thing out of all of it.
It just makes him to be more of an arrogant schmendrick than I think people. I think he's everything that we think he is.
Yeah, it's just about if you need any more confirmation, there it is.
Now, this being said, Fernando Mendoza today, Indiana quarterback, presumptive number 1 pick in the draft. He declared for the NFL draft today.
Yeah.
Well, on Vegas Sports Today, Miami student Abella Danger, who was on hand for the national championship game, she talked about Fernando Mendoza going off into the NFL, and that fit in Vegas.
Oh my gosh, I mean, he's so quick and he's so powerful and so intentional with everything that he does. And I feel like the Raiders would be so lucky to have him. The question is, will he play his first season after being drafted? I don't know.
Right on.
Hopefully he does. I know the world is just dying to get more of that kid. He's so talented.
All right, so that wasn't the best audio. That's on me, dog. He's so quick and powerful and so intentional with everything he does. The Raiders will be lucky to have him. The Harlots are coming for Fernando Mendoza. Remember, I told you.
Yeah.
I told you. You put a sweet, innocent, young Christian man like that in the devil's den in Vegas, and someone's going to win. The good Lord is going to cast out all the sinners out of there, or he is going to take to sin that Fernando Mendoza is.
Well, he's already being compromised to the sin of fame. You saw last night he was on Jimmy Fallon. He did a nice little, they threw plates up, and then he had to, knock him down and do all that. By the way, made some scripted jokes that were just horrendous. He was awful. He's on Good Morning America this morning. He's doing the whole tour. If fame is a drug, that man is definitely taking it in.
What's pretty wild about that is he's not good off the cuff.
Oh,
and he's
he was
not
so
good
bad.
Scripted.
It was so bad. It was awful. And the crowd wasn't eating it up. Jimmy wasn't eating it up. And you could tell he had to try to make his way through.
I think Abella Danger.
He
Miami
made the worst
student.
jokes. Football Flanders just stinks.
I think Miami student Abella Danger is really the perfect litmus test for whether Satan wins or the good Lord wins. Because if it just becomes a hard convert to Christianity.
She really loved the Hurricane. She would have got to him before the championship game, is what I say.
Well, no, but see, now she's working on the devil's
And then
side.
broke his heart right before the national title game got underway.
I mean, Miami already broke his heart, thank you very much. They didn't need Abella Danger.
I mean, you really wanted to go undercover on this. That would have been the long play for herself.
Just think about this.
Get him in love with you and then dump him right before the game.
He wifes her up. She becomes the number 1 Christian in America. The good Lord wins. If all of a sudden he's starring in certain videos for Miami University, of course, University of Miami, whichever one that is, and all of a sudden maybe gets a tattoo, maybe all of a sudden she's won and the devil's won by proxy. You know how those Miami students are?
Yeah, how are they?
They're Michael Irvin, Miami student. A lot of drugs, a lot of other things.
We debated how much school he was actually doing there. I think he was doing the Carson Beck plan where he hadn't attended a class in 2 years.
I was thinking it was advanced pharmaceuticals.
That's where he actually learned that cocaine doesn't go for 5 hours.
That's true.
It was all in the science lab. It wasn't anything he did.
I've got a spreadsheet here. Tops last 45 minutes. Can we get it to an hour? And that's why 5-hour cocaine exists.
Speaking of the 5-hour energy drink, it's just bad branding.
5-hour cocaine.
Yeah, we can all get this worked out.
You know it's going to cost a mother, though. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murrin on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. If you guys missed a second of today's show, go ahead and watch us back on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Make sure to like our videos. We like to be liked, and subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Big thanks to Matt Corelli on the 2020s. JP, good stuff.
Had fun. Enjoyed the cold on Saturday, but enjoyed the weekend overall.
Hopefully, I'm thawed by the time Monday at 2 comes around. Enjoy the second to last real football weekend of this stretch of the season. I'm going to stop talking now. See you guys tomorrow.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
Or on Monday.
Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.